Chapter 569. Looking around the space within the storage ring, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes became increasingly excited. When his gaze shifted, a white jade box also appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. Extreme Transformation Pill. As the jade box that contained the Extreme Transformation Pill was relatively special, Xiao Yang had also paid more attention to it when he was in the auction house. At this moment, he recognized it at a glance. The thing that was contained within this jade box was naturally the Extreme Transformation Pill. In the outside world, when Xiao Yang withdrew his mind, a thought passed through his mind and the jade box appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. Although they were separated by the jade box, Xiao Yang was still able to smell the pill fragrance that seeped out from within. Immediately, a cool feeling surged into Xiao Yang's limbs and bones, causing him to feel extremely refreshed. It is indeed worthy of being a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Even the pill fragrance possesses such a dense medicinal strength. It is really unbelievable. After letting out an exclamation in his mouth, Xiao Yang ceased hesitating and opened the lid of the jade box. Immediately, a dense cloud-like pill fragrance swiftly spread out from the interior of the jade box. It surrounded Xiao Yang's body and gradually spread out. The pill fragrance spread and the sight in front of Xiao Yang's eyes was temporarily blocked. Xiao Yang smiled slightly in the face of this. A brilliant flame immediately surged from deep within his eyes. Immediately, the pill fragrance in front of his eyes was pushed aside by an invisible strength. The pill fragrance scattered and the medicinal pill within the jade box also appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly. The dense white medicinal pill was like an ice crystal lying within the jade box. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, Xiao Yang seemed to be able to sense the powerful medicinal strength contained within this medicinal pill. TSK, just such a small medicinal pill is actually able to make up for a few hundred years of training time for an elite DI. No wonder they would not hesitate to use such a great price to exchange for it. His mouth once again exclaimed in surprise. However, when the words from Xiao Yang's mouth sounded, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Although this extreme transformation pill was quite valuable and those elite DI had spent all their money, it still ended up in his hands. Who could have imagined such an outcome? Xiao Yang's lingering gaze paused on the medicinal pill within the jade box for a long time. However, in the end, he still kept it. The principle of not revealing one's wealth was something that Xiao Yang also understood. Even though there was no one else in his surroundings at this moment, who knew if this pill fragrance would attract some strong person's attention? After keeping the medicinal pill, Xiao Yang did not stop. His dark black eyes slightly rotated. With a thought of Xiao Yang's mind, threads of dark black energy gathered around him. Immediately, under Xiao's control. Who, next? It is time to take a look at this. Ha ha. Xiao Yang revealed an excited expression on his face. His eyes immediately swept over the 7 tents in front of him. After which, he carefully observed the 7 tents in front of him. A moment later, Xiao Yang, who originally had an amazed expression, began to knit his brows tightly. A puzzled expression surged onto his face. This, although he could clearly sense that the great Dao strength that he controlled had greatly increased, there did not seem to be any other difference other than being able to form an additional tent. Elder Jiyu, do you know what's going on? Helpless, Xiao Yang could only seek help from Jiyu. After all, the only person who could answer all of his questions was Jiyu. He, brat, everyone says that it is not easy to train in the great Dao strength. However, from the looks of it, it does not appear that you have much difficulty. Xiao Yang was immediately startled when a somewhat teasing voice was transmitted over. He could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask, old Jiyu, do you mean, let's not talk about the 7th tent. Let's talk about the first 6 tents. Do you know that even some people who have comprehended the great Dao strength for a long time might not be able to form 6 tents? Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard this. While he was surprised in his heart, Jiyu continued to speak. Everyone knows that it is not easy to comprehend the great Dao strength. However, they do not know that it is even more difficult to train in the great Dao strength. A white light immediately rose from the surface of Xiao Yang's body after his words sounded. Soon after, Ji Yu's figure shot out from Xiao Yang's body and stood in the void in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows when he saw this. However, he did not speak. Ji Yu's deep eyes landed on the 7 tents in front of him. Normally speaking, those who have just comprehended the power of the way are usually able to use the power of the way to condense a tent. Of course, normally speaking, they can only condense one strand. As for 2 or 3, it means that they have a decent aptitude for comprehending the power of the way. As for more, it means that they have a great aptitude for comprehending the power of the way. Talent. Isn't it said that the great Tao strength can only be comprehended through pure comprehension? Why is there a talent? Xiao Yang could not help but be startled when he heard the so-called talent in comprehending. After which, he lifted his head to look at Ji Yu and asked with a frown. That is true. The great Tao strength can only be increased by relying on one's comprehension. However, whether one can comprehend it or not also depends on one's innate condition. This is certain. Otherwise, how could there be so many people who are unable to comprehend the great Tao strength? The reason for this is one's innate condition. In other words, one's talent. Xiao Yang nodded when he heard this. However, there was still some confusion on his face. If this was the case, the training of the great Tao strength was not much different from Do Qi. The only difference was that it was a different method. Ji Yu seemed to have sensed the doubt in Xiao Yang's heart. He moved his feet and arrived in front of a tent. He extended 2 fingers, twisted his wrist, and pressed on the tent in front of him. At the same time, Ji Yu continued to speak. The so-called innate condition is like your background. Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly shifted the moment Ji Yu attacked. At the same time, Ji Yu's voice was transmitted into his ear. Some people have noble backgrounds. The faction they belong to is the #1 superfaction on the continent the moment they are born. Not only will this person's future path be smooth and worry-free, but they will also have supreme Qi methods and Do skills to practice. On the other hand, some people might die the moment they are born. This is the innate condition. Ji Yu's 2 fingers violently pressed on the tent in front of him after his words sounded. Immediately, circular intense ripples spread from the tent. Even the surrounding empty space began to ripple. Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly on the other side. Soon after, he saw a dense white light suddenly flicker at the spot where Ji Yu's fingers touched his tent. Immediately, a circular dense white flame ripple swept out. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a fire tent. This is Great Tao of Fire. Chapter 570. Yes. Hearing Xiao Yang's low voice, the old man's tone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly nodded heavily at Xiao Yang. If the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist, then just the latter's identity was enough to make him bow and bend his knees. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily flickered slightly. A wave of joy immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Xiao Yang did not know exactly what kind of things were described on the list within the word have, at the very least, it gave Xiao Yang some hope. Finally, after searching bitterly for a month, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, allowing Xiao Yang to witness the results. Of course, even though Xiao Yang was extremely surprised in his heart, he still revealed an indifferent expression on his face, causing others to be unable to tell what exactly Xiao Yang was feeling in his heart at this moment. This point also caused the old man in front of Xiao Yang's eyes to focus slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of him not only had great ability, but even his temperament was also so calm. He did not show his emotions on his face. This kind of person was the most terrifying because one would never be able to see through the other party's face. Yes. How many types do you have? His pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. Xiao Yang pretended to be calm as he opened his mouth to ask once again. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his pair of turbid old eyes, which were originally staring at Xiao Yang's face. He paused for a moment before respectfully cupping his hands toward Xiao Yang in an apologetic manner. Only then did he let out a dry laugh and said with an apologetic face, "Brother Xiao Yang, you are the one who has been waiting for a long time. Sir, because the value of these things that you need is too high. Even my four-way pavilion is unable to gather all of them. Currently, my four-way pavilion only has 3 types of medicinal ingredients in stock. As for the rest, my four-way pavilion does not have them." At the end of his words, the old man's face involuntarily revealed an apologetic expression. He gently shook his head at Xiao Yang and frowned slightly as he spoke. Facing a rank 3 alchemist, the old man's heart was incomparably nervous. After all, this kind of person was someone that even a Do Di had to greet with a smiling face. If he did not receive him well, forget about how the black-robed young man in front of him would treat him. Once this matter was known by the upper echelons of the clan, it was likely that he would also be banished from the clan. Thinking until this point, the old man's expression became even more respectful. Even his breathing had become careful. Seeing the old man reveal this manner, Xiao Yang's expression was unconcerned. However, in his heart, he immediately felt a wild joy at this moment. Xiao Yang originally thought that even if he could find the things that he wanted in this four-way pavilion, there would at most be 1 or 2 types. After all, it was just as the old man in front of him had said. The things that Xiao Yang needed could be called priceless treasures. It was impossible for an ordinary faction to possess them. Even if they did, there would only be 1 type. Moreover, it would be the type that would be completely hidden away. It was impossible for an outsider to know about it, much less take it out and openly sell it. However, the answer that the old man gave Xiao Yang caused Xiao Yang's heart to be filled with joy and incomparable surprise. However, from this, Xiao Yang could also see that this so-called four-way pavilion was likely not some ordinary faction. Otherwise, how would it be possible for it to possess the 3 types of medicinal ingredients on Xiao Yang's list at the same time? Those medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yang's hands were behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in front of him. As he spoke, his hands, which were behind his back and covered by his sleeves, slowly clenched together. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. When the old man saw that Xiao Yang had opened his mouth again, a smile hurriedly appeared on his old face. He hurriedly said, "Sir, the medicinal ingredients that you want are currently in our four-way pavilion. Haha, I will order someone to bring them over." At the same time the old man's words sounded, he swiftly called an attendant forward. Under Xiao Yang's gaze, the old man's face carried a solemn expression as he spoke a few words to the attendant by the side. After ordering him to go and return quickly, he turned his eyes to Xiao Yang with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "It will take some time for the medicinal ingredients to be brought over. During this period of time, Sir can still take a look around. Other than the medicinal ingredients on your list, our pavilion also has other high-tier medicinal ingredients. If Sir takes a fancy to them, feel free to pick them." Ha. When he said this, the old man's face could not help but reveal a confident expression. Very obviously, he also had quite a lot of confidence in the items in his four-way pavilion, even if the black-robed young man in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes flickered slightly. His heart could not help but move slightly. When Xiao Yang had just arrived on the 2nd floor, he had already smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance from the air. This smell was extremely familiar to Xiao Yang. Other than some top-grade medicinal ingredients, there was nothing else that could emit such a rich medicinal fragrance. As his gaze moved, Xiao Yang's eyes swiftly darted around the various counters in the hall. In just a moment, Xiao Yang's pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Dragon attaching branch, strange flower fruit, soul nurturing grass, TSK. If these items were placed in the outside world, they would be able to cause a huge commotion. I never expected that they would actually be placed so casually here. Seeing those rare medicinal ingredients that even he had only heard of, Xiao Yang could not help but feel shocked by the background of this four-way pavilion. Just what kind of faction was this to be able to randomly place these things, which could normally be called priceless treasures, in this place for others to sell? This kind of thing caused even Xiao Yang to feel a deep shock in his heart. Seeing these medicinal ingredients placed so casually on the counter, Xiao Yang could not help but want to buy them all in one go. However, after a struggle in his heart, Xiao Yang finally calmed down. However, at the same time, While Xiao Yang was excitedly looking at the medicinal ingredients on the counter, an old man in a long white robe stared straight at Xiao Yang. Some strange colors surged in the depths of his deep eyes. Immediately, he moved his feet and walked out of the four-way pavilion without anyone noticing. When the old man had already left the four-way pavilion and appeared on the street outside, Xiao Yang, who was looking at the medicinal ingredients at the counter, finally slowly straightened his body. His eyes were filled with suspicion as they slowly swept across the place. Immediately, Xiao Yang took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Previously, Xiao Yang had clearly felt an extremely obscure aura enveloping his body. That aura clearly wanted to investigate something from Xiao Yang's body. However, at this moment, that aura had actually suddenly disappeared. This caused Xiao Yang to feel a little puzzled. Chapter 571. The next day. When the morning light shone on the earth, Xiao Yang also gradually woke up from a night of cultivation. His eyelids trembled slightly. The moment Xiao Yang opened his eyes, a brilliant flame flashed across the depths of Xiao Yang's eyes. After a night of cultivation, Xiao Yang did not feel the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, it made him feel even more energetic. Xiao Yang's body shook slightly as he stood up. Immediately, a wave of firecracker-like crackling sound was emitted from all over his body. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an arc as he sensed the refreshing feeling that was emitted from within his body. He immediately moved his body and flew toward the northern sky. Now that Murong Qianqian's matter had come to an end, Xiao Yang should start on his own matters. According to the original plan, Xiao Yang should head to the Western Wastelands region at this moment. However, he had not obtained the most important icy spirit liquid to refine the icy spirit pill. For the sake of the icy spirit liquid, Xiao Yang decided to temporarily stay in the Shilin region. Furthermore, other than that, the other medicinal ingredients needed to refine the icy spirit pill still required Xiao Yang to spend time to find. Rather than painstakingly searching in the Western Wastelands region, perhaps Xiao Yang would have a greater chance of finding them in the Shilin region. However, at the same time, Xiao Yang was afraid that he would have to face the four great sects head-on. In the following period of time, Xiao Yang continuously shuttled back and forth between the few nearby cities. On one hand, he searched for information about the remaining medicinal ingredients. On the other hand, he also inquired about some natural treasures that could increase spiritual force. Now, if Xiao Yang wanted to increase his spiritual force, there were only two methods he could follow. The first was to use a secret art and slowly cultivate. At the cost of time, he could cultivate his spiritual force for a long period of time. Of course, this method could indeed be said to be seeking victory through stability, but it would take too long. Even with Xiao Yang's temperament, he could not wait for 10 or 100 years of boring cultivation. As for the second method, it was to use heavenly treasures to achieve the effect of rapidly increasing one's soul strength. Compared to the first method, although the probability of finding this method was not high, the effect was more obvious. It was the choice of most alchemists and array masters. The current Xiao Yang didn't have the patience to cultivate his spiritual strength. Therefore, he focused all his attention on the second method. Even if the chances were small, Xiao Yang still wanted to give it a try. A month later, Xiao Yang, who had been searching everywhere, finally arrived in front of a city. At this moment, Xiao Yang's pitch-black eyes finally revealed some exhaustion. After a month of searching all over the place, Xiao Yang was disappointed time and time again. In a month's time, Xiao Yang had visited dozens of big and small cities, but the results were still disappointing. Besides finding 3 medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yang was unable to find anything else. With regards to the main medicinal ingredients for the ice spirit pill and the body returning pill, Xiao Yang also did not have any information. As for the heavenly treasure that could increase one's spiritual force, it was even more impossible to find. At this moment, Xiao Yang lifted his head to look at the ancient city in front of him. He could not help but use his hand to forcefully rub his face. With the last bit of hope in his heart, his body moved as he flew towards the city in front of him. Coldstream City. As he softly muttered these words, Xiao Yang's eyes slowly shifted away from the city gates. With one hand, he tugged at the black robes on his body. Only then did his figure move as he followed the surrounding crowd into the city. The area of Coldstream City was not small. Even when compared to Yang City, it was not inferior in size. In this area, Coldstream City was also the largest city, and this was also the reason why it was so prosperous. After entering the city, the enormous outline of the city appeared before Xiao Yang's eyes. The seemingly endless streets in front of him also showed how enormous Coldstream City was. However, to Xiao Yang, all of this was not attractive at all. Xiao Yang's gaze was only focused on those shops, and whether they had the medicinal ingredients that he needed. Similar to his actions in the previous month, Xiao Yang's target was the shops in the city. Of course, as he passed by, he did not forget to sweep his gaze across the street vendors. Many times, he would find things that one would not expect from these street vendors. Since Xiao Yang had experienced this before, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. However, it was a pity that finding amazing treasures from street vendors did not happen often. Even though Xiao Yang had visited all the street vendors in the past month, he still did not find anything. This time was no exception. Sigh, as he laughed bitterly in his heart, Xiao Yang understood that he had indeed been a little too impatient. Following the flow of people, Xiao Yang walked for a long time until a splendidly decorated large shop appeared before his eyes. Only then did the expression on Xiao Yang's face change. Four-way pavilion, what an extravagant name. However, I wonder if there is anything that I need here. Seeing the huge square-shaped building in front of him, which did indeed live up to its name, a sigh involuntarily surged into Xiao Yang's eyes. Hopefully, he would be able to find the thing that he needed in this place. Even if it was just one thing, it was enough to cause Xiao Yang to feel excited. When Xiao Yang stepped into the pavilion, the noise from the outside world instantly decreased by more than half. When Xiao Yang's body had completely stepped into this four-way pavilion, all the noise from the outside world had completely disappeared. At the same time, when Xiao Yang raised his eyes to take a look, the atmosphere in the pavilion involuntarily made him feel a little strange. Under normal circumstances, the people who ran a shop, regardless of whether they were the shop's attendants or the owner, should be courteous to their customers. However, looking at the situation before him, Xiao Yang could not help but frown. Although there were over 10 people choosing items in front of the counter in the hall, the attendants actually completely ignored these so-called customers. Instead, they appeared to be somewhat impatient. In fact, there were even a few bad-tempered attendants who actually pointed at a few customers and urged them in a loud voice with a displeased expression. Moreover, from the looks of it, they were simply planning to force a sale. Although the customers were somewhat dissatisfied with this, when their eyes noticed an old man with his eyes shut in the hall, they could only bitterly clench their teeth. However, they did not say anything else. Instead, they randomly chose a few items, hastily paid the bill and left. When they saw the few people leave, the attendants sneered and mocked them. At the same time, their poisonous snake-like sharp eyes quickly landed on Xiao Yang's body. At this moment, the few customers just so happened to pass by Xiao Yang. When they saw the confused face of Xiao Yang, the few of them involuntarily cast a pitiful gaze at him. Immediately, they did not dare to say anything else. After hurriedly bypassing Xiao Yang, they swiftly left this four-way pavilion. Chapter 572. Hee, another one has come to give me money. TSK, who knows if this brat is a pauper? He dares to barge into my four-way pavilion. No one has ever dared to approach my four-way pavilion, unless a few servants with sinister smiles on their faces secretly muttered something. At the end of their words, their slightly fearful gazes landed on the old man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the middle of the hall. TSK, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about this brat now. I'll make a bet with you. If he has money and can afford anything here, I'll lose an emperor-grade medicinal pill to you. If he doesn't, at most, I'll compensate you with one. No, I want the girl you got yesterday. That little girl looks so fresh. I'm afraid you've scared her a lot, haha. Coarse and lewd laughter spread throughout the hall. At the same time, it also caused the other servants to smile. As for the few young girls among the guests, after hearing these words, their pretty faces quickly turned red. They cast disdainful gazes at the two servants who spoke. Where did this stinking girl come from? She dares to stare at me. She deserves to be beaten. Noticing the resentful gazes of the few young girls, the servant laughed coldly. His face immediately revealed a displeased expression. The figure that was originally sitting on the counter instantly flashed and appeared in front of a young girl. With a wave of his hand, a slap ruthlessly landed. This sudden scene caused the young girl to instantly turn pale with fright. The man beside her, on the other hand, revealed a grave expression. His body moved, and he braced himself to charge forward. "Hihi, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Get lost." In response, the servant sneered. His body that was stopped in mid-air suddenly twisted. Immediately after, a heavy whip kick ruthlessly smashed onto the chest of the man in front of him. With just one blow, he was sent flying. When the man was sent flying, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction he flew in was actually towards Xiao Yang, who was standing at the same spot. HMPH. With a sneer, the servant with a sinister face leaped back. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and turned his back to Xiao Yang, as if he was listening to Xiao Yang's situation. However, the scene that happened in the next moment caused the sneer on the servant's face to quickly change. At the same time, the expressions of the others in the arena also changed. At this moment, Xiao Yang's face was calm. A thought passed through his heart and an invisible spiritual strength had already swept out, easily catching the human figure that had shot over in midair. The expression in everyone's eyes involuntarily changed when they saw this scene. At this moment, even the old man, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes shut, suddenly opened his turbid old eyes at this moment. His eyes contained surprise as he looked at Xiao Yang. His somewhat hoarse voice was filled with surprise as he said, "What are you talking about? An alchemist? Or an array master?" Xiao Yang did not comment on this. He did not even care about the old man's question. With a thought, he slowly put down the man who was gently caught by soul strength. Seeing that Xiao Yang actually ignored him, the old man could not help but narrow his old eyes. His turbid old eyes flashed. He slowly took a breath and spoke again in a deep voice. "Who are you? If you are here to cause trouble, then you have picked the wrong place." As his words fell, the old man slowly stood up. At the same time, a majestic aura spread out from the old man's body, causing everyone's expressions to change except for Xiao Yang. "I'm not here to cause trouble. It's just that I don't like others attacking me for no reason." Xiao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest because of this aura. At the same time, his pitch-black eyes looked at the servant who had just attacked. Humph. With a soft snort, a solemn expression flashed across the old man's face. Xiao Yang's relaxed expression made him feel a faintly discernible pressure. Swoosh! In the next instant, a sharp sound of thunder suddenly resounded in the hall. At the same time, the old man's expression could not help but change. However, before he could react, a violent bang resounded in the hall. Immediately, the old man and the others in the hall only reacted at this moment. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that Xiao Yang was standing where the servant who attacked just now was standing. As for the servant, he had already been mercilessly stepped on by Xiao Yang. His aura was extremely weak and it was obvious that he was not far from death. This person, what a terrifying speed. The moment he saw Xiao Yang, the old man's eyes suddenly shrunk. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his old face. Traces of cold sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead. The old man was unconcerned about the life and death of that attendant. However, the thing that caused his heart to feel incomparably shocked was that Xiao Yang in front of him was actually able to instantly step on that attendant under his feet without him being able to react. This kind of shocking, frightening speed really caused the old man's heart to be incomparably shocked. "Since you are not a shop, you don't have the medicinal ingredients that I need. I think that I have indeed come to the wrong place." After saying these words casually, Xiao Yang ignored the terrified gazes of the surrounding people. He moved his feet and was about to walk out of the square pavilion. "Mister," at this moment, the old man's voice sounded again. In order to show his respect, the old man called Xiao Yang Mister. "Why? You want to attack me after I hit your man?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang said in a somewhat impatient manner. A month's time had already wasted quite a bit of Xiao Yang's patience. The old man before him truly caused him to feel a bit of disgust. If this guy dared to speak any more nonsense, Xiao Yang would definitely not be stingy and attack him. It was merely a 9-star half-martial emperor. To the current Xiao Yang, there was nothing to be afraid of. The old man was momentarily stunned by Xiao Yang's impatient tone. After that, he hurriedly came back to his senses. A smile hurriedly appeared on his aged face. He cupped his hands towards Xiao Yang and said with a smile, "Mister, don't joke around. What happened earlier was merely a small misunderstanding. However, since Mr. said that you have come to purchase medicinal ingredients, then you have naturally come to the right place to come to our square pavilion." As he said those words, the old man raised his hand, extended his palm and pointed to a staircase that led to the second floor. The first floor is merely a floor that our square pavilion casually opened to the outside world. There is nothing valuable here. As for the second floor, it is a pavilion specially opened for high-level half-martial emperors. Only there will be true treasures. Of course, although it is a floor specially opened for high-level half-martial emperors, since Mr. is an alchemist, you will naturally be able to enter it. After the old man's words left his mouth, Xiao Yang, who had already walked to the entrance of the square pavilion, stopped his footsteps. After that, he slowly turned around. Following the old man's finger, his gaze landed on the staircase that led to the second floor. Indeed, Xiao Yang was able to sense a formless power at that place. That sort of power was something that only 5-star half-martial emperors and above could pass through. Of course, with Xiao Yang's soul strength, he would naturally be able to pass through it easily. It was no wonder that the old man would say those words. Sensing this, Xiao Yang's gaze flickered slightly. After pondering for a moment, he finally raised his foot again and slowly walked towards the staircase that led to the second floor. Chapter 573. The emotion in the old man's heart finally calmed down when he saw Xiao Yang lift his foot and walk toward the tunnel. He immediately turned his gaze, and his face was cold as he looked at the remaining few attendants. He angrily reprimanded, "You blind thing, why aren't you dragging this bastard away? He's making a fool of himself here. In the future, he doesn't need to stay in the family anymore. He can go to the mercenary team outside the city." The expressions on the faces of the few attendants swiftly changed when they heard the furious reprimand. Their faces carried a dense fear. After which, they hurriedly walked to the front of the attendant who had fainted after being stomped by Xiao Yang. On one hand, they felt sorrow for this fellow in their hearts, while on the other, they also bitterly looked at each other and rejoiced in their hearts. Although the mercenary group outside the city was also formed by a group of half-emperor experts, their hunting targets were also not weak. Under normal circumstances, it was nothing much to encounter a low-level half-emperor-level magical beast. However, they were afraid of those high-level magical beasts. Those fellows were terrifyingly strong. Their mercenary group had been unable to return from the hands of magical beasts of that level several times. At this moment, this old man's punishment was equivalent to pushing them to a dead end. Xiao Yang, who had just walked to the entrance of the stairs, could not help but pause his footsteps after hearing the old man's words. He turned his head slightly and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the old man with interest. The old man's action had undoubtedly caused Xiao Yang to have no reason to continue attacking. However, at the same time, it could be said that he had helped Xiao Yang vent his anger. Since both of them had a way out, Xiao Yang could no longer open his mouth to say anything. The old man appeared to have sensed Xiao Yang's gaze. The fierceness that was revealed on his old face a moment ago disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a warm smile. The old man cupped his hands to Xiao Yang and said with a smile on his face, "According to the rules of the pavilion, it is inconvenient for this old man to accompany you. Mister, please go up to the second floor alone. There will naturally be someone up there to receive you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang once again glanced at the old man. Light flickered in his eyes. Soon after, he no longer paid any attention to the old man. With a light lift of his feet, he moved towards the second floor. It wasn't until Xiao Yang's figure disappeared at the top of the stairs that the old man withdrew his gaze. His pair of old eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. Although he didn't know who this black-robed youth was, from the other party's spiritual strength, he could tell that he was a rank 2 alchemist. Not bad, even he couldn't easily touch an alchemist of this level. Chemph. After glaring at the attendants again, the old man retracted his gaze hatefully. With a wave of his sleeve, he once again sat cross-legged in the hall. As for the others, they took advantage of this time to leave the Four Directions Pavilion. After stepping onto the second floor, Xiao Yang spread out his spiritual strength. Immediately, he was able to detect many experts with powerful auras. On the second floor, there were a total of 3 9-star half-martial emperors. As for the others, even the weakest among them was a 6-star half-martial emperor. When Xiao Yang appeared on the second floor, the crowd present all turned their curious gazes to Xiao Yang. Immediately, astonishment flashed past the eyes of many people present. Never would they have imagined that the person who had stepped onto the second floor of the Four Directions Pavilion would be such a young person. One must know that the rules of the Four Directions Pavilion were very strict. Even though the owner of the Four Directions Pavilion rarely bothered with the first floor, the second floor was not a place that just anyone could enter. If one wanted to enter the second floor of the Four Directions Pavilion, one must either possess a strength of at least a 6-star half-martial emperor or possess an extremely powerful spiritual strength. At the very least, one must be a rank 2 alchemist or a formation master. However, at this moment, no matter how the crowd thought about it, they were unable to imagine how this seemingly young black-gowned young man would be able to meet the two requirements. However, at the same time, the crowd also understood that since this person was able to step onto the second floor with such graceful footsteps, it was likely that the person on the first floor had already personally tested him. Otherwise, this black-gowned young man before them would definitely not appear here. However, other than those surprised gazes, the expression in the eyes of a certain old man in the square involuntarily hardened when he saw Xiao Yang. An extremely obscure glint instantly flashed deep within his turbid old eyes. Soon after, he recovered his calmness. Xiao Yang did not discover this small change. After ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, he raised his foot and walked toward a counter with relatively fewer people in the hall. Only at this moment did the crowd come back to their senses. Soon after, a white-haired old man quickly walked toward Xiao Yang with a face full of smiles. He first cupped his hands in an extremely courteous manner. After that, with a face full of smiles, he warmly smiled at Xiao Yang and said, "Haha, mister, do you need to purchase something? This old man is the manager of this place. If mister needs anything, please feel free to ask. As long as it is something that my Four Directions Pavilion can afford, we will definitely not be stingy." Hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression did not change much. After seeing the group of people on the first floor, Xiao Yang did not believe that the group of people before him would be any better than them. However, regardless of what Xiao Yang was thinking at this moment, the words from the old man's mouth were what Xiao Yang wanted to hear the most right now. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. He extended 2 of his fingers and gently shook them in the empty space in front of him. Immediately, a piece of parchment filled with various natural treasures appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. "Do you have the items on this list?" Xiao Yang casually handed the list in his hand to the old man in front of him as he asked with an indifferent expression. Although Xiao Yang's words appeared to be spoken in a relaxed manner with an extremely calm manner, as though the things on this list were dispensable and unimportant, the old man in front of him did not know just how anxious Xiao Yang's heart was at this moment. Facing this kind of old fox, if Xiao Yang really revealed the true thoughts in his heart on his face, he would undoubtedly be asked for an exorbitant price by this old man. On the contrary, if Xiao Yang's expression was calm, this old man would not dare to casually raise the price. Xiao Yang had seen many people like this who would raise the price on the spot. Of course, even though his expression did not change, as if he did not care at all, Xiao Yang was extremely concerned in his heart. After all, this was a big matter that concerned whether he could enter the rank 3 alchemist or not. Whether it was the 2 medicinal pills or the spiritual force, Xiao Yang could not remain calm. After receiving the list, the old man's turbid gaze first randomly swept over it. Immediately following this, a surprise involuntarily flashed across his pair of old eyes. At the same time that his expression changed slightly, the old man raised his gaze and immediately looked at Xiao Yang. He asked in a solemn voice, "Xiao Yang, what are you doing? You are a rank 3 alchemist." Hearing this, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes was slightly startled at first, but soon after, he looked at the old man without commenting and asked in a deep voice, "Just tell me, do you have the items on this list here?" Seeing Xiao Yang's appearance, the old man did not dare to underestimate him. From the medicinal ingredients on the list, it was not difficult to see that the medicinal pill that was being refined was undoubtedly a rank 3 medicinal pill. Seeing Xiao Yang's appearance, then his guess was not wrong. Without hesitation, the old man quickly nodded his head and said with certainty, "Sir, we do." Chapter 574. Yes. Hearing Xiao Yang's low voice, the old man's tone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly nodded heavily at Xiao Yang. If the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist, then just the latter's identity was enough to make the old man bow and bend his knees. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's eyes could not help but flicker slightly. A wave of joy immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Xiao Yang did not know exactly what kind of things were described on the list within the word have, at the very least, it gave Xiao Yang some hope. Finally, after searching bitterly for a month, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, allowing Xiao Yang to witness the results. Of course, even though Xiao Yang was extremely surprised in his heart, he still revealed an indifferent expression on his face. No one was able to tell what exactly Xiao Yang was feeling in his heart at this moment. This point also caused the old man in front of Xiao Yang's eyes to focus slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of him not only had great ability, but also had such a calm temperament. He did not show his emotions on his face. This kind of person was the most terrifying because one would never be able to see through the other party's face. "How many do you have?" Xiao Yang's pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. He pretended to be calm as he opened his mouth to ask again. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his pair of turbid old eyes, which were originally staring at Xiao Yang's face. He paused for a moment before respectfully cupping his hands toward Xiao Yang in an apologetic manner. Only then did he let out a dry laugh and said with an apologetic face, "Brother Xiao Yang, you are the one who has been waiting for a long time. Sir, because the value of these things that you need is too high, even my 4-way pavilion is unable to gather all of them. Currently, my 4-way pavilion only has 3 of the medicinal ingredients in stock. As for the rest, my 4-way pavilion does not have them." At the end of his words, the old man's face involuntarily revealed an apologetic expression. He gently shook his head at Xiao Yang and frowned slightly as he spoke. Facing a rank 3 alchemist, the old man's heart was incomparably nervous. After all, this kind of person was someone that even a Do Di had to greet with a smiling face. If he did not receive him well, forget about how this black-robed young man in front of him would treat him. Once this matter was known by the upper echelons of the clan, it was likely that he would also be banished from the clan. Thinking until this point, the old man's expression appeared to become even more respectful. Even his breathing had become careful. Seeing the old man reveal such an appearance, Xiao Yang's expression was unconcerned. However, in his heart, he immediately felt a wild joy at this moment. Xiao Yang originally thought that even if he could find the things that he wanted in this 4-way pavilion, there would at most be 1 or 2 of them. After all, it was just as the old man in front of him had said. The things that Xiao Yang needed could be called priceless treasures. It was impossible for an ordinary faction to possess them. Even if they did, there would only be 1 of them. Moreover, it would be the kind that would be completely hidden away. It was impossible for outsiders to know about it, much less take it out and openly sell it. However, the answer that the old man gave Xiao Yang caused Xiao Yang's heart to be filled with joy and incomparable surprise. However, from this, Xiao Yang could also see that this so-called 4-way pavilion was likely not some ordinary faction. Otherwise, how could they possess the 3 medicinal ingredients on Xiao Yang's list at the same time? The medicinal ingredients. Xiao Yang's hands were behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in front of him. As he spoke, his hands, which were behind his back and covered by his sleeves, slowly clenched together. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. Seeing that Xiao Yang had spoken again, The old man hurriedly piled up a smile on his old face. He hurriedly said, "Sir, the medicinal ingredients that you want are currently in our four-way pavilion. Ha, I'll order someone to bring them over." At the same time the old man's words sounded, he swiftly called an attendant forward. Under Xiao Yang's gaze, the old man's face carried a solemn expression as he spoke a few words to the attendant by the side. After ordering him to go and return quickly, he turned his eyes to Xiao Yang with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "It will take some time for the medicinal ingredients to be brought over. During this period of time, Sir can still take a look around. Other than the medicinal ingredients on your list, our pavilion also has other high-tier medicinal ingredients. If Sir takes a fancy to them, feel free to pick them." Ha. When he said this, the old man's face could not help but reveal a confident expression. Very obviously, he also had quite a lot of confidence in the items in his four-way pavilion, even if the black-robed young man in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes flickered slightly. His heart could not help but be moved slightly. Early on, when Xiao Yang had just reached the second floor, he had already smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance from the air. To Xiao Yang, this smell was extremely familiar. Other than some top-grade medicinal ingredients, there was nothing else that could emit such a rich medicinal fragrance. Xiao Yang's gaze moved quickly across the various counters in the hall. In just a moment, Xiao Yang's pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Attached dragon branch, strange flower fruit, soul-nurturing grass. TSK. If these items were placed in the outside world, they would be able to cause a huge commotion. I did not expect that they would be placed so casually here. Seeing those rare medicinal ingredients that even he had only heard of, Xiao Yang could not help but feel shocked by the background of this four-way pavilion. Just what kind of faction was this in order to be able to randomly place these things, which could normally be called priceless treasures, in this place for others to sell? This kind of thing caused even Xiao Yang to feel a deep shock in his heart. Seeing these medicinal ingredients placed so casually on the counter, Xiao Yang could not help but want to buy them all in one go. However, after struggling in his heart for a while, Xiao Yang finally calmed down. However, at the same time, Xiao Yang walked out of the four-way pavilion in a state of shock. Only when the old man had already left the four-way pavilion and appeared on the street outside did Xiao Yang, who was looking at the medicinal ingredients at the counter, slowly straightened his body. His eyes were filled with suspicion as he slowly swept his gaze across the place. Immediately, Xiao Yang took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Earlier, Xiao Yang had clearly sensed an extremely obscure qi covering his body. That qi was clearly trying to probe something from Xiao Yang's body. However, at this moment, that qi had suddenly disappeared. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yang to feel some doubt in his heart. Chapter 575. That aura, exactly who is it? Xiao Yang narrowed both of his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, only to discover that out of the 3 9-star band DI present, including the old man from earlier, there were only 2 left. I hope that I am overthinking things. His pupils tightened slightly. Xiao Yang felt an indescribable bad premonition in his heart. Earlier, as he did not pay too much attention to the situation here, he did not discover that the other 9-star half-martial emperor had already left the Four Directions pavilion without him noticing. At this moment, Xiao Yang could only hope in his heart that the other 9-star half-martial emperor did not discover anything. Otherwise, his departure would very likely bring about an enormous danger to Xiao Yang. It seems that I cannot stay in this place for long, Xiao Yang secretly said in his heart. Soon after, he no longer bothered to pay attention to the old man. No matter what, he must first obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients. As for the other medicinal ingredients, regardless of how big or small they were all placed at the back of Xiao Yang's mind. After a short period of time, the attendant who had been ordered by the old man to retrieve the medicinal ingredients returned with a white jade tray in his hands and arrived in front of the old man. A high-grade storage ring was placed on the jade tray. Without much thought, the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yang wanted were definitely within the storage ring. After receiving the jade tray, the old man casually asked the attendant to leave. As for himself, he carefully inspected the items within the storage ring. Only then did he gently exhale with a face full of smiles. Soon after, he raised the tray in his hands and walked over to Xiao Yang. "Ha ha, my lord, the 3 medicinal ingredients that you need are within this storage ring. My lord, please take a look." Walking forward, the old man looked at Xiao Yang with a smile and handed the tray with the storage ring in front of Xiao Yang as he spoke respectfully. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, he nodded his head and picked up the storage ring on the tray. At the same time, a strand of spiritual strength flew out from between his brows and entered the storage ring. Sure enough, there were 3 exquisite jade boxes placed in order within the storage ring. The jade box was tightly shut and did not open at all. However, the entire jade box was completely transparent. Through the crystal-like outer layer of the jade box, Xiao Yang could clearly see that the 3 medicinal ingredients were carefully placed within the jade box. Seeing these 3 medicinal ingredients, joy immediately surged into Xiao Yang's heart. These 3 medicinal ingredients were exactly what he needed. Dragon vine blood branch, snow spirit fruit, young fire fruit. It was fine that the first 2 medicinal ingredients had changed. However, when Xiao Yang saw that the 3rd medicinal ingredient was actually the tender flame fruit, the emotion in his heart was finally unable to be suppressed at this moment. Unexpectedly, this was really unexpected. He was actually able to find the tender flame fruit in this place. One must know that this was the most important medicinal ingredient to refine the body-returning pill. Even Lung Bingshuang valued it greatly. He had never imagined that Xiao Yang would actually find this item here. The tender flame fruit. It is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort. Originally, I thought that I would need to search for a few more days before I could find you. However, since this is the case, it seems that I have finally gathered all the medicinal ingredients I need to refine the body-returning pill. This enormous surprise caused Xiao Yang's heart to be extremely excited at this moment. Obtaining the tender flame fruit also meant that Xiao Yang was one step closer to obtaining the icy spirit cold liquid. Currently, Xiao Yang only needed to wait until his alchemist class reached rank 3 before he could begin to refine the bodhisattva returning pill. At that time, the icy spirit pill would naturally not be a problem. After a long while, Xiao Yang's mind, which was immersed in the storage ring, finally slowly withdrew. At this moment, the old man beside him was still looking at Xiao Yang with a surprised expression on his face. There was some cold sweat on his forehead, as if he was afraid that Xiao Yang was not satisfied with these medicinal ingredients. "That's right. I want all 3 of these medicinal ingredients." When he heard this, the old man's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. Although he was aware of the value of these medicinal ingredients, he was even more aware of the importance of a rank 3 alchemist. Today, if he was able to obtain the favor of a rank 3 alchemist for the clan, then to their entire clan, there would be endless benefits. At the same time, his position within the clan would certainly rise as a result. To him, this transaction was not the slightest bit of loss. Of course, the precondition for this was that the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist. If he were to know that the Xiao Yang in front of him was actually only a rank 2 alchemist, just what kind of thoughts would this old man have in his heart? "Tell me, how much are these 3 medicinal ingredients worth? I will buy all of them." It was a long while later before Xiao Yang once again opened his mouth. His expression was calm and there was not the slightest ripple. If this was in the past, Xiao Yang would really not have the confidence to say such words. After all, there was not much of the DI tier medicinal pills that he had refined. However, the reason why the current Xiao Yang had the confidence to say these words was all thanks to the storage ring that he had obtained from Zhao Xian. As an elite Do DI, the foundation in Zhao Xian's hands was naturally extraordinary. Just the DI tier medicinal pills alone, there were over 10 of them in his storage ring. There were even over a dozen rank 3 medicinal pills. As for the other various medicinal ingredients, there was an even greater amount. Therefore, after receiving all the wealth of this elite Do DI, it was not a problem for Xiao Yang to obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients with his current financial strength. Hearing the satisfaction that was emitted from Xiao Yang's words, the old man's heart was incomparably happy. However, soon after, the old man hurriedly waved his hand at Xiao Yang and hurriedly said with a smile, "You are too polite. It is only 3 medicinal ingredients. In any case, placing them in our 4 pavilions will only end up burying them. Rather than wasting them like this, why don't I make the decision and gift these 3 medicinal ingredients to you? It is just that. Cuckoo, you want me to owe you a favor?" Seeing the embarrassed smile on the old man's face, Xiao Yang's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately changed his tone and laughed. "Sir, I do not have any other intentions. I only hope that, sure, it is just a favor. I already owe a lot. I do not lack this little bit." Soon after, Xiao Yang smiled and nodded without waiting for the old man's words to sound. He wore the storage ring on his hand and laughed in a seemingly magnanimous manner. Xiao Yang's decisive words also caused the old man's expression to be stunned. He did not expect that the black-robed, young man in front of him would actually so easily agree to this favor. "Alchemists, they are really a group of people who do not play by the rules," the old man quietly muttered in his heart. However, at this moment, he was even more happy in his heart. With these words from Xiao Yang, it was likely that his position in the clan would swiftly rise in the future. At that time, why would he need to continue staying in this 4 pavilions to look at other people's faces? However, as if he wanted to completely capture Xiao Yang, the old man's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly inhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth. This caused Xiao Yang's expression to be slightly startled. Soon after, the old man hurriedly opened his mouth again to Xiao Yang and said in a serious voice, "Sir, I have a piece of information here that might be able to help you obtain the remaining few items on this list. However, I wonder if you are willing to listen?" After the old man's voice sounded, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes immediately focused. He did not expect that this old man would bring him so many surprises. Chapter 576. At this moment, Xiao Yang and the old man were standing in a spacious and empty room. Xiao Yang unceremoniously sat on the seat that had been prepared. The old man, on the other hand, stood a short distance in front of Xiao Yang in a respectful manner. "Tell me, what is the news?" Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man in front of him. There seemed to be an invisible pressure gradually pressing on the old man's heart, causing his heart to suddenly tighten. Looking at Xiao Yang's appearance, it seemed as though he would attack at any moment. Cough cough. The old man's old face was slightly pale as he coughed twice. After pausing for a moment, he carefully opened his mouth and asked Xiao Yang, "May I ask, sir, is there a problem with your spiritual strength?" Xiao Yang frowned. He did not know that the old man would actually ask such a question. His heart immediately tightened. Immediately, the old man seemed to be afraid that Xiao Yang would misunderstand and hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. I only saw that the soul baby fruit was written on the list. Therefore, I was curious and asked such a question." After hearing these words, the emotions in Xiao Yang's heart slowly calmed down. At the same time, a chill surfaced in his eyes as he looked at the old man in front of him. This caused the old man's body to involuntarily tremble. In his heart, he was even more fearful of Xiao Yang. "Recently, my spiritual strength is in need of a breakthrough. Therefore, I conveniently searched for it. Why, are you very curious about my condition?" With a cold gaze, Xiao Yang's tone was slightly sinister as he said. The old man's body trembled and a chill swiftly rose from the bottom of his feet. After which, he hurriedly bowed respectfully towards Xiao Yang and coughed twice before speaking with an embarrassed face. "Cough cough, sir, you must be joking. Just now, I was merely curious only." As the old man spoke, his voice unconsciously trembled. At the same time, cold sweat swiftly flowed down from the wrinkles on his forehead. "What about now?" Xiao Yang's tone was cold and indifferent, but in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. I'm not curious anymore. The old man hurriedly lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Yang sneered, but the old man in front of him had his head buried deep, so he didn't know about it at all. "Go ahead and tell me. I don't believe that you would ask those questions for no reason." Xiao Yang withdrew his tone. Only then did the old man in front of him heave a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he recalled that he did indeed have something to say earlier. However, due to Xiao Yang's pressure, he had momentarily become at a loss and forgot to say it. Sir, although our four-way pavilion does not have the soul baby fruit, I know that there is a place where this kind of natural treasure that possesses spiritual strength exists. Xiao Yang's expression suddenly turned serious, and joy involuntarily rose in his heart. If it was really as the old man in front of him had said, then perhaps there was hope for his spiritual strength to break through to rank 3. When he saw the change in Xiao Yang's expression, joy also rose in the old man's heart. Although the alchemist's temperament was strange and fickle, if he could cater to the alchemist's preferences, he might be able to bind the black-robed young man in front of him to him. He would not easily miss such a good opportunity. Where is the thing that you want to talk about? After regaining his senses, Xiao Yang did not ignore the old man's words because of his excitement. The old man involuntarily clicked his tongue in wonder in his heart when he saw that Xiao Yang had actually recovered his calmness so quickly. This kind of mental state was really difficult to imagine that it would actually appear in the body of a member of the younger generation. After all, it was likely that even some of the experts from the older generation would not be able to calm their hearts so quickly after hearing such news. After a slight pause, the old man organized the following words in his heart. He really did not want to be angrily glared at by Xiao Yang in front of him again. After a short few breaths, the old man finally lifted his head. His gaze slowly looked towards Xiao Yang, and his tone carefully asked, "May I know if Sir has heard about the matter of the desolate ancient ruins?" When he heard this, Xiao Yang was stunned, and his face involuntarily revealed a puzzled expression. He had really never heard of what the old man in front of him had said. When he saw the expression on Xiao Yang's face, the old man's heart finally relaxed a little, and his mouth softly exhaled a breath of relief. Soon after, his tone was somewhat uncertain as he said, "Sir, recently there have been rumors that at the border of the Shalin mountain range, as well as a place that borders the human world, there seems to have been an ancient ruin discovered. The natural treasure that you need, which possesses spiritual strength, is located there. You say that I need it, but I still do not know what exactly it is." Xiao Yang's eyes flashed slightly, but his tone was extremely flat. When he heard Xiao Yang's words, the old man could not help but smile awkwardly. Originally, he wanted to keep Xiao Yang in suspense, but looking at the situation, the Xiao Yang in front of him was already a little impatient. Helplessly, the old man could only smile embarrassedly. Soon after, he frowned slightly and pretended to be deep in thought. After confirming that his memory was correct, he opened his mouth to Xiao Yang and said, "Sir, the thing that I am talking about is the soul-consolidating fruit." Yes. When the old man's voice fell, Xiao Yang's heart suddenly shook, and an incomparably excited expression immediately surged into the depths of his eyes. Even his body, which was originally sitting on the chair, could not help but suddenly stand up at this moment. Just this point alone was enough to prove the waves in Xiao Yang's heart at this moment. Soul-consolidating fruit. Soul-consolidating fruit, I really did not expect it. I did not even dare to think about this thing, but I did not expect that you would actually take the initiative to deliver it to me. The voice in his mouth softly muttered. Xiao Yang also felt a little surprised in his heart because of this. When Xiao Yang first wrote this list, Xiao Yang had already thought of the soul-consolidating fruit. This kind of fruit could be said to be extremely suitable for the current Xiao Yang. If he had it, Xiao Yang had absolute confidence that he would be able to break through his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist. However, it was also because of the soul-consolidating fruit's extraordinary effects that it was rare and not easy to find. Therefore, Xiao Yang placed his target on the relatively more likely soul infant fruit. However, he did not expect that what made Xiao Yang surprised was that there was still no news of the soul infant fruit, but there was actually already news of the soul-consolidating fruit. The soul-consolidating fruit. This kind of fruit was neither a flower nor a fruit. However, it possessed an extremely large and pure spiritual strength. This kind of large spiritual strength was enough to allow an ordinary rank 2 alchemist to swiftly raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist in the shortest amount of time. Most importantly, The large spiritual strength that the soul-consolidating fruit possessed could allow anyone to directly swallow and refine it without any side effects. It was also because of this that this soul-consolidating fruit had become an object that all alchemists and formation masters yearned for in their hearts. After all, if one relied purely on training to raise one's spiritual strength, one would need an unknown amount of time. However, a small fruit was currently able to create a rank 3 alchemist or a rank 3 formation master within a short period of time. It was likely that any alchemist below rank 3 would not bear to miss out on this kind of huge temptation. Even Xiao Yang was no exception to this point. Chapter 577. In the other hall, when the old man saw that Xiao Yang had such a big reaction, he was not surprised but happy. Indeed, this was what he wanted to see the most at this moment. From his point of view, the greater the commotion in Xiao Yang's heart, the better it would be. This would only improve their relationship. The greater the favor Xiao Yang in front of him owed him, the more he would be able to help him in the future. He would also have an even greater reason to get this rank 3 alchemist to act on his behalf. For him, this was really killing many birds with one stone. He just didn't expect that the black-robed young man in front of him didn't know anything about this desolate ancient ruins. However, this news was only spread in recent months. Perhaps during this period, Xiao Yang was in an inconspicuous city, bitterly searching for the medicinal herbs he needed. Of course, all of this was not important to the old man. What he really cared about was whether Xiao Yang in front of him could bring him great benefits. "Are you sure? Are you sure that thing is really the condensing soul fruit?" Suddenly, Xiao Yang, who stood up in front of him, stared at the old man. There was a different meaning in his tone. It was both excited and suspicious. Noticing Xiao Yang's dark black, deep eyes shooting over, the old man's body involuntarily shuddered. It must be said that the black-robed, young man in front of him may appear ordinary, but the invisible pressure that he gave him was not the slightest bit inferior to those in charge within the clan. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but secretly feel scared. He could only think that maybe he was thinking too much. After recovering, the old man's face quickly surged with a respectful smile. He smiled respectfully at Xiao Yang and said, "Sir, you can rest assured about this. I am willing to use my life to guarantee that my news is definitely not wrong." When the old man's words fell, he did not forget to secretly add a sentence in his heart. "This news has now spread crazily in the few big cities around. I'm afraid that you are the only one who doesn't know." Of course, Xiao Yang naturally didn't know about these words. However, even if he knew, he believed that he wouldn't take it to heart. As long as a ruin appeared, it would be strange if it didn't attract attention from all directions. Therefore, Xiao Yang didn't have too many doubts about the words of the old man in front of him. After thinking for a while, he nodded his head non-committally. And when Xiao Yang obtained part of the news about the ruins, at the same time, on the other side, outside the most magnificent courtyard in Cold Stream City, the white-robed old man who had left the Four Directions Pavilion earlier had already appeared here. Standing outside the manor, the old man slowly lifted his gaze. His pair of densely white eyes looked at the signboard in front of him. The two large words were flickering with a bright golden light. The expression in the old man's eyes flickered slightly. The corners of his mouth unconsciously parted into a cold smile. Sun Mansion. When the guard in front of the door saw the person who came, a respectful smile quickly appeared on his originally indifferent face. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man, and at the same time, he also respectfully called out, "Sir, sir." "Greetings, old Bai." Hearing this, the cold smile on the old man's face slowly disappeared. In the end, it became indifference. After which, he softly snorted and said in a deep voice, "Mich, I have an important matter to discuss with your family head. Quickly bring me to see him." Hearing the words from the old man's mouth, the two guards did not dare to slight him in the slightest. They hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man again. After which, they made an inviting gesture to the old man. At the same time, they hurriedly opened the tightly shut door behind them. Which, after a cold snort, the old man no longer acted courteously. Without waiting for the guard to lead the way, his body flashed and he instantly entered the courtyard. Seeing the white-robed old man who had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, the expressions on the faces of the two guards in front of the door instantly became overwhelmed with shock. What frightening speed! As expected of a 9-star half-martial emperor expert. That's right. However, if he is compared to the family head, he is far inferior. TCH, the family head is a dignified elite Do Di. Regardless of how fast Bai Yi is, how can a 9-star half-martial emperor be faster than a Do Di? However, if we were to compare the both of us, TSK, even though we are all half-martial emperors, we pale in comparison to Bai Yi. The two armored guards in front of the courtyard mocked each other. At the same time, the white-robed old man who was called Bai Yi had also used a swift speed to fly past a cluster of buildings within a short moment. After which, he arrived in front of the most majestic building within the courtyard. The main hall of the Sun Manor. Ha 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 ha, brother Bai Yi, why have you returned after leaving just now? Don't tell me that you have forgotten to inform me of something. You can be rest assured that with me around, as long as that brat called Xiao Yang dares to appear in my cold stream city, I will immediately dispatch people to capture her. High in the sky, before Bai Yi's body could land, a deep voice that appeared to be quite imposing was emitted from the main hall below like a rumbling thunder. The person who spoke appeared to have sensed Bai Yi's arrival. It was as though he had been waiting here for a long time. Bai Yi's heart involuntarily became awed when he heard that thunder-like voice. An elite Do Di was really this frightening. Just the aura and pressure contained within those words caused Bai Yi's heart to tremble. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of apocalyptic scene it would be if they were to fight. However, Bai Yi's emotions swiftly recovered their calmness soon after. At the same time, his body, which was standing in the sky, flashed slightly and swiftly landed in front of the main hall below. Bai Yi's gaze shifted downwards. In front of the main hall, there was a middle-aged man with a strong body wearing embroidered clothes. He was smiling as he waited with his hands behind his back. Brother Bai Yi left in the morning and hurried back to my Sun Manor in the afternoon. Looks like Brother Bai Yi has deep feelings for my Sun clan. The middle-aged large man looked at Bai Yi with a smile that was not a smile. The expression in his eyes appeared quite sharp. Bai Yi involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He did not expect that all of his movements were being monitored by this person in front of him. Clan head Sun is also concerned about me. However, the reason I have returned this time around is not for any other reason. Instead, there is something that I feel that there is a need to inform you of. Bai Yi frowned deeply as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. It was a long while later before he slowly spoke in a solemn tone. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared intently at Bai Yi in front of him. It was as though he was examining the credibility of the latter's words. After a couple of breaths, the middle-aged man finally laughed softly and opened his mouth to speak. Ha ha, brother Bai Yi, please don't misunderstand. You should also know that as a Do Di, I am able to sense anyone whose aura I know as long as they are in my cold stream city. Therefore, this is really an unintentional act, but brother Bai Yi, you said that you have sensed something this time around. May I know? Although the middle-aged man appeared to have a straightforward character, his words were tactful and detailed, causing one to not dare to be careless. The reason I have come this time around is to tell clan head Sun that I have seen a person in your four-way pavilion. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He had seen many people. Who was this person? Brother Bai Yi, please speak frankly. I do not like to waste my brain. Cuckoo, since clan head Sun is not willing to think too much, I will speak frankly. This person is the person you mentioned earlier. Suddenly, the expression of the middle-aged man solidified. He involuntarily let out a soft exclamation with Bai Yi in front of him. Xiao Yang. Chapter 578. Xiao Yang. It was a long while later before the middle-aged man gradually woke up from the thoughts in his heart. However, he still could not resist softly muttering Xiao Yang's name. You mean that Xiao Yang is currently in my cold stream city? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Bai Yi in front of him. His voice was somewhat low and deep as he spoke. Cuckoo, that's right. Chief Sun, not only is Xiao Yang currently in Cold Stream City, but he is also in the Four Directions pavilion established by the Sun Clan. Bai Yi parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He revealed a row of densely white teeth. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the smile on Bai Yi's face, which should have appeared warm, appeared dark and cold at this moment. A joy immediately surfaced on the middle-aged man's face when he heard the words from Bai Yi's mouth. It was unexpected that Xiao Yang would actually take the initiative to deliver himself to their doorstep. As long as they were able to capture Xiao Yang and deliver him to the Heavenly Sword Sect, it would be quite beneficial to their Sun Clan. The four large clans under the Heavenly Sword Sect, Hue, Zhuo, Bai, and Sun, each managed the 4 regions within the territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The distribution of the regions was based on the contributions of the 4 large clans. For the past 100 years, their Sun Clan had always been at the bottom. Even now, the region that they were allocated was the smallest. However, if they were able to capture Xiao Yang and deliver him to the Heavenly Sword Sect, the positions of the 4 large clans would undergo a great reshuffling. The size of the region was directly related to the profits that their entire clan could obtain. This was also related to the overall strength of their entire clan. This was something that they could not afford to not pay attention to. Moreover, Xiao Yang had disappeared for 3 years. Now that he had reappeared, the bounty that the 4 large sects had announced for him was something that even these elite Dodi were extremely tempted in their hearts. If they were able to obtain that bounty, in addition to their Sun Clan capturing Xiao Yang, they would be able to perform a great service for the Heavenly Sword Sect. At that time, the Sun Clan would be able to obtain far more than this. When he thought of this, the middle-aged man's heart immediately moved slightly. Once Xiao Yang was captured by his Sun Clan, the leader of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword Sect would change hand. Bai Yi, who was in front of him, laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this. If the head of the Sun Clan could think of this, how could he not? Long before he had arrived at the Sun Clan, he had already used a secret technique to inform the Bai clan behind him. Unfortunately, the territories of the Sun and Bai clans were adjacent to each other. As their neighbor, the Bai clan would likely arrive here soon. This was the reason why Bai Yi had intentionally delayed for so long. Although the 2 clans were separated by territories, the distance between them was still quite great. However, Bai Yi was confident that the head of the Bai clan would definitely personally come once Xiao Yang appeared. With his strength as a Dodi, this little distance would not take much time. Bai Yi involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart when he thought of this. As long as the head of the Sun Clan arrived, it would be hard to say just which clan would end up with Xiao Yang. However, Bai Yi's gaze immediately turned. His eyes flickered in a manner that was undetectable. After which, he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and opened his mouth once again. His tone carried some ridicule as he laughed. However, I think that at this very moment, the manager of the Four Directions Pavilion, Sun Hue, should be surrounding Xiao Yang with a heart filled with joy. Ha ha! Heh! The middle-aged man immediately knit his brows tightly when he heard this. The expression on his face swiftly became gloomy. What do you mean by this? The middle-aged man slowly clenched his hands behind his back. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Bai Yi and asked in a low voice. At the same time that he spoke, circular invisible ripples slowly spread out from the empty space around the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Bai Yi's heart could not help but feel terrified. Soon after, he once again opened his mouth with a smile and said, "Cuckoo, head of the Sun Clan, this matter is not made up by me. However, that Xiao Yang seems to have already become a rank 3 alchemist." Heh! Rank 3 alchemist? The expression of the middle-aged man in front of Bai Yi instantly changed when the words from his mouth sounded. A deep shock involuntarily surged within his pair of sharp eyes. Even though this head of the Sun Clan had some understanding of Xiao Yang, he only knew that Xiao Yang had once survived under the joint attack of the leaders of the 4 large sects. He also knew that Xiao Yang possessed the frightening ability to challenge those of a higher class. However, he did not know that Xiao Yang was actually an alchemist. Moreover, he was actually a rank 3 alchemist. Rank 3 alchemist Xiao Yang. How is this possible? The muscles on the middle-aged man's face involuntarily twitched intensely. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Indeed, with the status of a member of the younger generation, Xiao Yang was actually able to train his Do Qi and spiritual strength to such an extent at such a young age. This kind of matter was indeed hard to imagine. Of course, what they did not know was that even though the current Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was not weak, there was still quite a large distance between him and the level of a rank 3 alchemist. At the end of the day, the current Xiao Yang was only a rank 2 alchemist. The reason why they would think that Xiao Yang was a rank 3 alchemist was because the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yang needed were basically medicinal ingredients for refining rank 3 medicinal pills and above. That was all. Cuckoo, the head of the Sun Clan, should also be able to understand the importance of a rank 3 alchemist. From the way I see it, Elder Sun Hua of your clan is doing this for the good of your clan. After all, if you are able to recruit a rank 3 alchemist, I believe that your clan will be able to easily take the position of the head of the 4 large clans with the influence of a rank 3 alchemist in less than a year. The future of the Sun Clan can be said to be very bright. Hearing these words, the expression in the middle-aged man's eyes immediately brightened. As an elite Do Di, he naturally understood the importance of a rank 3 alchemist in his heart. If his Sun Clan was able to obtain the help of a rank 3 alchemist, the future of the Sun Clan would really be bright. However, the middle-aged man immediately frowned. He did not believe that a member of the Bai clan, who had fought alongside his Sun Clan for so many years, would say such words. As expected, Bai Yi first displayed a respectful manner. After cupping his hands together toward the middle-aged man, he turned his eyebrows and pretended to frown and shake his head in a pitiful manner. With a click of his tongue, he sighed softly. Unfortunately, this rank 3 alchemist just had to be Xiao Yang. He is someone that the 4 large sects want to capture. If the head of the Sun Clan really dares to recruit him, stop acting pretentious in front of this clan head. A mere 9-star half-emperor like you does not have the qualification to make irresponsible remarks in front of this clan head. Before the words from Bai Yi's mouth sounded, the head of the Sun Clan suddenly let out a cold snort and interrupted him. It was also at this moment that a turbulent aura was suddenly transmitted over from the horizon outside of Coldstream City. The strength of that aura was not inferior even when compared to the head of the Sun Clan. The expression of the middle-aged man within the Sun Mansion in the city instantly changed when this aura attacked. He turned his eyes and his sharp eyes immediately landed on Bai Yi in front of him. Both of his eyes suddenly surged with a raging fury. Bai Yi's eyes were filled with a fiery fury. Bai Yi's expression changed. Bai Yi, you are purposely stalling for time. This person was the head of the Bai clan. Chapter 579. Within the Sun Mansion, the clan head of the Sun Clan revealed a fierce glint as he stared at Bai Yi in front of him. His pair of sharp eyes revealed a raging killing intent at this moment. Bai Yi, you actually dare to tease this venerable self and purposely stall for time. At this moment, the raging killing intent on the face of the clan head of the Sun Clan was obvious. The words in his mouth had become a little hoarse because of the anger in his chest. Cuckoo, clan head of the Sun Clan, both of us are doing this for the sake of our clans. If your Sun Clan wants Xiao Yang, how can my Bai clan not interfere? I, Bai Yi, am not the kind of person who will betray my clan. Bai Yi ridiculed when he heard this. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expression of the clan head of the Sun Clan to become even more gloomy. If you were honest, this venerable self would still be courteous to you. However, since you insist on seeking death, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish today. Seeing Bai Yi's treacherous manner, the expression of the clan head of the Sun Clan involuntarily turned green. Soon after, however, it transformed into an even more turbulent killing intent. At the same time that the furious cry from the clan head of the Sun Clan sounded, his strong body suddenly shook. The turbulent aura within his body also suddenly swept out at this moment. It transformed into an invisible wave that carried an aura that came from all directions as it violently swept toward Bai Yi. With such a close distance and the difference in strength between the two, Bai Yi had no way of dodging. In the blink of an eye, that frightening aura had already arrived in front of Bai Yi with a momentum that could break bamboo. Soon after, it was about to violently smash onto Bai Yi's body. At this moment, Bai Yi's heart was also extremely terrified. He did not have the chance to retaliate when faced with an attack from a Do Di. Currently, he did not even have the chance to dodge. He could only watch this invisible aura violently smash onto his body. In the next instant, a deep and loud laughter was suddenly emitted from the sky above Coldstream City. At the same time, a terrifying aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to the former suddenly descended and instantly blocked the aura that was emitted by the head of the Sun clan. Haha, Sun Shuro, you want to kill someone from my Bai family right in front of me? You are truly tyrannical. As the aura of the head of the Sun clan, Sun Shuro, was blocked, a middle-aged man in a long white robe slowly descended from the sky and blocked in front of Bai Yi. Seeing his master, Bai Yi's face immediately surged with surprise. He hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man in front of him and said respectfully, "Thank you for saving my life, Patriarch." Facing this, the middle-aged man in front of him still had his back to Bai Yi. He only raised a hand and casually waved it. Then, he raised his gaze and looked at the head of the Sun family, Sun Shuro, with a faint smile. Haha, Sun Shuro, you and I have both guarded our respective clans for many years. It has been a long time since we last met. Now that we have met, you have become much stronger than before. The head of the Bai clan looked at Sun Shuro with a smile on his face. His eyes narrowed slightly as a bright light shot out from the depths of his pupils. Bai Ying, you are not weaker than me. Your strength has actually reached the middle stage of a 3-star Do Di. Sun Shuro coldly snorted. His tone did not appear to be at a disadvantage. Haha, same to you. Since you are able to train to this level, wouldn't I become a joke if I couldn't? Bai Ying laughed out loud. His laughter was deliberately wrapped by Do Chi, allowing everyone in Coldstream City to clearly hear it. At the same time, the belittling intent within his words was also clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone in Coldstream City. Mph, I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. I'm afraid that you do not have any good intentions in coming here this time around. Sun Shuro's eyes stared at Bai Ying in front of him. His tone was filled with ruthlessness. He was also extremely afraid of the latter. This fellow in front of him was the same as the clan heads of the other two clans. They had all competed with him for many years. Now that they had met, it was unexpected that they were evenly matched. It was just that he did not know just how strong the clan heads of the Zhou clan and the Hui clan were. After all, the Zhou clan was the leader amongst the 4 great clans, followed by the Hui clan. Currently, the Bai clan and the Sun clan were basically equal in strength. He did not know just how developed those 2 clans had become. Hey, what do you mean by I do not have any good intentions? I heard that Xiao Yang has arrived at Coldstream City. I am afraid that clan head Sun will not be able to capture him. Therefore, I have specially come to help. After all, if that Xiao Yang manages to escape in your Sun clan's territory, it will not only cause your Sun clan to lose face. If the Heavenly Sword sect were to blame you, this sin is something that you will not be able to bear. Bai Ying's face seemed to smile as he stared at Sun Shuro and laughed. Bai Ying, are you sincerely looking down on my Sun clan? A fury involuntarily rose in Sun Shuro's heart when he heard Bai Ying's words. His face was green and the muscles on his face were slightly distorted. Haha, brother Sun, why do you say this? I am only worried about you. After all, the Sun clan is one of our 4 great clans. If you lose face, the other 3 clans will also lose face. HMPH, stop uttering nonsense. Since you have come with a motive, why do you need to pretend to be benevolent? That's right, Xiao Yang is currently in my Coldstream City. However, capturing him is a matter of my Sun clan. Bai Ying, you better mind your own business. Sun Shuro's face was filled with anger as he stared at Bai Ying. His pair of sharp eyes appeared as though they were about to spit fire. The pair of fists under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. The Do Chi within his body churned and the space around Sun Shuro's body began to fluctuate intensely. Ha, brother Sun Shuro, those who have come are guests. Why do you need to be angry? Moreover, this is the territory of your Sun clan. If you and I were to fight, my Bai clan would be fine. However, if the fight were to affect your Sun clan, the losses would outweigh the gains. As for the matter of capturing Xiao Yang, Why don't both our clans rely on our own abilities? Bai Ying smiled faintly as he looked at Sun Shao. The expression on his face appeared unusually easygoing. Compared to Sun Shao, Bai Ying was like an easygoing middle-aged uncle, causing one to instinctively feel a sense of closeness. Rely on our own abilities. Based on what abilities? Hearing Bai Ying's words, Sun Shao frowned gloomily. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally raised his head and stared at Bai Ying with a fierce face as he asked in a low voice. Ha ha, this is simple. Everyone says that Xiao Yang possesses the ability to challenge those of a higher class. Since both of us are elite Do Di, it is inconvenient for us to fight. In that case, we should just let those below the Do Di level take action. Whichever side first restrains Xiao Yang will be the side that Xiao Yang will belong to. Bai Ying parted his mouth and smiled when he saw that Sun Shao had taken the bait. An obscure glint involuntarily flashed deep within his eyes. When the words from his mouth sounded, Bai Ying's gaze also looked at Bai Yi behind him. Hearing Bai Ying's words, the expression on Sun Shao's face involuntarily became a little startled. It was unexpected that Bai Ying would actually raise such a request. However, the most important thing was that he did not limit the number of people. In this way, was he not openly pushing Xiao Yang into the arms of his Sun clan? After thinking for a moment, a smile involuntarily appeared on Sun Shao's face. It was as though Xiao Yang had already become a turtle in his jar. All he needed to do was to send someone out and easily retrieve him. Not long after, his Sun clan would become the leader of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword Sec. Ha ha, Bai Ying, since you are willing to give him away, this clan head shall not be polite and accept it. Ha ha, all right. I will agree to your request. Both our clans will send people. Whichever side is the first to restrain Xiao Yang will belong to that side. Hearing this, Bai Ying nodded with a smile and said, that's right. All right. We will do as Brother Sun Shao says. While the 2 people in the Sun clan were laughing loudly as though they were doing business, Xiao Yang, who was in the 4 pavilions, also clearly heard all of this. Immediately, his entire face swiftly became gloomy at this moment. It was unexpected that this group of people would actually treat him as an object to fight over. They really treated him, Xiao Yang, as a soft persimmon that could be squeezed by everyone. Chapter 580. Haha, in that case, Bai Yi, I'll leave the important task of taking down Xiao Yang to you. You can't fail. Bai Ying solemnly looked at Bai Yi. His expression was extremely serious. Hearing this, Bai Yi's heart could not help but tighten. Even his expression changed slightly. He had never thought that his family's family head would agree to Sun Shao's decision. From Bai Yi's understanding of Bai Ying, his family's family head was not the kind of person who was willing to take a loss. After all, this was the Sun family's territory. If the Sun family went back on their word, the Bai family would not be able to explain themselves. At the same time, Sun Shao, who was behind Bai Ying, looked at Bai Ying, who had his back to him, and a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. Bai Ying had fought with his Sun family for many years. Sun Shao understood the latter's temperament very well. The person in front of him was not someone who was willing to suffer a loss. Once he set his eyes on a prey, even if he could not kill it, he would not be satisfied until he tore off a piece of flesh. However, Bai Ying had actually said such words in front of him. This made him feel suspicious. At the same time, Bai Yi, who was standing in front of Bai Ying, was about to speak with a hesitant expression. However, Bai Ying spoke again with a grave expression. Bai Yi, only you can take on this matter. This matter concerns the face of our Bai family. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, this Sun guy will gain prestige. Won't he laugh at our Bai family for having no one? After Bai Ying spoke, Bai Yi lowered his head with a solemn expression. He could only helplessly nod at Bai Ying. After all, this was the family head's decision. He had no right to change it, nor did he have the right to refute it. Seeing this, Bai Ying nodded with a smile. However, Bai Yi, who had lowered his head, did not notice that at this moment, there was a flash of light in the depths of Bai Ying's eyes. But Patriarch, this is the Sun family's territory. He has the advantage of numbers. If Sun Shao sends more people, Wouldn't we be at a disadvantage as well? After a moment of hesitation, Bai Yi raised his head. At the same time, the expression on Bai Ying's face quickly returned to normal. He smiled slightly and said to Bai Yi in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Young Master Bai, oh Bai Yi, while what you said is correct, do you think that since it's something that you can think of, I can't think of it?" Hearing this, Bai Yi came back to his senses. At the same time, the expression on his face quickly changed. He quickly bowed and apologized to Bai Ying, saying, "Please forgive me. This subordinate is slow-witted. I have absolutely no intention of belittling the patriarch. Haha, it's fine. I know you're doing this for the good of the clan," so, before he could finish speaking, Bai Ying suddenly turned around and looked at Sun Shuo. His eyes narrowed as he spoke to Sun Shuo in a serious tone. He narrowed his eyes and said, "However, Patriarch's son, I think that before that, there is something that needs to be explained to you." Sun Shuo raised his eyebrows. He knew what Bai Ying wanted to say, but he pretended not to know. He chuckled and asked with a look of knowing the answer. He laughed and said, "Hehe, I wonder if Patriarch Bai has any questions? Temph, only Bai Yi and I are here in my Bai family. If I don't do anything, he will be the only one. Therefore, if your Sun family sends people, it is reasonable. You can't blame me for not having anyone in your Bai family. This is my Sun family. As long as I want to, I can send as many people as I want. If Patriarch Bai has the ability, I will not stop you." Before Bai Ying could finish speaking, Sun Shuo coldly snorted and interrupted him with a sneer. Immediately, fury surged onto Bai Ying's face. His originally amiable expression suddenly became somewhat distorted and ferocious at this moment. His hands, which had extended out of his sleeves, trembled violently. His eyes were practically spitting flames of fury. Upon seeing this, Sun Shuo coldly chuckled. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a cold smile. After which, he suddenly waved his large hand. His sleeves fluttered, emitting a fluttering sound. A formless wind also swept across the courtyard. "Everyone in my Sun family, listen up. From now on, all 9-star half-emperors are to go to the Four Directions Pavilion and capture that rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yang. Whoever can capture him, I'll reward him with a tier 3 medicinal pill. No, 2. Sun Shuo's loud shout rang out. Instantly, the entire Coldstream city seemed to have been struck by lightning. Sun Shuo's words exploded in the ears of everyone in the city. In the blink of an eye, the hearts of everyone in the city were deeply shaken by Sun Shuo's words. From Sun Shuo's words, it was clear that Xiao Yang, who was listed as the most wanted person by the 4 great sects, was actually in their Coldstream city. Furthermore, it seemed like Xiao Yang was currently in the Four Directions Pavilion in the city. Immediately, greed rose in the hearts of all the half-martial emperors in the city. They were also extremely interested in the reward offered by the 4 large sects. It was just that they were helpless in being unable to find Xiao Yang. Since he had already appeared in this place, how could everyone in the city easily miss this opportunity to capture him? In the blink of an eye, not only did the Sun family's 9-star half-emperors move, the experts from all over the city also moved upon hearing the news. At this moment, Xiao Yang was in the Four Directions Pavilion. This was something that Sun Shuo had personally said. It could not be false. Within a short span of a few breaths, the enormous Coldstream city had swiftly descended into chaos because of the words that had come out of Sun Shuo's mouth. Of course, it could also be said to be chaotic. However, it could also be said to be orderly. Everyone in the city had the same goal, and they were all gathering in the same direction in the city. If this scene were to be seen from high up in the sky, it could be described as grand. Countless experts surged out the Do Chi within their bodies. Numerous Do Chi light pillars shot straight to the 9 heavens. Immediately, everyone's bodies moved. One after another, they flickered, leaving behind numerous brilliant after-images in the sky. Tens of thousands of people did the same thing as they swiftly gathered at the same spot in the city. If one were to look at this scene from high up in the sky, it would appear as though countless fireflies were being sucked in by something. As they crazily surged in, the light at the very center gradually became brighter and brighter. At the same time, Sun Hua, who was originally standing respectfully in front of Xiao Yang in the 4 pavilions, had shock written all over his face at this moment. When Sun Shuor's words were transmitted from his mouth, the original thoughts in Sun Huo's heart were shattered like a cluster of fog. Disbelief filled his heart. No matter what, he would never have imagined that the rank 3 alchemist in front of him, who could bring him to a higher position, was actually Xiao Yang, whom the 4 great sects wanted to join hands to eliminate. You are, how is this possible? Sun Huo's face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Yang in front of him. His eyes swiftly turned crimson. His skinny body trembled intensely at this moment. His finger slowly pointed at Xiao Yang. The reward that Sun Shuor gave might be tempting to an ordinary person, but Sun Huo was completely unmoved. If the person in front of him was not Xiao Yang, the Tier 3 medicinal pill that he would be able to obtain would be far more than what Sun Shuor had promised. However, now, everything had turned into bubbles. Xiao Yang parted his mouth and smiled. His smile contained ridicule and disdain. Yes, the person that your clan head is referring to is me, Xiao Yang. Chapter 581. Xiao Yang. Sun Huo's body trembled intensely within the 4-way building. The words in his mouth appeared to have been forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. It sounded as though it was filled with fury while suppressing the sorrow in his heart. Puff. When the fury in his chest burned to its limit, the powerful Do Qi within Sun Huo's body suddenly erupted. At the same time, the fury in his chest transformed into an endless killing intent. Die. Since I am unable to obtain anything, I will kill you today. Today, the old me will tear you into 10,000 pieces. A hoarse cry was emitted from Sun Huo's mouth like a beast's roar. Sun Huo's grimacing appearance appeared especially terrifying. Ha! Sun Huo's body suddenly shot forward with a hoarse furious roar. He was just like a cannonball as he swiftly shot toward Xiao Yang, who was in close proximity. Dark green Do Qi swiftly agglomerated on the surface of Sun Huo's body. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a solid armor that wrapped around his entire body. The armor was covered with sharp thorns that were especially sharp. When it cut through the air, it left behind numerous dark black crack lines in the surrounding empty space. An invisible wind was like a sharp blade that swept across the interior of the room. Banging sounds of explosions continued to resound. At this moment, regardless of whether it was under his feet, above his head, or the other decorations in the room, everything was turned into pieces by Sun Huo's attack. The unstoppable strength caused anyone who saw it to be shocked. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang, who was standing in front of Sun Huo, had an unmoved expression on his face. There was even a faint cold smile lingering in Xiao Yang's heart. Cuckoo! Suddenly, a faint cold laugh was emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth. Sun Huo attacked furiously. Only then did Xiao Yang raise his hand. His action appeared slow yet swift. There was a sense of urgency amidst the slowness, and after-images were densely packed. Sun Huo's heart became even more furious when he saw Xiao Yang's face reveal a cold smile. A hoarse low roar was once again emitted from his throat. The strength of the solid armor on the surface of his body became even more terrifying. However, the next moment, clang, Xiao Yang's hand gently landed on the armor in front of him, which was covered with sharp thorns. This light palm strike easily blocked Sun Huo, who was charging over ferociously. The appearance of this scene caused the expression on Sun Huo's face under the armor to suddenly become shocked. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw that the expression on Xiao Yang's face was still calm. Sun Huo didn't seem to be putting any substantial pressure on Xiao Yang. It could even be said that Sun Huo's all-out attack was nothing but a piece of cake for Xiao Yang. How is this possible? Sun Huo's eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The expression on his face was one of utter shock. As his throat rolled, cold sweat quickly poured out of Sun Huo's body, soaking his clothes. Xiao Yang's face revealed a cold smile in the face of this. His dark black eyes were filled with disdain. Although the Sun Huo before him was a 9-star half-martial emperor, in Xiao Yang's eyes, this was not the case. Your Do Qi is flashy but without substance. Your armor is very loose. You are simply unable to withstand a single blow. The way I see it, your strength as a 9-star half-martial emperor is most likely obtained through the accumulation of external items. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Sun Hua's heart suddenly trembled. The expression on his face under the armor also became incomparably horrified. Never would he have imagined that the Xiao Yang before him was actually this frightening. His strength as a 9-star half-martial emperor was actually only obtained half a year ago by consuming a large amount of medicinal pellets in order to barely make a breakthrough. However, it was precisely because of this that his strength would no longer be able to make any progress in the future. Haha, with your strength, there's no need to mention it. At the very most, you're only comparable to a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. If it were a 9-star half-martial emperor that had cultivated through normal means, even if that person had just made a breakthrough, they would still be able to easily take care of you. Xiao Yang's ruthless mocking words pierced into Sun Hua's heart like sharp thorns. This caused Sun Hua's face under the armor to rapidly become malevolent. However, even if that's the case, how could you possibly block me like this? As Sun Hua roared with a hoarse voice, his body suddenly moved. Covered by his armor, he ruthlessly smashed his fist toward Xiao Yang's head. His dou qi condensed on his armored arm. The might of his dou qi became even more frightening. Everywhere his dou qi passed, even space itself would instantly collapse. Xiao Yang sneered. The current him was even able to take care of late-stage 9-star half-martial emperors. Thus, there was no need for him to take care of this fellow before him who could not even be considered a 9-star half-martial emperor. Slow, too slow. Faced with Sun Hua's attack, Xiao Yang's evaluation was only 2 words. In the next moment, Xiao Yang slightly twisted his extended palm. Then, a gorgeous heavenly flame flashed through his eyes. With a bang, Sun Hua's body was knocked back by Xiao Yang's attack. Vine thorns. Sun Hua, who was knocked back, was still unwilling to be outdone. The dou qi within his body surged violently, and rapidly condensed into dark green thorns in the surrounding space. As the thorns rotated, they emitted an ice-cold sheen that resembled sword rays. Kill. Sun Hua gnashed his teeth and roared furiously. At the same time as the thorns shot out, Sun Hua's body also rapidly turned into a dark green ray of light that shot toward Xiao Yang with a rapid speed. Numerous thorns streaked through the air, forming an encirclement as they rapidly shot toward Xiao Yang. In this narrow space, Xiao Yang was simply unable to dodge. Seeing this, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth rose into a slight sneer. He did not even look at the thorns that were shooting toward him. Instead, at a certain moment, his body that was standing on the spot suddenly twisted, and a whip kick ruthlessly smashed into the space beside him. Bang! In an instant, a frightening power burst forth like a torrential flood. At the same time, in the originally empty space, the armored Sun Hua suddenly appeared and took Xiao Yang's ferocious attack head-on. After the attack landed, Sun Hua's expression immediately became extremely frightened. His eyes were filled with endless terror. However, Xiao Yang did not give him a chance to catch his breath. This was because the soul strength that he had spread out had clearly sensed that many experts had already gathered outside the 4-way pavilion. It was likely that all the half-emperor experts in the entire Cold Stream City had gathered here. Under the probing of Xiao Yang's soul strength, there were over a dozen 9-star half-emperors among these people. As for the half-emperors of various levels, there were even more innumerable. As for the Dou Di experts, perhaps because of Bai Ying and Sun Shuo, they did not make a move and only watched the situation from afar. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily tightened when he sensed the many experts in the outside world. It was unexpected that the entire city would be mobilized to capture him because of him alone. It was likely that if it was not because of his relationship with those two, it was likely that there would not be a lack of elite Dou Di. Looks like I can't delay any longer, Xiao Yang muttered in a low voice. His cold gaze immediately landed on Sun Hua, who had been sent flying. The corners of his mouth lifted into a bone-chilling smile. Immediately, his body moved. Once he used the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yang instantly appeared beside Sun Hua. Golden light shot out from his eyes as Xiao Yang's body rapidly expanded. Diamond Glass Body. Chapter 582. Bang! Outside the 4-way pavilion where countless people were gathered, numerous figures rapidly flew over like meteors. However, at a certain moment, The four-way pavilion before the crowd's eyes was suddenly destroyed by a frightening power in an instant. Before the astonished gazes of everyone present, the powerful power burst forth from the four-way pavilion. Moreover, it only used a short instant to destroy the entire four-way pavilion. At the same time as the enormous building collapsed, eye-piercing golden pillars of light shot out from the four-way pavilion like the radiance emitted by the sun. This caused everyone who saw this scene to involuntarily close their eyes. At the same time, before the four-way pavilion completely collapsed, the people within it rapidly turned into rays of light and rapidly flew out from within. When the crowd raised their eyes again, the eye-piercing golden light gradually decreased. Soon after, a giant that could hold up the sky slowly appeared before the crowd's eyes. At this moment, a somewhat miserable-looking figure was emitting a thin layer of dark green do-chi radiance from his body. With the eyesight of the crowd, they were able to clearly see that the dark green do-chi was condensing into a set of armor. However, at this moment, this armor appeared to be completely filled with conspicuous cracks. On the chest of the armor, one could clearly see a depression. That was caused by Xiao Yang's whip kick. At this moment, the golden giant standing before the crowd was precisely Xiao Yang, who had used the diamond glass body. Since he would be exposed sooner or later, Xiao Yang did not pay too much attention to the greedy gazes of the crowd. He had already seen too much of this. Cough cough. Under the armor, fear was written all over Sun Hua's deathly pale face. No matter what, he had never imagined that the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor that he was so proud of would appear so insignificant before Xiao Yang. Could it be that it was truly as Xiao Yang had said? Was he really that weak? No, it wasn't that Sun Hua was too weak. It was just that Xiao Yang's true strength was simply too terrifying. Merely with the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, Sun Hua was able to defeat a late-stage 9-star half-martial emperor. Before him, Sun Hua was truly nothing. Thus, it could not be said that Sun Hua was weak. It could only be said that the opponent he faced was simply too powerful. Cough, cough. Sun Hua's entire body involuntarily trembled while he coughed intensely in his mouth. However, the expression in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Yang had become even more vicious. Cough cough, Xiao Yang, today, even if I have to pay with my life, I will fight you to the death. If I can't get what I want, don't even think about leaving. Sun Hua's body swiftly swelled as his extremely hoarse voice sounded. The armor on the surface of his body disappeared. Numerous bright red crack lines swiftly split open on his dry wrinkled skin. Glaring bright red fresh blood swiftly surged out from them. Even the do-chi within his body swiftly became violent at this moment. From the looks of it, Sun Hua was clearly planning to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding half-martial emperors in the sky abruptly changed. They did not expect that before Xiao Yang had even been captured, Sun Hua had already given them such a great gift. Madman! This guy is truly a madman. Quickly, retreat. This madman is going to self-destruct. Quickly, retreat. Immediately, numerous alarmed cries began to resound in the sky. The crowd that had just gathered around the four-way pavilion immediately fled in panic like a flock of frightened sheep. The sky above Coldstream City immediately turned into a pot of porridge. What a joke! No matter what, that Sun Hua was a 9-star half-martial emperor. Even though his strength did not match that of a 9-star half-martial emperor, Sun Hua's strength would not be weak at all. If he were to explode at this moment, the might of his self-detonation would be so powerful that even the 9-star half-martial emperors present would not be able to escape calamity. However, while everyone in the sky was panicking, Xiao Yang sneered in his heart. At the same time, his enormous golden palm suddenly clenched tightly. Clanging sounds of metal colliding immediately rang out in the sky. At the same time, amidst the panic, everyone's gazes were once again attracted by Xiao Yang. I'll let you self-destruct. The instant a cold and disdainful shout was emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth, the enormous golden fist carried an extremely frightening power as it mercilessly tore through space. In the blink of an eye, it had already ruthlessly smashed into Sun Hua, whose body had swelled to an extreme degree. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded in the sky above Coldstream City. Xiao Yang's fist had directly exploded a large region of space. After receiving Xiao Yang's fist, the berserk do qi within Sun Hua's body was instantly dispersed by Xiao Yang's fist, directly breaking free from Sun Hua's control. This also passively prevented Sun Hua from self-destructing. When the fist landed, Sun Hua's body immediately flew out uncontrollably like a broken sack. Everywhere he passed, a large amount of blood sprayed out. In the end, Sun Hua's body, who was on the verge of death, smashed heavily into the main hall of the Sun Mansion. With a loud bang, Sun Hua's body ruthlessly smashed open a huge crater in the enormous courtyard. At this moment, everyone from the Sun family had ashen expressions as they looked at the unconscious Sun Hua in the crater. This was especially true for the Sun family's head, Sun Shuo. His expression was extremely ugly at this moment. It would be fine if this had happened before the eyes of the Sun family. However, what infuriated Sun Shuo the most was that the Bai family's head was right before his eyes. This is Sun Hua. Right at this moment, Bai Yi, who was behind Bai Ying, immediately revealed an expression of shock. His eyes stared fixedly at the unconscious figure in the crater, and his voice was filled with disbelief. What? Could it be that this guy is also a 9-star half-emperor? Seeing the shocked expression on Bai Yi's face, Bai Ying could not help but feel curious. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Bai Yi. Yes, this person is also an early 9-star half-emperor. Although I have never fought with him, there is no doubt about that. I never expected him to become like this in such a short period of time. Bai Yi nodded and looked at Sun Hua in the crater with lingering fear. He could not help but feel a chill run down his back. There was no need to think too much about the person who attacked Sun Hua. It was naturally Xiao Yang. However, Bai Yi did not expect Sun Hua to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, he was defeated so miserably. It was hard to imagine that if he was in Sun Hua's place, the one lying in the crater would likely be him, Bai Yi. Thinking of this, Bai Yi's heart surged with coldness. Oh! Hearing Bai Yi's words, Bai Ying could not help but reveal an expression of surprise. It had only been 4 to 6 hours since he received the news from Bai Yi. However, in such a short period of time, Xiao Yang had swiftly defeated a 9-star half-emperor. Moreover, because Sun Hua did not recognize Xiao Yang at the beginning, perhaps the time Xiao Yang used to defeat Sun Hua was much shorter than what Bai Ying had imagined. Thinking of this, Bai Ying's expression could not help but change. At the same time, he felt a wave of shock for Xiao Yang in his heart. Being able to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor within such a short period of time, Xiao Yang's fighting strength could only be described with the word frightening. After all, from what he knew, Xiao Yang's current cultivation level had yet to exceed a 9-star half-martial emperor. However, immediately after, an extremely obscure light flashed in the depths of Bai Ying's eyes. When he raised his head to look at Sun Shuo, a smile also flashed across the corners of Bai Ying's mouth. This change in less than an instant was not noticed by Sun Shuo at all. Chapter 583. Haha, brother Sun Shuo, never would I have imagined that your Sun family's people would be beaten back so quickly. This truly astonishes me. Could it be that your Sun family's people only possess this little bit of strength? However, as far as I know, this person is also a 9-star half-martial emperor, no? How could he be this weak? Could it be that your Sun family's people have forcibly increased their strength through the use of medicinal pellets? Bai Ying lifted his chin and pointed at Sun Hua in the huge pit as he spoke with a cold smile. Hearing these words, the expression on Sun Shuo's steely green face instantly became incomparably gloomy. His hands, which were covered by his sleeves, suddenly clenched into fists. His entire body trembled intensely, unable to contain his anger. At this moment, Bai Ying once again laughed out loud. The words in his mouth seemed to be advising him. Brother Sun Shuo, I know that your Sun clan is the weakest among the 4 great clans. However, this method of yours is really too despicable. This method will only harm your Sun clan in the future. Brother Sun, you should listen to this older brother's advice. It is best that you stop using those crooked methods of yours as soon as possible. Bai Ying laughed out loud. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. The expression in his eyes was filled with ridicule. On the opposite side, Sun Shoror heard these words from Bai Ying's mouth. The anger in his heart soared to the top of his head. The do qi that had been suppressed in his body also began to surge uncontrollably at this moment. Humph! Suddenly, Sun Shoror's nose emitted a cold snort that was like a low roar. At the same time, the hand under his sleeves finally swung out violently. The do qi in his body churned. The majestic do qi was like a wave that gushed out from his palm and swept out in all directions. Bai Ying's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. Although he was not afraid of Sun Shoror, he did not wish to have a conflict with him at such a time. Otherwise, if the other two great clans were to learn of this, they would interfere. At that time, if his Bai clan really fought with the Sun clan, the other two clans would simply watch from the sidelines. This would not be a good thing. After all, the Zhuo and Hu clans were much stronger than them. Once the Sun and Bai clans fought, they would be inferior to the other two clans in the future. Bai Ying involuntarily narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. The do qi in the vortex in his body quietly circulated at this moment, preparing to face Sun Shoror. However, soon after, bang, do qi swept out, turning into a long spear. Finally, it descended from the sky and ruthlessly stabbed into the huge pit below, in the chest of the already unconscious Sun Ti. The frightening strength directly pierced Sun Hua's body deep into the ground. Half of the do qi spear, which was over 100 feet long, was also forcefully pierced into the ground. Looking down from the surface, one could no longer see Sun Hua's body. There was only a large pool of fresh blood that splattered out under the effect of the enormous strength, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The corner of Bai Ying's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He first narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Sun Shoror. After which, his gaze turned and looked at the surroundings of the courtyard. Sure enough, when Bai Ying's gaze landed on the few Sun clan guards guarding the courtyard, their expressions changed. It was likely that they were similarly surprised in their hearts. They had never expected their clan leader to attack his own clan member. Moreover, from the looks of his furious appearance, even if Sun Hua had the strength to refute earlier, it was likely that he would not have any chance of survival under this ferocious attack. Compete. My Sun clan does not raise trash. My Sun clan does not need strength that relies on medicinal pills to accumulate strength. We will definitely not allow such a person to exist. Sun Shoror's face was cold as he spoke in an extremely deep voice. He seemed to have sensed the change in the expressions of the guards. Only after these words were spoken did the expressions on the guards' faces ease up. Of course, it was unknown what they were thinking in their hearts. Bai Ying could not help but raise his brows when he saw this. He never expected Sun Shoror to actually say something like this. All of his anger was poured onto Sun Hua, who could not be any more dead. This could be considered as saving the face of his Sun family. Otherwise, if Bai Ying were to spread this matter in the future, his Sun family would not even have the power to refute. Sun Yang, Sun Liang, go. Capture Xiao Yang for me. No matter what, he killed a member of my Bai clan. Today, he must not be allowed to leave this place. Soon after, Sun Shoror's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body instantly rose into the air. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as a stern shout was emitted from his mouth. Immediately after, the expressions of the Sun clan's 9-star half-martial emperors standing in the crowd around Xiao Yang changed slightly when they heard their clan leader's order. One must know that they had just witnessed Xiao Yang kill a 9-star half-martial emperor with a single punch. Now that Sun Shoror was ordering them to attack, the 9-star half-martial emperors from the Sun clan were more or less nervous in their hearts. After all, they did not want to end up in the same state as Sun Hua. Haha, clan leader Sun, it seems that your Sun clan is truly powerless. With so many 9-star half-martial emperors, you actually don't even dare to deal with a single 6-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, Bai Ying deliberately mocked and ridiculed. At the same time, he once again looked towards Bai Yi. Noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Bai Yi's expression could not help but change again. A bad premonition rapidly surged from the bottom of his heart. If your Bai clan has the ability, why don't you let Bai Yi go first? Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. After all, the The strength of my Bai clan's members is obtained through steady cultivation, unlike some. At the end of his words, Bai Ying intentionally paused for a moment before raising his eyes. With a smile on his face, he said to Bai Yi, as a member of my Bai clan, this clan leader thinks highly of you. You'd best not disappoint this clan leader. Hearing this, Bai Yi was slightly startled. Although he wanted to say something, in the end, he was powerless to refute. After all, the person before him was his Bai clan's clan leader. His words were something that no one in the Bai clan could refute. Haha, don't worry. I know that Xiao Yang is powerful. Thus, no matter what, as long as you dare to fight him, regardless of whether you win or lose, at least you won't lose face for our Bai clan. After his laughter sounded, Bai Ying intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Sun Shuo. The mockery in his eyes deepened. At the same time, this made Sun Shuo even more furious. Hearing this, Bai Yi helplessly nodded. Although the outcome had not changed, at least Bai Ying had given him a reason to breathe. This made Bai Yi feel slightly more relaxed. Although he was not sure if he could deal with Xiao Yang, Bai Yi was certain that as long as he wanted to, it would not be easy for Xiao Yang to deal with him. After all, with Sun Hua as an example, Bai Yi would only be more cautious when facing Xiao Yang. Bai Yi nodded heavily. Only then did he inhale a deep breath of air. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground. Immediately, rock fragments burst apart and Bai Yi's body swiftly shot into the sky like a cannonball that had been shot out. His eyes turned, leaped over the crowd that swarmed in the sky, and landed on Xiao Yang's body, which had transformed into a giant god. Xiao Yang seemed to have sensed the gaze that had shot over. His body suddenly turned. At the same time that he scared away the surrounding crowd, a pair of bright golden overbearing eyes instantly landed on Bai Yi's body. The person who left the 4 pavilion earlier was you, right? Xiao Yang ignored the surrounding people. His sharp eyes stared at Bai Yi as he spoke in a dense tone. Bai Yi was non-committal when he heard this. At the same time, a thought passed through his heart. The dou qi within his body immediately circulated throughout his entire body. With a puff sound, dense white dou qi rose from the surface of Bai Yi's body like a cluster of flames. Chapter 584. The dense white dou qi rose on the surface of Bai Yi's body like a flame. The temperature of the place also gradually rose when the dou qi surged out from Bai Yi's body. Oh! Fire affinity dou qi her. A trace of surprise involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yang's eyes when he saw this. He had never seen a fire affinity dou qi that could turn into a dense white color. Bai Yi merely snorted coldly with a grave expression in the face of this. His body suddenly moved. As the flame drifted, his body disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the expressions of most of the Ban Di experts present changed slightly. Bai Yi's strength was even greater when compared to Sun Hua. At the very least, Bai Yi did not rely on an external object to raise his strength. Mysterious flame hand. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi had already passed through the crowd and swiftly arrived in front of Xiao Yang. He waved his large hand and dense white dou qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm. His body rotated in midair and a palm was violently smashed toward Xiao Yang's chest. Looking from a distance, the current Bai Yi was like a sparrow and a human when compared to Xiao Yang. The difference in size between the two of them was difficult to imagine. The person who attacked first was actually Bai Yi. Looking at the current Bai Yi, the fear in his eyes had already been reduced by more than half. He also understood that when faced with an expert like Xiao Yang, fear would only cause him to be at a disadvantage. If he wanted to defeat Xiao Yang in front of him, he must first not be afraid. Otherwise, how could he fight if he feared life and death? Moreover, at such a close distance, Bai Yi thought that Xiao Yang, who had transformed into the King Kong glass body, would definitely be a little slow. At this moment, he had suddenly arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Even with Xiao Yang's reaction, it would be difficult for him to immediately launch an attack. As long as his speed was fast enough, it would not be so easy for Xiao Yang to injure him. Unfortunately, Bai Yi's thinking was clearly wrong. The King Kong glass body had accompanied Xiao Yang for many years. Xiao Yang was extremely proficient in its usage. The original flaw of the King Kong glass body had been completely made up for by Xiao Yang's absolute strength. Hence, Bai Yi's actions were completely useless in Xiao Yang's eyes. Cuckoo, your thinking is not bad. Unfortunately, you are still too slow. Xiao Yang laughed softly. Xiao Yang's fist. Xiao Yang was about to hit Bai Yi's body. He came from behind Xiao Yang's attack. Immediately, the sound of bones being broken repeatedly sounded. The expressions of the various experts watching the battle changed once again. No one had expected that even though it was a person stronger than Sun Hua, he would still be unable to endure a punch from Xiao Yang. This fellow is really too frightening. Is he really a human? This kind of frightening physical strength. It is likely that even those magical beasts who specialize in training their physical bodies cannot compare with him. Bang! While everyone was shocked in their hearts, Bai Yi's body was sent flying by Xiao Yang's punch. Do Qi poured out and Bai Yi's body forcefully came to a stop in the air with great difficulty. After pausing, Bai Yi immediately felt as though his body was about to fall apart. An intense pain was being emitted from all over his body. This kind of intense pain was something that did not have much of an effect even if he used his Do Qi to suppress it. Damn it! This fellow's true strength is far greater than this, Bai Yi muttered in his heart. At the same time, he involuntarily turned his gaze to Bai Ying in the distance. At this moment, only he could decide whether he should stay or leave. Bai Yi, I'll leave the face of my Bai family in your hands. Hold him back. As long as you can hold him back for another hour, you will be able to rest at that time. Once we return to the clan, I will reward you with 2 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Bai Ying transmitted his voice to Bai Yi with a solemn expression when he saw Bai Yi's gaze shoot over. Hearing this, with the temptation of the pill, a fiery feeling immediately rose in Bai Yi's heart. A 3rd-level pill. Even if he were to exhaust all of his family's resources, he would at most be able to obtain one. However, he never expected that his master would actually ask for 2. Bai Yi's gaze turned and once again landed on Xiao Yang. The depths of his eyes were filled with a fiery heat. He was really going all out for the sake of those 2 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Ha! Xiao Yang, again. Bai Yi's body suddenly moved with a furious cry. He ignored the injuries in his body and dodged a couple of times in the air in the blink of an eye before arriving behind Xiao Yang. He waved his large hand and a broadsword immediately landed in his hand. Do Qi gathered and the broadsword emitted a dazzling white light under the cover of the dense white Do Qi. At the same time, the temperature of the area once again rose. Ha! Blazing blade slash. The broadsword swiftly descended after the furious cry sounded. The moment Xiao Yang attacked, the broadsword ruthlessly landed on Xiao Yang's back. Bai Yi's body once again flashed after the attack landed. Xiao Yang's body steadily stood in the air. Both of his hands continued to dance as he received the numerous Do skills that Bai Yi had unleashed. The faces of everyone who saw this scene were filled with shock. Their hearts were incomparably shocked by Xiao Yang's soul-stirring action. It should be known that as a 9-star half-emperor, Bai Yi's strength was already frighteningly strong. If he were to add those various man-class Do skills, once he used them, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the frightening might that could destroy the world. However, at this moment, when faced with these man-class Do skills that could cause the expressions of all half-emperors to change, Xiao Yang had actually relied on his physical strength and the overbearingness of the King Kong glass body to forcefully shatter them. The emotions in the hearts of everyone present had already reached an indescribable level as they personally witnessed the scene before them. They even doubted whether the Xiao Yang before them was truly a human. Was he really a half-emperor? Was he really only a 6-star half-emperor? The broadsword danced in the sky. Numerous shockingly frightening Do skills were completely unleashed by Bai Yi's 9-star half-emperor strength. In a short period of time, Bai Yi could be said to have unleashed all the skills that he had learned in his life. Over a dozen powerful Do skills were wantonly shot out from Bai Yi's hands. Other than a portion of them being blocked by Xiao Yang's Do Qi, most of them were blocked by Xiao Yang using the most violent method. Relying on his King Kong body, he practically destroyed a man-class Do skill with a single punch. No matter how hard Bai Yi tried to unleash his Do skills, no matter how crazily the Do Qi within his body gushed out, in the end, what he received in exchange was still Xiao Yang's normal punch. Before Xiao Yang's punch, it was as if all the attacks were useless. */ sparks flew in all directions. The broadsword once again fiercely smashed onto Xiao Yang's arm. However, the result was that Xiao Yang forcefully shook it. As the enormous force poured out, the broadsword was fiercely sent flying. Even Bai Yi's body was uncontrollably sent flying backwards. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd outside the arena were once again shocked. They didn't know how many times Xiao Yang had sent Bai Yi flying. However, there was one thing that everyone was very clear in their hearts. Even until now, in the process of fighting with Bai Yi, Xiao Yang, as the main character, still hadn't used a single Do skill. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful Xiao Yang was. Forcefully enduring the numbness that came from his arms, Bai Yi's expression was grave. The remaining Do Qi within his body crazily surged out of his body. With a twist of his wrist, he once again tightly grasped the hilt of his broadsword. His feet fiercely stepped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, his figure once again disappeared. In the next instant, the broadsword appeared above Xiao Yang's head. At this moment, Bai Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Try out this famous Do skill of mine. Suddenly, Bai Yi's stern cry reverberated throughout the entire place. At the same time, a thick white Do Qi flame suddenly rose from the broadsword that appeared above Xiao Yang's head with a puff sound. The fierce flame soared to the sky and pierced through the 9 heavens. The aura on it also swiftly became frightening. Red Lotus soul-breaking blade. After the aura on the broadsword had agglomerated to an extremely frightening degree, a hoarse low cry was suddenly emitted from Bai Yi's mouth. His roar was like thunder, shaking the entire place. At the same time, the broadsword that was burning with a thick white flame suddenly shook. Under the eruption of a frightening strength, the surrounding space instantly collapsed. At this moment, the broadsword also carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as it violently fell towards Xiao Yang below. The expressions on the faces of the surrounding people involuntarily changed when they sensed the frightening aura on the broadsword. Even the few 9 Starban emperors present involuntarily revealed grave expressions on their faces. On the other side, Bai Ying revealed a surprised expression on his face when he saw that Bai Yi was actually forced to use his full strength by Xiao Yang. Humph. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang suddenly emitted a cold snort. His body shook and a beautiful heavenly flame immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body. The frighteningly high temperature caused the surrounding air to immediately become unusually dry. Everyone nearby also swiftly withdrew with a change in expression. Xiao Yang raised his head. A pair of golden eyes that were emitting a golden light stared at the broadsword that was rapidly descending above his head. His heart was icy cold. This Bai Yi had really provoked the fury in his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Yang emitted an earth-shaking cry from his mouth. At the same time, his large hand suddenly clenched and a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly agglomerated in Xiao Yang's palm. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into an enormous flaming ruler. Without pausing, the instant the enormous flaming ruler was agglomerated, Xiao Yang's hand, which was holding the enormous ruler, suddenly swung his arm. The enormous ruler suddenly rose into the air. At the same time, a terrifying aura of destruction that was not the slightest bit weaker than the former was swiftly emitted from the enormous flaming ruler. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. 1 ruler. Xiao Yang let out a stern cry in his heart. Soon after, the enormous ruler in his hand violently cut through the empty space. The powerful strength caused the entire place to be destroyed. At the same time, the enormous ruler rushed through the empty space, transforming into a dark black, deep, endless empty space. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. No one had expected that Xiao Yang in front of them was actually already this frightening. A random wave of his hand was actually a human-class Do skill. This fellow, is he really just a half-martial emperor? He is indeed a half-martial emperor. However, the strength that he possesses far surpasses that of an ordinary half-martial emperor. Regardless of whether it is the degree of condensation of the Do Qi within his body or his comprehension of Do skills, they have all reached the peak. It is extremely dangerous to be an opponent of such a person. Unless one has the confidence to kill him. Otherwise, Once he matures, no one in the entire western region will be a match for him. TSK, to be able to make the 4 great sects work together to hunt him down, he is really not someone that an ordinary person can compare with. He already possesses such frightening battle strength as a half-martial emperor. Once he reaches the level of a true Do Di, won't he be able to fight against Origin Realm experts? The few Do Di experts who were watching the battle from afar could not help but click their tongues in amazement. The Xiao Yang before them was much more frightening than they had imagined. Even they found it hard to believe that a 6-star half-martial emperor could erupt with such great strength. This person from the Bai clan is about to be defeated. An expert Do Di stared at the giant ruler that Xiao Yang had swung. He sensed the extremely frightening destructive strength within it. Even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but frown slightly. Soon after, in the next moment, a brilliant ruler glow swept out from the giant flaming ruler. Wherever it passed, the space within a radius of 100 miles would instantly collapse. Everyone outside the battleground rapidly retreated at this moment. No one wanted to be affected by this frightening strength. In the distance, Bai Ying narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at Xiao Yang. The shock in his heart was even more unimaginable. Even he had not expected that a half-martial emperor like Xiao Yang would actually be so powerful. As for Sun Shoror beside him, other than a cold smile, there was an even more solemn expression on his face. There were very few people who could be treated in such a manner by him. This was something that even the other 3 clan heads of the 4 great clans could not do. At this moment, Xiao Yang had completely overturned his understanding of a half-martial emperor. He had never imagined that a mere half-martial emperor would be able to erupt with such frightening strength. This brat, he must not be allowed to leave this place today. Sun Shoror quietly cried out in his heart. At the same time, the hands under his sleeves slowly clenched. The Do Qi in his body quietly circulated. However, all of this was also sensed by Bai Ying, who had been monitoring him. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion was just like an invisible storm. Even though it did not possess any substantial strength, it still caused the expressions of everyone in Coldstream City to wildly change. The eardrums of quite a number of people who were weaker were instantly ruptured by this explosion. Fresh blood was accompanied by an intense pain as it surged out from their ears. Everyone's faces were filled with ferocity and pain. Even those 9-star half-martial emperors had similarly turned pale at this moment. The frightening strength contained within the broadsword was reduced by over half the moment it collided with the ruler glow. It was only when Bai Yi, who was at an unknown location, wildly exhausted the Do Qi within his body that the broadsword stabilized. However, it was barely able to match Xiao Yang's ruler glow and was far from enough to break it. Only at this moment did Bai Yi completely understand just how frightening the strength of this Xiao Yang in front of him was. It was likely that there was no one other than a Do Di who could contend with such a person. However, at this moment, even though he had already come to a realization, it was already too late. There was no turning back an arrow that had been shot. Now, he either had to use all his strength to fight with Xiao Yang, or he would end up seriously injured or even dead. Damn it! I'll go all out. Bai Yi clenched his teeth tightly. He crazily maneuvered the little Do Qi left in his body. His pale face had turned flushed red because of this. Even his pair of densely white eyes were filled with a scarlet color at this moment. However, even though Bai Yi used all his strength, everything he did was still useless in front of Xiao Yang. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. An indifferent low cry sounded from within Xiao Yang's heart. Before this ruler glow could land, another ruler glow violently shot out from the enormous ruler in Xiao Yang's hand. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the previous ruler glow. Immediately, the already frightening might of the ruler glow became even more frightening at this moment. In merely an instant, a clear cracking sound was emitted from the broadsword that was covered by Do Qi. Immediately after, a metal fragment the size of a palm shot out from the broadsword. Grug, at the same time, Bai Yi also involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body instantly weakened. Chimph, 3 feet. Xiao Yang was merciless in the face of this. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand, and another ruler glow swept toward the broadsword from all directions while carrying a frightening aura that could destroy the world. Bang! This time around, it was different from before. Under this attack of Xiao Yang's, the strength of the merger of the three ruler glows was basically unstoppable as it completely shattered the broadsword. HMPH, get lost. Otherwise, the next thing to shatter will be your head. A thunder-like voice reverberated unceasingly over this place. At this moment, the words from Xiao Yang's mouth reverberated in everyone's minds. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and horror. Xiao Yang slowly exhaled a breath of air. Only then did he turn around. His gaze involuntarily glanced at Bai Ying and Sun Shuo, who were standing in the distant empty space. His heart involuntarily tightened. Those two were genuine elite Do Di. Once they attacked, Xiao Yang would have nowhere to run. He had finished off Sun Hua earlier merely to intimidate the surrounding group of people. If this continued to drag on, it would not be a good thing for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang could not be bothered with Bai Yi when he thought of this. His gaze ruthlessly swept over the surrounding people. Anyone who met Xiao Yang's gaze involuntarily retreated with trembling bodies. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, coldly glanced at them before turning around. He stepped on empty space and flew out of Coldstream City. Seeing this, the expression in the eyes of Bai Ying, who was standing in the empty space, changed slightly. He did not wish for Xiao Yang to flee at this moment. He needed to think of a way to stop him. Bai Ying's gaze turned as he thought of this. He hurriedly looked at Bai Yi once again. Unfortunately, the latter was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for him to have the strength to stop Xiao Yang. This involuntarily caused Bai Ying to feel helpless in his heart. The time was not right. If Xiao Yang were to leave at this moment, it would not be a good thing for him. Stop right there. You can forget about leaving this place today. However, at this moment, Sun Shuo, who was beside Bai Ying, suddenly let out a cold snort. At the same time, an even more frightening aura and pressure instantly covered the sky above Coldstream City. Powerful Do Qi swiftly agglomerated into a circular barrier around Xiao Yang's body, blocking his footsteps that were just about to leave. Chapter 585. The frightening oppressive might that filled the sky caused the expressions of everyone in the sky to abruptly change. Even those 9-star half-martial emperors had pale expressions on their faces. Faced with the pressure of a Do Di's aura, other than the few Do Di's, no one present was able to endure Sun Shuo's extremely frightening aura. Under the pressure of this aura, the group of half-martial emperors in the sky could not help but fly backwards. Most of them were also forced to the ground by the pressure of this aura. They raised their heads with frightened expressions and looked at Sun Shuo in the sky. An elite Do Di was truly frightening. Just this aura alone was able to easily suppress a 9-star half-martial emperor. The so-called half-martial emperors were simply not worth mentioning in front of a true Do Di. Bang! Xiao Yang's feet violently stepped on the already collapsed pitch-black space. At the same time as the enormous strength poured down from his feet, Xiao Yang's body, which was about to fall, was forcibly lifted up by Xiao Yang. At this very moment, even someone like Xiao Yang had a similarly grave expression on his face. Compared to Zhao Xian, this Sun Shuo was even more frightening. Although there was only a difference of 1 star between the two, the difference between the two was like the abyss between the heavens and the earth. A middle stage 2-star Do Di was able to easily suppress an initial stage 2-star Do Di. Sun Shuo, on the other hand, was an entire star stronger than Zhao Xian. His strength was not something that Zhao Xian could compare with. Mn. Seeing that Xiao Yang had actually forcefully stabilized his voice under the pressure of his aura, a shocked expression involuntarily flashed across Sun Shuo's face. He did not expect that a 6-star half-martial emperor like Xiao Yang would actually be able to resist the pressure of his powerful aura of a 3-star Do Di. This was something that the other 9-star half-martial emperors present were unable to do. Although Xiao Yang possessed a fighting strength that far exceeded his cultivation level, Xiao Yang was ultimately still a 6-star Ban Di. He was actually able to tenaciously stand in the air under the frightening pressure of a 3-star Do Di. This point was really unbelievable. At the same time, The countless number of Ban Di experts on the ground also threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yang. Who could have imagined that a Ban Di would actually be able to endure the powerful aura and pressure of an elite Do Di? This involuntarily caused all the Ban Di experts present to feel doubt in their hearts. Was this Xiao Yang in front of them really just a Ban Di? So what if you can withstand the pressure of this emperor's aura? Die. Sun Shuro coldly snorted in a disdainful tone. His body suddenly moved. The next moment, his body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. This frightening speed caused all the Ban Di experts in the city to once again feel shocked in their hearts. Soon after, Sun Shuro's face was filled with ruthlessness. Do Qi poured out from his body as he waved his large sleeve. A palm was violently thrown toward Xiao Yang's chest. At the same time, the pores all over Xiao Yang's body immediately stood when he saw this extremely frightening attack from Sun Shuro. Fear swiftly rose within his heart. At the same time, a thought also flew within his heart. He crazily maneuvered the Do Qi within the vortex, intending to go all out and fight. Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless in the face of an elite Do Di, especially one with an even more frightening strength. Unless he used his full strength, Xiao Yang would not have any chance of surviving when faced with such an expert. Unfortunately, under the pressure of Sun Shuro's aura, even Xiao Yang's Do Qi circulation speed had clearly slowed down. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to put up any resistance. Damn it! Move! Move! Xiao Yang crazily roared in his heart. The emotions in his heart swiftly became agitated. Threads of scarlet color actually surfaced within his pair of golden eyes at this moment. Ha ha! Xiao Yang, don't even think about having the chance to retaliate in front of this emperor. Ha ha, die. A ridicule rose in Sun Shuro's heart when he saw Xiao Yang's emotional agitation without any ability to retaliate. At the same time that he laughed out loud, the might of his palm also became even more frightening. Bang! The next moment, a soul-stirring explosion shook the sky. At the same time, a frightening Do Qi storm swiftly swept in all directions in the sky above Coldstream City with Xiao Yang and Shui Yang in the middle. The strength of the storm was so strong that it destroyed the buildings below as though they were cutting tofu. Under this frightening storm, everyone in the city below swiftly retreated with frightened faces. Those who were affected by the storm also spat out blood as they retreated. The powerful auras on their bodies swiftly weakened. A moment later, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they paused their bodies. When they lifted their heads to look at the sky, the expressions on their faces involuntarily changed. The scene in front of them was something that no one in the city had expected. He actually attacked. What happened? Don't tell me that he wants to fight head-on with Sun Shuro for Xiao Yang. At this moment, everyone in the area was stunned as they stared at the sky. Standing in front of Xiao Yang was a white-clothed middle-aged man with a calm expression and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He was blocking Sun Shuro with one hand. Bai Ying. Bang! Bai Ying exerted a little force with his palm and a force erupted, easily forcing Sun Shuro back. Bai Ying's body did not move while Sun Shuro's expression was gloomy as he retreated a few hundred feet. Only then did he raise his sharp eyes and stare at Bai Ying with a cold glint. His expression was ferocious as he snorted coldly and sternly said, "Bai Ying, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that you want to protect Xiao Yang." Sun Shuro's tone was sharp and the anger in his words was self-evident. "Ha ha, brother Sun Shuro, we have an agreement. You and I will not attack. The matter of capturing Xiao Yang will be handed over to our subordinates. Your actions have already violated the agreement." Bai Ying's eyes flashed when he heard Sun Shuro's words. After which, he laughed out loud and spoke to Sun Shuro with a soft smile. "Humph. I don't care about the agreement. Bai Yi has already been defeated. Xiao Yang is the prey of my Sun clan. You had best move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Hearing this, Sun Shuro sneered. His mouth was filled with mockery towards Bai Ying's words. At the same time, he ordered Bai Ying to retreat. "Ha ha, brother Sun Shuro, your words are wrong. Although Bai Yi has been defeated, my Bai clan has at the very least intervened. Compared to your Sun clan not having anyone accept the challenge, it is likely that you have taken the initiative to give up. Since this is the case, logically speaking, Xiao Yang should now belong to my Bai clan. Bai Ying sneered and spoke in a tone that was not weak at all. Chapter 586. Timpy. So much nonsense. I don't care if they attack or not. All I know is that my Sun family has not given up on capturing Xiao Yang. At the same time, we have not been defeated. However, your Bai family has already been defeated. Xiao Yang belongs to my Sun family. Sun Shuo's expression changed slightly. He was also a little angry in his heart. The few 9-star half-emperors from his family had caused him, the Sun family's patriarch, to lose face. Now that he had said such words, Sun Shuo also felt flustered in his heart. Since Patriarch Sun is twisting words and forcing logic, then there is no need to say anything more. Today, Xiao Yang is already in the bag of my Bai family. I must take him away no matter what. If Patriarch Sun insists on keeping him, then you can fight with me. If you win, Xiao Yang will belong to your Sun family. Otherwise, he will belong to my Bai family. Bai Ying's face immediately revealed a cold expression when he heard Sun Shuo's words. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi within his body surged out. The purple-colored thunderbolt was like an enormous python as it lingered around Bai Ying's body. A terrifying aura and pressure caused the surrounding empty space to emit waves of trembling sounds. Seeing this scene, the crowd below could not help but burst into an uproar. They did not expect the patriarch of the Bai family to possess lightning-attributed Do Qi. The strength of the lightning affinity Do Qi could be considered an extremely overbearing existence among all the other Do Qi attributes. An ordinary expert would rarely get entangled with a lightning affinity opponent of the same level. After all, the dominance of the lightning attribute was not only reflected in its frightening might, but also in its paralyzing effect, which could greatly affect the outcome of a battle. Hence, under unnecessary circumstances, ordinary experts would rarely fight against such a person. Seeing that Bai Ying had already raised his Do Qi, the expression on Sun Shuo's face could not help but change. However, in the depths of his eyes, an obscure light involuntarily flashed. Sun Shuo narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. His body trembled, and immediately, a blue water vapor rose around his body. Within the small bubbles formed by the water vapor, if one looked carefully, there were actually some tiny earthen yellow lights circulating unceasingly. Seeing this scene in the sky, everyone below once again burst into an uproar. In comparison, Sun Shuo was actually a water affinity elite Do Di. The two of them were of the same class. If they were to fight, it was likely that Bai Ying would be the one who would emerge victorious. Although the battle between the two had yet to begin, the spectators had already guessed the general situation. Sun Shuo, let's see how your water-attributed Do Qi is going to fight against me. Bai Ying sneered. With a thought, the giant lightning python coiled around him and let out an ear-piercing roar at Sun Shuo. Bai Ying, aren't you looking down on this clan head too much? However, at this moment, Sun Shuo's mouth also emitted a mocking laugh. He immediately waved his large hand, and the large amount of water vapor that had formed around him swiftly merged and solidified. In the blink of an eye, it actually turned into a somewhat viscous earthen yellow liquid. Seeing this, the expression in Bai Ying's eyes involuntarily hardened. He frowned and felt that something was wrong in his heart. Ha ha, Bai Ying, this water rock Do Qi is something that this clan head spent a tremendous amount of effort in order to borrow the help of a high-tier earth affinity magic beast to refine and agglomerate from that fellow's body. Finally, it was successfully merged into this water rock Do Qi. This DI's current Do Qi is coincidentally able to suppress your lightning python. Sun Shuo's face was ferocious as he laughed. His face revealed a disdainful expression. Indeed, in the past, Sun Shuo had often been taken advantage of by Bai Ying due to his Do Qi affinity. However, with this water rock Do Qi, it would be difficult for Bai Ying to suppress him. This was also one of the reasons why Sun Shuo dared to compete with Bai Ying in a head-on fight for Xiao Yang. Bai Ying's heart immediately felt a solemnness when he heard these words of Sun Shuo. If this was the case, the outcome of a fight between the two of them would be difficult to predict. However, all right. Since brother Sun Shoror wishes to fight, I will allow you to fight to your heart's content. However, you cannot blame me if your Sun clan is gone at that time. Following this, a cold laugh was once again emitted from Bai Ying's mouth. This caused Sun Shoror, whose expression had just recovered, to become anxious once again. Although he did not wish to tear Bai Ying apart with his bare hands, he also knew that it would not be so easy for him to defeat Bai Ying. Moreover, if he were to really fight with Bai Ying, the large clan that he had painstakingly managed for many years in the city below would really be destroyed in a day. Bai Ying, you are using this to pressure me again. Why? Does brother Sun Shoror really not care about your clan? If that is the case, then come. It has indeed been a long time since I have had a good fight. I will take advantage of today's opportunity to let me see just how much your strength has grown over the years. Bai Ying wore a cold smile in the face of the ferocious face of Sun Shoror. It was as if he did not care at all. Moreover, as he spat out these words, he clenched his large hand and a purple long spear landed in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointed directly at Sun Shoror. The sharp tip of the spear was wrapped in do chi and reflected a sharp cold light, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of danger. Sun Shoror's eyes were filled with a struggle as he stared at the long spear in Bai Ying's hand. It was a long while later before he let out a cold snort. He waved his large hand and the viscous do chi that had gathered on the surface of his body gradually flowed into his body. Fine, this time, even if you win, I can choose not to attack, but... Sun Shoror spoke hatefully. Soon after, his gaze slowly shifted downwards. He looked at the half-martial emperors on the ground in the city. Right now, I will give you two choices. 1. Capture Xiao Yang. Regardless of whether he is dead or alive, as long as you capture him, I will give each of you 2 Tier 3 medicinal pellets as compensation. 2. You can choose not to attack, but today, none of you will be able to leave Coldstream City. Stay here forever and let the people outside know the consequences of disobeying my Sun clan in Coldstream City. Sun Shoror's tone was cold and without the slightest trace of emotion. At this very moment, he no longer had the slightest bit of mercy in his heart toward those half-martial emperors of the Sun clan. To Sun Shoror, his Sun family had already lost all face today. Secondly, the 9-star half-martial emperors below were the main culprits. Furthermore, the anger in his heart was soaring. Thus, how could he possibly be amiable with them? Hearing this, the half-martial emperors present immediately began to complain incessantly in their hearts. At this very moment, Sun Shoror had already placed his blade on their necks. If they did not move, they would die. Of course, even though they knew that fighting against Xiao Yang would not end well, no matter what, it was still better than dying. At this moment, the gazes of everyone below were involuntarily directed toward Xiao Yang, who was in the sky. Their eyes were filled with helplessness, fear, and traces of madness. After all, in exchange for death, if they were able to capture Xiao Yang, the rewards they would receive would also be extremely generous. 2 Tier 3 medicinal pellets. These were things that they would not be able to obtain even if they tried their best. If they were able to obtain one, the strength of these half-martial emperors present would increase by leaps and bounds. This involuntarily caused them to feel crazy. After sensing the numerous gazes from the half-martial emperors present, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes had already recovered its calmness. After the Do Di pressure had been blocked by Bai Ying, the Do Chi circulation speed in his body had already returned to normal. If they were to fight now, Xiao Yang was not afraid of any of the half-martial emperors present. Of course, he did not know just what kind of scene it would be if all the half-martial emperors below attacked together. Xiao Yang's heart carried a trace of curiosity and probing as he slowly raised his head. He discovered that Bai Ying was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. This scene involuntarily caused Xiao Yang to be secretly startled. Soon after, Xiao Yang once again exhaled deeply. A pair of golden eyes slowly shut. In the next moment, when his eyes were opened, a domineering voice was suddenly spat out from Xiao Yang's mouth. In that case, all of you can attack together. Chapter 587. Everyone in the area was involuntarily stunned when Xiao Yang's words were emitted from his mouth. Soon after, many pairs of eyes that were filled with shock landed on Xiao Yang's body. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present were filled with shock. They even doubted their own ears. No matter how they thought about it, Xiao Yang in front of them was actually this arrogant. Did he intend to rely on his own strength to fight against hundreds of Bandai experts? Has this fellow gone crazy? Even if his fighting strength far exceeds experts of the same level, isn't this a little too arrogant? There is going to be a good show to watch now. Fighting against so many Bandai experts at the same time. This brat either really possesses the strength to do so or he will only be seeking his own humiliation. If he really relies on his own strength to block these Bandai experts or even defeat them, Xiao Yang's name will definitely resound throughout the entire western region from today onwards. This battle is extremely meaningful to this brat. A couple of elite DIs stared at Xiao Yang in the distant empty space. The expression in each of their eyes was different. However, from the tone of their voices, all of them more or less held a doubtful attitude toward Xiao Yang. After all, Xiao Yang was currently facing hundreds of Bandai experts. This kind of battle was something that even these elite DI did not dare to believe in their hearts. How could Xiao Yang deal with them? At the same time, Bai Ying and Sun Shuo, who were standing a short distance away from Xiao Yang, involuntarily had a slight change in their expressions at this moment. Even the two of them did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually dare to say such words in front of everyone in Coldstream City. Immediately, Sun Shuo's face involuntarily revealed a cold smile that contained ridicule. From Sun Shuo's point of view, Xiao Yang was merely a 6-star Bandai no matter how one looked at it. By relying on his strength to repeatedly suppress 2 9-star Bandai experts, it was likely that Xiao Yang was no longer as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. However, he actually dared to boast so shamelessly. He was really asking for trouble. As for Bai Ying, for some unknown reason, he had other thoughts about Xiao Yang from the very beginning. Even though Xiao Yang's actions at this moment were really like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, Bai Ying's expression did not change. It was as though he also had the same confidence in Xiao Yang's victory. This caused Xiao Yang to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Just what was Bai Ying planning? Good. What a good Xiao Yang. You actually dare to speak such big words when you are about to die. Since you are so impatient to seek death, what are all of you waiting for? Fulfill his wish and attack together. As long as all of you are able to capture Xiao Yang for me, I will definitely fulfill all that I have said earlier. Sun Shuo's sharp eyes swept over the group of Bandai experts on the ground as the disdainful cold laughter sounded from his mouth. Immediately, the expressions of all the Bandai experts who heard Sun Shuo's words immediately became fiery hot. The earlier fear in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yang was swiftly replaced by greed. Puff! Wave after wave of various colored do-chi surged out from the bodies of those Bandai experts. Wave after wave of powerful auras swiftly gathered above everyone's heads. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above Coldstream City was covered by an extremely powerful aura. This aura and pressure was gathered together by all the Bandai experts in the city. In front of this powerful aura and pressure, even the few elite DIs, who were quite far away, could not help but have a slight change in expression at this moment. Although this aura was not enough to contend with the aura that they had agglomerated together, the aura that was agglomerated by all the Bandai experts in the city could definitely be considered the strongest under the DI class. The smile on Sun Shuo's face became even colder when he sensed this. Although they had yet to truly attack, the current Sun Shuo appeared to have already seen the appearance of Xiao Yang being stepped on by him. Waves of cold snorts were occasionally emitted from his nose. Numerous human figures swiftly rushed into the sky like falling stars. Immediately, they surrounded Xiao Yang, who had already dispersed the King Kong glass body. Numerous pairs of sharp gazes landed on Xiao Yang's body in an orderly manner. The greed in their eyes was self-evident. At the same time, there was also some fear mixed within. This manner appeared as though a pack of hungry wolves were staring at a lion. Although their hearts were filled with fear, their greedy hearts were urging them to challenge their limits. The expression on Xiao Yang's face gradually changed in the face of the increasing number of Bandai experts around him. It was ice cold. A brilliant heavenly flame continued to rise within his dark black eyes. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind, and a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between his brows. It swiftly covered the entire place. At this moment, every action of every Ban Di expert was clearly reflected in Xiao Yang's mind. Xiao Yang was non-committal in his heart as he sensed the powerful aura and pressure that descended from above his head. A couple of years ago, he had already contended with the aura and pressure of an elite Do Di. At this moment, this seemingly powerful aura and pressure was not even worth mentioning in front of Xiao Yang. A low and deep cold snort was emitted. Xiao Yang's body, which was standing in the air, immediately shook violently. A thought passed through his mind, and the strength of the dragon phoenix bloodline that was hidden deep within his body immediately erupted. Purple gold blood agglomerated into a purple gold blood dragon within the blood vessels within Xiao Yang's body. Soon after, the blood dragon began to wildly flow through all of Xiao Yang's blood vessels. At the same time, waves of surging energy were transmitted to all of Xiao Yang's limbs and bones. When that surging energy poured into Xiao Yang's body, Xiao Yang was unable to resist letting out a long and earth-shaking roar toward the sky. Waves of dragon roars were mixed within his roar, causing one's heart to tremble upon hearing it. At the same time, the aura on Xiao Yang's body suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang's strength had increased from the initial stage of a 6-star half-martial emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-martial emperor. This scene caused the hearts of everyone, who had sensed this, to tremble once again. Soon after, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind, and an even more frightening aura and pressure immediately erupted from Xiao Yang's body. It was like an enormous invisible dragon that soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully suppressed the aura and pressure of the several hundred Ban Di experts in the sky above him. What? The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to involuntarily be startled in their hearts. Their mouths involuntarily let out an exclamation. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in Coldstream City were filled with a deep shock. At this moment, everyone in the sky revealed stunned expressions as they looked at Xiao Yang in the sky. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful Xiao Yang was. He was actually able to suppress such a frightening aura and pressure by himself. Was this Xiao Yang really only a Ban Di? At this moment, even those elite Do Di's faces were filled with shock. As for Sun Shoror, the savage smile that he originally revealed on his face had already become as dark and deep as a pool of deep water the moment Xiao Yang displayed his powerful strength. Chapter 588. Humph. This is merely an imposing pressure. It does not prove anything. Everyone, attack together. With the strength of so many of us, there will be a moment when his Do Chi is exhausted no matter how strong his fighting strength is. When that time comes, it will be the moment of Xiao Yang's death. Even though the pressure that Xiao Yang displayed was quite strong, it was still unable to suppress the greed in the hearts of these half-emperors. For the sake of a Tier 2 medicinal pill, the things that they could do would be even crazier than one could imagine. Even if they knew in their hearts that they were no match for Xiao Yang in front of them, with a Tier 2 medicinal pill in front of them, it was sufficient to push them to the edge of a blade. Sure enough, when the first shout sounded, various loud shouts that added fuel to the fire followed one after another. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere between the heaven and earth once again became tense. The eyes of the hundreds of half-emperors were like greedy wolves as they stared intently at Xiao Yang. Turbulent Do Chi wildly surged on the surface of their bodies. Numerous Do Chi light pillars shot towards the sky with an imposing manner. Each and every one of them revealed their own weapons. They were either blades or swords. In fact, there were even some strange weapons that no one knew the name of. However, even so, those weapons that appeared to be insignificant, in the hands of these half-martial emperors, had become sharp killing weapons. Following the eruption of Xiao Yang's aura, the atmosphere in the sky became tense and quiet. No one chose to be the first to attack. Even though they were only facing Xiao Yang alone, everyone appeared as though they were facing a large army. Ha! Xiao Yang, prepare to die. Until a certain moment, an old man holding an enormous sword in the empty space suddenly let out a stern cry. Do Chi surged and the quiet and heavy atmosphere in the square was broken at this moment. As the large sword in his hand danced, his body moved and instantly disappeared in front of the crowd. All that was left was an almost solid afterimage. It only gradually disappeared a couple of breaths later. Soon after, the empty space in front of Xiao Yang suddenly became distorted. The old man, who had disappeared from the spot earlier, appeared. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. A dazzling golden light shot out from the enormous sword. It was just like a bright sun, causing one to be unable to open their eyes. Sword of the Corona. As the golden light shot out, the old man let out an earth-shaking roar. The huge sword in his hand viciously fell down at this moment. The dazzling golden light carried an incomparably sharp aura as it mercilessly fell towards Xiao Yang. However, the next moment, Xiao Yang's hand trembled slightly, and the pitch-black dark heavy buster sword immediately fell into his hand. With a thought, the gorgeous mysterious fire instantly wrapped around the huge buster sword. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. 1 Kai. He let out a low cry in his heart. The heavy Shen ruler, which was wrapped in the heavenly flame in his hand, was lifted. In the next instant, it violently collided with the incoming huge golden sword. However, before the collision between the two ended, numerous human figures swiftly flashed and appeared around Xiao Yang. Their hands were holding various weapons as they displayed their Do skills and violently attacked Xiao Yang. Seeing that, Xiao Yang couldn't help but let out a cold snort from his nose. A chilling glint shot out from his eyes. The huge buster sword in his hand started to spin, and in the blink of an eye, it continuously and violently swung out a few more Kai. 2 Kai, 3 Kai, 4 Kai, 5 Kai, 6 Kai, 7 Kai. Fierce shouts continued to ring out in Xiao Yang's heart. Ruler lights shot out violently and blocked all of the half-martial emperors that were attacking him. However, at the same time, a 9-star half-martial emperor among the crowd went around the ruler lights, passed through the crowd, and arrived in front of Xiao Yang. With a twist of his wrist, a short black dagger appeared in the sleeve of this 9-star half-martial emperor. Twisting his body at an extremely strange angle, this 9-star half-martial emperor successfully avoided Xiao Yang's line of sight, and rapidly approached Xiao Yang's body. The short dagger in his sleeve slightly flashed, and with the infusion of his Do Qi, it was like a black snake as it violently attacked, and ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yang's chest. Ding! However, the result was an extremely clear sound of metal colliding. At the same time, on Xiao Yang's chest, sparks burst forth. The black cloak on his body was torn apart, revealing the body of Xiao Yang that was covered by purple-gold dragon scales. Seeing this scene, this 9-star half-martial emperor was greatly alarmed. However, before his expression could change, the huge buster sword that was covered in flames had already heavily smashed into his face. Bang! With a violent bang, the short dagger in the old man's hand immediately lost control and fell from his hand. At the same time, the old man's body was also uncontrollably sent flying. Everywhere he passed, blood splattered. Did you really think that I didn't detect you? Playing this sort of trick of concealment before an alchemist, you are truly courting death. With a cold snort from his mouth, Xiao Yang swept his gaze around. The surrounding half-martial emperors had already loudly shouted as they charged over once again. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed. He forcefully waved the huge buster sword in his hand and his feet fiercely stomped on the air. As power erupted, Xiao Yang's body also suddenly shot forth. Holding the huge buster sword in his hand, he ferociously charged towards the incoming half-martial emperors. Bang! 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 Compared to the old man from before, the current Xiao Yang was even more direct. As the huge buster sword in his hand descended, it would send a half-martial emperor flying. Immediately after, another half-martial emperor would follow closely behind. Soon after, the same scene continuously appeared in the sky. Even though he was facing 2 or even more half-martial emperors at the same time, Xiao Yang was still extremely tyrannical. With a twist of his body, the Sky Annihilation Steps was practically used to its limits. Before those half-martial emperors could clearly see Xiao Yang's body, they were already ruthlessly sent flying by the gorgeous buster sword. After those half-martial emperors used all their strength to ruthlessly pierce through Xiao Yang's body with their weapons, they discovered that there was not a single trace of blood on their weapons. In fact, even the Xiao Yang that their weapons had pierced through earlier had quietly disappeared. Never would they have imagined that as Xiao Yang continued to fall from the huge Buster Sword, the Xiao Yang that everyone thought had been injured was actually only his afterimage. Before Xiao Yang's frightening demon-like speed, even with the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor, they were actually unable to withstand more than a few attacks. Several hundred half-martial emperors. Originally, they thought that they would be able to crush Xiao Yang. However, at this moment, the situation was completely different. One buster for each person, one buster for each person. At this moment, Xiao Yang was like an undefeatable war god. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor would suffer a crushing defeat under Xiao Yang's huge buster sword. In the blink of an eye, half of the several hundred half-martial emperors present had already been seriously injured by Xiao Yang's heavy buster sword. Only at this moment did everyone gradually wake up. The strength of the Xiao Yang in front of them was not something that they could guess. Currently, it was likely that in the entire Cold Stream City, there was no one else other than these Do Di present who could defeat Xiao Yang. Outside of the battleground, those few Do Dis had stunned expressions on their faces at this moment. It was a long while later before they involuntarily faced each other. They recalled the various guesses that they had about Xiao Yang earlier. At this moment, they involuntarily shook their heads and laughed bitterly. On the other side, Bai Ying and Sun Shuo were also incomparably shocked in their hearts. This was especially the case for Sun Shuo. At the same time that he was shocked by Xiao Yang's shocking fighting strength, an extremely furious anger also swiftly surged from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 589. A bleak, cold wind swept across the world. Above their heads, the blazing sun that was clearly scorching hot also appeared incomparably dim at this moment. The air was filled with a faint bitter smell. This was not an actual smell. Instead, it was a feeling of helplessness mixed with despair. This bitterness came from the depths of one's heart. It seemed to be despair, but also fear. Between the heavens and the earth, countless desolate gazes with various expressions stared at the black figure standing proudly between the heavens and the earth, as well as the large black ruler in his hand. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock, fear, and despair. Who would have thought that a person who appeared to be one of the weakest in this world would be able to suppress all of them, hundreds of half-emperors? Even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to cause any ripples in the eyes of this black-robed young man. Even though he had already defeated so many half-emperors, Xiao Yang's eyes were still completely calm at this moment. The situation before his eyes seemed to be within reason. However, he did not know just how shocking all of this was in the eyes of everyone in the city. Bang! With a twist of his wrist, the large ruler swept across. A 9-star half-emperor was once again mercilessly sent flying by Xiao Yang. When the bang was heard, the 9-star half-emperor's complexion had already turned deathly pale. After receiving such a heavy blow, this 9-star half-emperor could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was also sent flying uncontrollably. The originally dense Do Qi in his body had been forcefully scattered by Xiao Yang's large ruler. For a short period of time, he was no longer able to control it. After doing all this, Xiao Yang finally slowly raised his eyes. His pair of dark black eyes reflected a beautiful fiery light. When Xiao Yang's gaze swept over the remaining dozens of half-emperors, everyone involuntarily trembled as they swiftly withdrew. The hearts of those who were looked at by Xiao Yang were swiftly filled with an icy chill. Cold sweat involuntarily surged out from all over their bodies. The fear in their hearts was self-evident. At this moment, Xiao Yang was just like a god of death to them. Even though he had not truly killed anyone, the dignity in the hearts of all the half-emperors present had been completely destroyed under his overbearing and sharp might. Only at this moment did Xiao Yang's tensed body relax slightly. Immediately, a feeling of weakness immediately surged out from deep within his body. Xiao Yang's expression, which had not changed for nearly 2 hours, finally revealed a paleness at this moment. Even though Xiao Yang's fighting strength had become extremely strong after being in his peak condition for such a long period of time, allowing him to suppress the hundreds of half-emperors present, it would definitely bring about a long period of low point after this. The appearance of this scene immediately caused joy to swiftly surge into the hearts of all the half-emperors present. They did not expect that Xiao Yang, who had been strong for 2 hours, would ultimately have such a moment of weakness. Ha 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 ha. The opportunity has come. I thought that this fellow was really undefeatable. It turns out that he was merely pretending to be strong and putting on an act. Humph humph, now is the time for us to finish you off. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the dozens of half-emperors surrounding Xiao Yang, whose faces were originally filled with fear, suddenly revealed a crazed expression on their faces. The change in Xiao Yang's expression seemed to have allowed them to see the dawn of victory. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of half-emperors' expressions immediately became excited. Even the Do Chi within their bodies became even more turbulent at this moment. Ha ha. This kid is almost at his limit. Let's all attack together. As long as we continue to exhaust him for a little longer, he will definitely become our prisoner. Ha ha. Tier 2 medicinal pill. I will soon be able to obtain a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Ha ha, Xiao Yang, don't blame us for being too ruthless. We won't care if you accidentally die. Ha ha. As the continuous loud laughter sounded, a portion of the half-emperors in the sky who had originally planned to withdraw turned their gazes back at this moment. Even those half-emperors who had been smashed down by Xiao Yang's heavy Shen Buster sword all leaped up from the ground. Each of them forcefully supported their bodies. With a thought, the Do Chi within their bodies once again surged out. Numerous sharp gazes shot toward Xiao Yang in succession. Countless gazes were filled with greed. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the weapons in their hands reflected a cold luster. Unknowingly, even the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. It was as if an invisible battle was silently taking place. Ha! Xiao Yang, prepare to die. Until a certain moment, an expert whose strength had reached the peak of the late-stage half-martial emperor realm suddenly moved. The pair of curved blades in his hands immediately cut through the air. Blade light shot out as they ruthlessly slashed toward Xiao Yang. Following closely behind, nearly 100 figures also moved. Each and every one of them had carefully and rapidly shot toward Xiao Yang. As they waved their weapons, countless streams of Do Chi streaked across the sky like meteors. With the momentum of a combined attack, they ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yang. At this very moment, Xiao Yang, who was surrounded by everyone, had a calm expression on his face. Not the slightest ripple could be seen in his pitch-black eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a gorgeous flame gradually condensed into a flaming wheel that slowly rotated. Following closely, Xiao Yang ignored the 100 figures that were explosively rushing toward him. Instead, with a thought, a gorgeous heavenly flame rose from his palm with a puff sound. Following the change in his thoughts, the heavenly flame rapidly condensed in Xiao Yang's palm. At the same time, the Do Chi within the vortex within Xiao Yang's body also crazily surged out of his body at this moment as if it was free of charge. It turned into many streams of fire that were as thick as a person's wrist. They revolved around Xiao Yang's body and rapidly gathered toward the flaming wheel in his palm. Soon after, when the countless streams of Do Chi streaks arrived within 100 feet of Xiao Yang's body, the calm expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly became fierce. Immediately, his extended hand suddenly clenched. The flaming wheel in his hand that had yet to completely condense was violently held by Xiao Yang in his palm. With a thought, the remaining Do Chi in Xiao Yang's body completely gushed out from his palm and swiftly poured into the flaming wheel in Xiao Yang's hand. The next moment, when Xiao Yang slowly raised his eyes, the expression on his pale face had become indifferent and even icy cold. At the same time, Xiao Yang's tightly clenched hand slowly opened. A gorgeous flaming wheel the size of a palm appeared in Xiao Yang's palm. Buddha's Fury. Reincarnation. Chapter 590. Buddha's Fury. Reincarnation. At the same time Xiao Yang's mouth slowly spat out words that were filled with indifference, the fire wheel in his hand also emitted a dazzling glow at the next moment. The brilliant flame soared to the sky and filled the sky with a burning momentum. At this moment, everyone in Coldstream City involuntarily revealed a deep fear in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yang. Even those elite Do Di's faces were incomparably shocked at this moment. Unlike before, The Do skill that was agglomerated in Xiao Yang's hand at this moment caused them to feel fear and shock from the bottom of their hearts. They could clearly sense that this fire wheel was filled with an extremely overbearing strength. The destruction that this strength contained was sufficient to cause these elite Do Di to feel fear in their hearts. Just who is this brat? How can he possess such a frightening Do skill? It is fortunate that his current strength is only that of a Ban Di. If it was an expert of the same level as us, a Do skill of this level would likely be enough to kill us. His identity is definitely not simple. By being able to possess such outstanding training talent and possess such a frightening Do skill, this fellow is definitely not an ordinary person. There is definitely an even greater backer behind him. Fortunately we did not act. Otherwise, the few elite Do Dis in the distance involuntarily faced each other as they thought of the somewhat frightening result. The expression in their eyes also appeared to be a little afraid. If Xiao Yang, who was in front of them at this moment, was really someone with an extraordinary identity, they really could not afford to offend him. After all, even though they were elite Do Dis, they similarly had difficulty protecting themselves on this continent. The Yuanwu continent was very large. A Do Di did not represent anything. When faced with some truly powerful clans or factions, even if they were as strong as a Do Di, they were still like ants in front of those factions. The Yuanwu continent was very large. There were many people who were stronger than elite Do Di. Being overly arrogant would only speed up one's destruction. Perhaps the battle between the Sun and Bai clans would be the beginning of their destruction. The few elite Do Di in the distance involuntarily had the intention to withdraw when they thought of this. They exchanged a couple of glances with each other before quietly withdrawing the aura that they had emitted. There were even some who had turned around and quietly left this place. Unfamiliar enemies were the most dangerous. Although Xiao Yang's name had spread throughout the western regions, no one knew who he was or where he came from. Although the rewards offered by the four great sects were extremely tempting, not everyone would go crazy for it. There were many people who licked blood from their blades, but there were also people who truly cultivated. A moment of greed could destroy everything in an instant, including your loved ones. However, a steady state of mind could allow you to sail the boat far away and not capsize in the gutter. Peng 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 peng. Soon after, when the angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiao Yang's hand completely erupted, the dark black light pillar had the power to break the sky. It easily destroyed the Do Chi pillars that shot toward him. Soon after, without waiting for the elite Do Di to recover, the cold and indifferent dark black light pillar had already swept over their bodies in an instant. The terrifying aura of destruction immediately penetrated the bodies of those who were swept by the black beam of light. They could only feel the aura of death rapidly approaching their souls. At the same time, they could clearly see that the parts of their bodies that were swept by the black beam of light actually began to disintegrate in a strange manner. That's right. Under the black light, everyone's skin gradually began to crack. It was just like tree bark that had been dried by the sun. It swiftly fell off from their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. After which, it was the flesh below until the dense white bones. Even a portion of the bones had similarly turned into powder under the black light. Everything would fall apart under the black light pillar. In the blink of an eye, an endless amount of painful screams resounded in this empty space. The bodies that were disintegrated by the black light did not feel the slightest pain. All they could feel was an empty space. However, it was also because of this that the disappearance of feeling caused the hearts of these people to feel even more terrified. Unknowingly, it seemed that they had already fallen into the abyss of death. Dying without feeling anything was the most frightening thing in one's heart. After all, death might not be frightening, but the process was extremely frightening. Within a short few breaths' time, those who were struck by the angry Buddha reincarnation fell from the sky with a weak aura. After which, they violently smashed into the city below. The destructive strength of the angry Buddha reincarnation might be silent, but it was so silent that it was frightening. This kind of strange silence caused the hearts of those who came into contact with it to tremble. At this moment, even with Sun Shuo's and Bai Ying's mental fortitude, their expressions involuntarily changed. After sensing the strangeness of the black light, the two of them could not help but quietly look at each other. Even they did not expect that the Xiao Yang in front of them would actually be able to control such a frightening strength. The strangeness of this strength was something that even with their experience, they did not know about. What exactly is this brat's Do technique? Why is it so strange? No matter what, even if I have to fight it out with this fellow today, I must leave Xiao Yang here. If I have this Do technique, forget about being the leader of the 4 great clans, it is likely that my Sun clan will even have a place in the elder seat of the Sky Sword sect in the future. Although he was surprised by Xiao Yang's Do technique, at this moment, Sun Shuo's heart was filled with greed. After all, if he was able to master such a strange Do technique, would it not mean that all the elite Do Di who fought against him would be disintegrated to death by this Do technique once he used it? At that time, forget about Do Di, it was likely that he, Sun Shuo, would even have the ability to fight against an origin transformation expert. The greed in Sun Shuo's heart grew as he thought of this. He let out a low roar in his heart and the Do Chi in his body was instantly raised. He completely ignored Bai Ying, whose expression had changed in an instant. His strong body suddenly moved and swiftly approached Xiao Yang with a lightning-like speed. At the same time, Xiao Yang also swiftly discovered Sun Shuo's actions. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's heart felt incomparably solemn. He could not be bothered about anything else as the angry Buddha reincarnation in his hand was instantly pointed at Sun Shuo. At the same time, the little Do Chi in his body poured out and poured into the fire wheel in his hand. Angry Buddha reincarnation, block for me. Xiao Yang let out a low cry in his heart. His expression became incomparably solemn. At the same time, all the strength in his body was poured into the angry Buddha reincarnation. At this moment, the only thing that Xiao Yang could hope for was the angry Buddha reincarnation in his hand. Bang! With the pouring in of Do Chi, the originally 100-foot-thick black pillar of light swelled with the wind in the blink of an eye, becoming a 1,000-foot-thick pillar of light. At the same time, the strength on it also became even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had already violently smashed into Sun Shuo's body. The moment the dark black light came into contact with Sun Shuo's body, it immediately surged into his body. In front of this black light, even though Sun Shuo had the Do Chi protecting his body, he was similarly unable to completely block it outside. In the blink of an eye, Sun Shuo had already discovered to his shock that the long robe at his chest had actually turned into nothingness under this black light. At the same time, the skin on his chest had unknowingly festered to the size of a palm. How is this possible? This scene caused shock to rise in Sun Shuo's heart. It was difficult to imagine that under this black light, even his physical body could not avoid being decomposed and dissipated. Chapter 591. What a strange Do technique. It can even break down this Di's Do Chi. Sun Shuo's sharp eyes suddenly shrunk as he sensed that the Do Chi light barrier around him was disappearing at an extremely slow rate. The shock in his heart was difficult to describe. This strange Do technique in front of him could be said to be something that Sun Shuo had never seen before in his life. It was able to forcefully break down an opponent's Do Chi. Under normal circumstances, unless one's strength far exceeded the opponent's, one would not be able to break down the Do Chi that another person had refined. However, at this moment, this kind of scene that was logically impossible had actually appeared in front of Sun Shuo. This caused him to feel shocked in his heart. At the same time, Bai Ying on the other side also discovered that something was not right. He frowned slightly but did not hurry to attack. Instead, a thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength spread out. It surrounded the black light pillar that had struck Sun Shuo's body and carefully probed it. Soon after, Bai Ying's spiritual strength approached the black light pillar. Bai Ying clearly sensed an extremely strange suction force surging out of the black light pillar. In front of the suction force, Bai Ying's spiritual strength seemed to have been pulled. Even though Bai Ying withdrew it in time, there were still a couple of threads of spiritual strength that were swallowed by the black light pillar. Being the master, Bai Ying was also implicated when his spiritual strength was swallowed. A piercing pain was transmitted from deep within his soul, causing the expression on Bai Ying's face to become slightly distorted. What? Bai Ying's mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air as he exclaimed. His body, which was standing in the air, involuntarily took half a step back. His face was stunned as he looked at Xiao Yang. More accurately speaking, it was the Do technique that he had used at this moment, Angry Buddha reincarnation. What kind of ghost Do technique is this? Why is it so strange? It is actually able to swallow my spiritual strength. Bai Ying's face still had some lingering fear as he stared at the dark black light pillar. His heart involuntarily felt extremely shocked. At the same time, his eyes, which were looking at Xiao Yang, also had an unusual glint. A mere Ban Di already possessed a strength that could shock an elite Do Di. It was difficult to imagine just how strong he would be once he stepped into the elite Do Di class in the future. This time, I'm afraid the four great sects have kicked an iron plate. Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of seriousness that he had never felt before. However, in the blink of an eye, a dark light flashed in the depths of his eyes and disappeared. Although the four great sects had kicked an iron plate, if the Bai family could be careful, then the one who had the last laugh might be the Bai family. The rise of the small characters might have depended on the fall of these big characters. The Western region has remained unchanged for hundreds of years. Now, it's time for a great reshuffle. After recovering, Bai Ying's eyes slowly narrowed into a thin line. His eyes revealed a solemn expression as he stared at Xiao Yang. It was a long while later before he once again looked at Sun Shuo. His eyes flickered slightly as the Do Qi in his body quietly circulated. At the same time, Sun Shuo, who was doing his best to block the black light pillar in front of him, had an increasingly gloomy expression on his face. Even though he was an elite Do Di, he still felt his heart tremble in fear in the face of this strange Do technique. He had never heard of such a strange Do technique existing on the origin martial continent. Xiao Yang, what Do technique is this? Sun Shuo's face was ferocious as he stared at Xiao Yang. His tone was extremely low and deep as he spoke. Angry Buddha reincarnation. Xiao Yang merely replied with an extremely indifferent tone in the face of this. The instant the words from his mouth sounded, the enormous dark black light pillar that he was controlling in his hand suddenly trembled. Immediately, an even stronger aura was emitted from it. The expression on Sun Shuo's face involuntarily changed once again. Under this dark black light pillar, even he felt a resistance at this moment. At the same time that his expression changed slightly, a fury also swiftly surged into Sun Shuo's heart. As an elite Do Di, he was actually blocked by a Ban Di class brat today. If news of this were to spread, he, Sun Shuo, would become the laughingstock of others. How would his Sun clan be able to stand among the four great clans in the future? Roar. Thinking of this in his heart, the fury in Sun Shuo's chest was immediately unable to be suppressed. He could no longer endure it and emitted an earth-shaking furious roar. His tiger body shook. Immediately, turbulent surging Do Qi crazily surged out from Sun Shuo's body. The vast and mighty aura caused the entire area to involuntarily emit waves of trembling sounds. Ha! Sun Shuo's sleeves were suddenly waved. The surging Do Qi immediately transformed into a terrifying force that connected the sky and the earth. It carried a sharp overbearing aura as it violently smashed into the dark black light pillar in front of him. Bang! An intense explosion shook the heavens and the earth. In front of the powerful Do Qi of a Do Di, even Xiao Yang's angry Buddha reincarnation had difficulty enduring. With just one strike, Xiao Yang's angry Buddha reincarnation was forcefully shattered by nearly 1,000 feet. Even the current Xiao Yang's face could not help but instantly turn pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. A trace of fresh blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. As for the remaining blood, it was forcefully swallowed back by him. Xiao Yang understood that the more it was at this moment, the more he could not show weakness. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not be able to leave this place today. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang involuntarily glanced at Bai Ying, who was standing in the distance. He did not know why, but he had actually placed his hopes on this fellow. Even though Bai Ying was also one of the four great clans, Xiao Yang could vaguely sense that Bai Ying had no intention of harming him. On the contrary, Bai Ying had even helped him block Sun Shuo, who had long since planned to attack him. Even though Xiao Yang did not know just what Bai Ying's intentions were, from the looks of it, Bai Ying was the only other person present who could help him other than Ji Yu. Of course, this was on the precondition that Bai Ying was truly willing to help him. Otherwise, even if Xiao Yang was able to leave Coldstream City, it was likely that he would have entered the wolf's den after leaving the tiger's den. Bang bang bang. A couple of consecutive explosions sounded. Only then did Xiao Yang swiftly recover. However, in the blink of an eye, Sun Shoror had already appeared in front of him. His face was vicious and a fierce glint appeared in his sharp eyes. An ice-cold killing intent appeared to be substance-like as it pierced one's skin until it hurt. Sun Shoror raised his hand and his palm violently landed on Xiao Yang's head. So what if your Do Chi is strange? It is merely a small trick in front of this Di's absolute strength. Now, it is time for you to die. Chapter 592. The wind horn continued to sound in the empty sky. The scorching hot sunlight gradually dimmed. The cloudless blue sky had unknowingly become deep and serene. It was as though it was just before dawn and also as though it was close to dusk. The soundless sound still clearly reverberated in the minds of everyone in Coldstream City. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring blankly at the dark black figure in the sky. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The shock in their hearts caused this group of people to be unable to spit out a single word even though their mouths were wide open. Even though there were a few people who wanted to say something, the words that they had prepared were forcefully stuck in their throats. Their lips and teeth trembled for a long while, but they were unable to spit out a single word. At this moment, even the few elite Do Di standing in the distant empty space had a dull expression on their faces. Even they did not expect that the black-robed, young man in front of them would actually once again break their understanding of him. This fellow, what was that earlier? What a strange strength. It is different from Do Chi and spiritual strength. That thing, could it be? It is the strength of the Great Way. The few elite Do Di's eyes stared intently at the black robe on Xiao Yang's body. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that Xiao Yang, whose strength had clearly not reached the Do Di class, was actually able to control the strength of the Great Way. This brat is indeed not an ordinary person. We must not become enemies with him. TSK, he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is merely a Ban Di. This Xiao Yang's future is limitless. Humph, he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is only a Ban Di. He is even fearless when being captured by the four great sects. I'm afraid that even a ghost would not believe that there is no one behind him. After the shock, many exclamations that were filled with various meanings quickly followed. In short, the meaning behind the words of these few elite Do Di was that they would not become enemies with Xiao Yang. Or perhaps, it could be said that they did not dare to become enemies with him. In the sky, Bai Ying narrowed his eyes as he stared closely at Xiao Yang. He was also extremely shocked. He had never thought that Xiao Yang had actually grasped the power of laws. Even though he did not know what the power of laws belonged to, the fact that Xiao Yang had comprehended the power of laws was enough to shock him. Xiao Yang, oh Xiao Yang, who exactly are you? First, you have such a strange Do skill, and now you have the great Dao energy. You are really a person that is filled with secrets. Fortunately, I am not interested in your secrets. Bai Ying muttered softly in his heart. His gaze suddenly turned and landed on Sun Shoror's body. Bai Ying's mouth involuntarily emitted a cold mocking laugh when he saw half of Sun Shoror's swollen face. He did not expect that this Sun Shoror, whom even he had difficulty injuring, would actually be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xiao Yang's hands. This time around, he, Sun Shoror, could truly be considered to have lost all his face. Hearing Bai Ying's cold laughter, a fury immediately rose in Sun Shoror's heart. The expression on his face had just changed when a hissing sound was emitted from his mouth. This once again attracted Bai Ying's mocking laughter. Bastard! Die! As the fury in his heart writhed, Sun Shoror forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He spat out some words of hatred in an unclear manner. His body suddenly shook and viscous liquid-like Do Chi immediately surged out of his body. As the Do Chi writhed, the surrounding space involuntarily fluctuated intensely. Roar! Soon after, A vague low roar was emitted from Sun Shoro's mouth. He waved his large hand and a suction force surged from his palm. On the ground, the enormous sword that had been blasted down because of the attack earlier seemed to have been attracted by something at this moment. The body of the sword that was inserted deep into the ground suddenly trembled intensely. With a bang sound, it charged out of the ground and returned to Sun Shoro's hand in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to move, however, the expression in Sun Shoro's eyes suddenly froze in the next moment. Even his breathing involuntarily turned sluggish. A pair of sharp eyes immediately opened in fury. Other than shock, there was an increasingly turbulent fury in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, one could see that the originally sharp and straight edge of the enormous sword that had returned to his hand actually had a gap of 1 to 2 centimeters. This sword of Sun Shoro's was not made from ordinary materials. An ordinary attack would not be able to cause even the slightest damage to it, much less leave behind such a large gap. This kind of gap was likely something that even Bai Ying, who was also a 3-star DI, would not be able to leave behind. In the earlier collision, Sun Shoro was clearly aware that this enormous sword of his did not suffer any damage. At this moment, however, a gap had appeared on this sword. It was obvious that this gap was definitely left behind in the collision earlier. The appearance of the gap on the enormous sword caused the fury in Sun Shoro's heart to explode. The Xiao Yang in front of him had truly reached the point where he must kill him. No matter what happened today, he would not allow Xiao Yang to leave this place alive. Ah! Die! An earth-shaking furious cry was emitted from Sun Shoro's mouth. This time around, Sun Shoro completely suppressed the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He waved his large hand and his right hand held the hilt of the enormous sword in a reverse grip. The wide, enormous sword rotated in his hand as Sun Shoro's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet collapsed and Sun Shoro had already disappeared from his original spot in an instant. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and his body swiftly flew back. However, Sun Shoro's speed was even faster than Xiao Yang's. Just as Xiao Yang retreated explosively, Sun Shoro's figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. At the same time, the wide, enormous sword violently tore through the empty space. The sharp edge of the sword had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang's neck. It was only a few inches away from Xiao Yang's throat. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's originally pale face became even more ghastly at this moment. The hairs on his body stood on end and the heart in his chest was also violently beating. He let out a low cry in his heart before he viciously waved the enormous ruler in his hand. Clang! As the heavy blade of the ruler streaked across the empty space, it brought along a piercing sound of wind breaking. Just as the enormous sword was about to slash Xiao Yang's throat, it was only barely able to force the blow back. However, even so, the invisible force had similarly left a shallow wound on Xiao Yang's neck. Sensing the slight pain that was transmitted from his throat, Xiao Yang's heart was suddenly startled. His body swiftly and violently pulled back. However, Sun Shoro in front of him was like a maggot attached to a bone as he chased closely without giving up. Clang! A frighteningly large force was transmitted over. The heavy Shen ruler in Xiao Yang's hand was forcefully deflected by the enormous sword. Killing intent surged in Sun Shoro's eyes. He twisted his wrist and the enormous sword in his hand took the opportunity to pierce through the empty space. It once again ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yang's throat. In the face of this attack, Xiao Yang really had no way of dodging. In the next moment, before Xiao Yang could do anything, Bai Ying, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, suddenly attacked. He waved his sleeve and Dochi swept out. A long spear covered in lightning suddenly shot out. It was like a thunderbolt that arrived between Xiao Yang and Sun Shoro in the blink of an eye. It forced back the enormous sword with one strike. After which, Bai Ying's body flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yang. With his back facing Sun Shoro, Bai Ying ignored the other party and looked directly at Xiao Yang. Without much hesitation, Bai Ying grabbed the collar at Xiao Yang's chest and swiftly flew out of Coldstream City. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from the sight of everyone in the city. After which, Sun Shore ruthlessly shattered the long spear in front of him with a blow. It turned into a dense do chi that gradually dissipated. However, when he turned his gaze around, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Yang and Bai Ying had already disappeared before his eyes. Bai Ying! Bai Ying! Bai Ying! An earth-shaking roar resounded across the sky like thunder. In the distant empty space, Bai Ying could clearly hear Uncle Sun's roar. However, he merely laughed coldly. With one hand controlling Xiao Yang, his body moved and swiftly flew towards the south. He knew that he and Xiao Yang were currently too close to Coldstream City. If Sun Shore intended to investigate, he would definitely be able to find their direction. Now, the only thing they could do was to leave this place first in order to completely escape the Sun Clan. Chapter 593. It was night time. There were a lot of dark clouds in the night, so much so that the moon hanging in the sky was covered by the dark clouds. There was not a single trace of light between heaven and earth. It was like a pure black curtain that covered the entire world. A biting cold wind blew between the heavens and the earth. Above the pitch-black forest, one could clearly hear the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. In the pitch-black night, coupled with the bone-chilling cold wind, anyone who stood here would probably be unable to help but shiver. Look at the sky, it seems like there's going to be a storm. In the sky above a certain forest, an old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was standing at the top of a huge tree. A large wave of trees surged around him. Strangely, the waves of trees would automatically disperse when they came within 100 feet of the old man. Upon closer inspection, even the huge tree under the old man's feet did not seem to be affected by the surrounding cold wind at all. The huge tree did not move at all, and its entire body was like a statue. If it was not for the life aura that it emitted, no one would believe that this tree would not move at all under the biting cold wind. Of course, rather than saying that the tree did not move, it would be more accurate to say that the old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly did not move at all. That's good too. This world has been peaceful for too long. Those withered trees that should have fallen long ago should indeed fall. Spring goes and autumn comes, and the 4 seasons change. Only in this way can this forest continue to operate. The old man muttered something in a low voice. At the same time, a pair of bright eyes that shone in the dark night looked straight at the distant horizon in the northwest direction. After a short while, the old man's eyes slightly brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile in the dark night. "He's here." He chuckled again. However, he did not know that it was completely dark in the sky, where no one could be seen. How could there be someone in the dark sky? 10 breaths later, a purple light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black sky. Although the light was not dazzling, it was enough to illuminate the entire area in the pitch-black night sky. "Haha, Ying, you're finally here." Under the illumination of the purple light, the outline of the old man's face could be seen. The old man looked quite amiable. His old face was covered with wrinkles. These were the saber scars left behind by the passage of time. His beard, which should have been white, reflected a strange light under the purple light. This made the amiable-looking old man look even more sinister at this moment. "Elder Hao Xian, there's been an accident. Sorry to keep you waiting." The purple light came closer and closer. When it was within 1,000 feet, the faint laughter of a middle-aged man could be heard. Patriarch, what happened? Could it be that the old bastard from the Sun family? No, I just didn't expect that Sun Shore would actually find a way to deal with my dochi, causing me to spend some effort. However, I was fortunate enough to see that guy suffer, haha. The old man frowned. Before the solemn words from his mouth could be spat out, the figure that had already arrived in front of him waved his hand gently. As the laughter from his mouth sounded, he did not forget to shake the black-robed young man in his hand. This person was naturally Bai Ying, who had left Coldstream City in the evening. The person in his hand was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang naturally had the ability to escape from the devil's hands. However, he was also curious as to why Bai Ying had repeatedly blocked Sun Shore for him. Hence, Xiao Yang had allowed Bai Ying to bring him here under the urging of his curiosity. However, knowing this, Xiao Yang suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura in his heart. The source of this aura was the old man who had appeared in front of him and Bai Ying. This person's strength is definitely above Bai Ying's. Xiao Yang cried out in his heart. He involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. Unexpectedly, he had actually followed Bai Ying all the way and delivered himself to the lion's mouth. Moreover, from the way Bai Ying had addressed this old man, he seemed to be an elder. If he was an elder of the Sky Sword sect, would he not be in danger? Damn it! I have actually delivered myself to him. Xiao Yang viciously scolded himself in his heart. He felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, he could only place his final hope on Jiu. Xiao Yang was unable to see through the strength of this old man in front of him, much less exchange blows with him. The other party might really kill him with a single slap. Of course, the two of them were naturally unaware of the thoughts in Xiao Yang's heart. However, even if they knew, it was likely that they would only laugh out loud. This is Mr. Xiao Yang. Hearing the ridicule in Bai Ying's words, the old man involuntarily turned his gaze to Xiao Yang, who had his eyes shut and head lowered. He frowned slightly and spoke in a somewhat courteous manner. Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he saw that Xiao Yang did not react. His expression quickly changed as he hurriedly placed Xiao Yang in the air. His large hand extended from his sleeve and grabbed one of Xiao Yang's wrists. At the same time, a wave of spiritual strength swiftly surged out and entered Xiao Yang's body through his palm. At the same time, the old man's expression involuntarily became startled. He did not know what had happened and could only walk over with a curious expression. However, in the next moment, Bai Ying's originally frowning expression suddenly changed drastically. The spiritual strength that had entered Xiao Yang's body was swiftly withdrawn. The hand that was holding Xiao Yang's wrist also suddenly released. Bai Ying swiftly stood up and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Only then did he look at Xiao Yang in front of him with a lingering fear. By the side, the old man's expression also changed slightly. The wrinkles on his old face appeared a little clearer at this moment. What happened? Is there something wrong with this little fellow? The old man's tone was indifferent as he asked. At the same time, his shriveled hand turned into a claw. A cluster of bright and glaring do chi was about to spew out from his palm. No, it is not that there is something wrong with him. It is just that I have forgotten that Xiao Yang controls a heavenly flame. Earlier, the heavenly flame was protecting its master. Due to my carelessness, I was startled by that thing. However, it is now troublesome. Xiao Yang cannot continue to be unconscious like this. We cannot wait that long. If you and I continue to stay here, the other few clans and the Sky Sword sect will definitely become suspicious. Then what should we do? This little fellow has not woken up. We can't even bring him back to the clan. Don't tell me that we should really kill him and give him to the Sky Sword sect as a gift. The old man frowned. The expression on his old face appeared to be extremely unwilling. Humph, even if we kill him, we will definitely not hand him over to them. Moreover, Xiao Yang's identity is special. We must not act rashly before we know his exact identity. Bai Ying coldly snorted. He did not seem to care about this backer behind him. Hearing this, even the old man by the side nodded his head. Then what should we do now? We cannot keep him, and we cannot kill him. It is difficult to have the best of both worlds. The old man's expression appeared exceptionally gloomy under the purple light. However, he did not know what to do. Hence, he could only look at Bai Ying once again. Bai Ying also frowned when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak, the seemingly unconscious Xiao Yang in front of them suddenly began to cough intensely. Cough, 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 cough. When Xiao Yang opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the other hand, Bai Ying and the old man looked at each other and could not help but laugh helplessly. Of all times, Xiao Yang had to wake up after they revealed their relationship with the Sky Sword sect. Was this not obvious enough? The unconscious Xiao Yang in front of them was clearly faking it. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang really woke up at the right time, otherwise, my clan's elders would have had to save him. Bai Ying laughed. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He slowly stood up from the void and stared at Xiao Yang. Chapter 594. Hearing the words from Bai Ying's mouth, Xiao Yang, who was illuminated by the purple light, could not help but frown slightly. Clearly, Xiao Yang was not interested in the latter's half-joking words. Under the purple light, the change in expression on Xiao Yang's face was also reflected in the eyes of the two people in front of him. In the dark night, Bai Ying and the old man beside him smiled at each other. Only then did they return their gazes to Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang slowly stood up. He could not help but gently shake his head. His dou qi was extremely weak, causing the current Xiao Yang to feel that his mind was unable to endure. There was a faint pain in the depths of his mind. This was caused by the attack of the strong wind while he was flying. It had nothing to do with any injuries. However, it would likely take a few days for him to recover. After calming himself down, Xiao Yang's face was calm in the dark night. Under the purple light, no emotion could be seen on his face. This point involuntarily caused the two people standing in front of Xiao Yang to be slightly shocked. To be able to sort out his state of mind in the blink of an eye, such a person could not help but cause one's heart to be solemn. Ha ha, Mr. Xiao Yang is indeed extraordinary. This kind of mental strength is something that I cannot compare to. Bai Ying smiled and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yang. He did not show any intention of underestimating Xiao Yang just because he was a half-emperor expert. Bai Ying did not doubt that if he dared to underestimate Xiao Yang in front of him, it was likely that he would have to pay a great price. With Sun Shoror as an example, he believed that this was enough. There is no need for clan leader Bai to be so polite. Since you have brought me to such a remote place, it is likely that it is not as simple as saving me. If there is anything, clan leader Bai can just say it. The expression on Xiao Yang's face did not change even a little because of the words from Bai Ying's mouth. Xiao Yang spoke faintly before crossing his hands over his chest and standing in the same spot. He was expressionless as he looked at Bai Ying without saying anything. Brat, you. The expression of the old man standing beside Bai Ying immediately became gloomy when he saw that Xiao Yang had actually revealed such a fearless manner. A cold snort was emitted from his nose as the dou qi within the old man's body began to circulate. Haoshuan. However, Bai Ying suddenly shouted. The old man's expression changed. He glanced at Bai Ying and found that Bai Ying was staring at him with a gloomy expression. Secretly curling his lips, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yang. Once again, he let out a cold snort. Then, the old man resentfully withdrew his gaze. Since Mr. Xiao Yang doesn't like to beat around the bush, then I won't beat around the bush. Bai Ying had a smile on his face. He first cupped his hands towards Xiao Yang as an apology for the old man's actions. At the same time, he spoke with a soft smile. Seeing this, Xiao Yang did not comment. With a flick of his finger, 2 pills shot into his mouth. His throat rolled as he swallowed them. Xiao Yang ignored the 2 people in front of him as he sensed the faint warmth being emitted from his body. Instead, he slowly circulated the qi method in his body. The heavenly flame surged and began to refine the 2 medicinal pills in his body. Bai Ying could not help but secretly frown in response. However, he still maintained a warm smile on his face. Haha. No matter what, I have saved Mr. Xiao Yang. Don't tell me that Mr. doesn't even have a word of thanks. If not for you, perhaps I would have already taken the things I obtained and left Cold Stream City instead of wasting my breath with you. Bai Ying nonchalantly said. However, Xiao Yang did not show any mercy. Xiao Yang really did not want to have anything to do with these people who had ulterior motives. People like these who like to use their brains often like to use others as tools. If Xiao Yang was not careful, he might really fall into their trap. Instead of preventing trouble, it was better to nip them in the bud. When he heard Xiao Yang's words, Bai Ying could not help but frown. He originally thought that if he mentioned the previous matter, Xiao Yang would at least give him some face. However, he did not expect Xiao Yang to be so rude. When the old man to the side heard this, he let out a cold snort. This time, Bai Ying was too lazy to stop him. Xiao Yang did not seem to be easy to get along with. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang might have misunderstood. You should have heard it earlier. Our Bai clan does not have a good impression of the Heavenly Sword sect. It can even be said that there is a grudge between our Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. Even with Bai Ying's character, a slight ripple involuntarily appeared in his tone when he spoke. From this, One could tell that Bai Ying seemed to have a great opinion of the Heavenly Sword sect. So, Xiao Yang was not interested in the relationship between the Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. He only wanted to know why Bai Ying had brought him here. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Yang was able to roughly guess Bai Ying's intentions. Bai Ying glanced at the old man by the side when he spoke until this point. Their gazes met and the old man immediately understood Bai Ying's intention. Soon after, the old man waved his sleeve and a majestic Do Chi immediately swept out. With the empty space where the three of them stood as the center, an enormous Do Chi light barrier was formed within 100 feet radius of the three of them, surrounding them. Under the cover of this Do Chi light barrier, any probing would be isolated. The voices within could not be heard by the outside world. Other than this Do Chi light barrier had also trapped Xiao Yang's group within it. Unless the old man acted and took the initiative to remove this light barrier, it was impossible for Xiao Yang to charge out in his current condition. This move of the old man not only isolated any external forces, but also sealed off Xiao Yang's escape route. Bai Ying frowned slightly in the face of this, but he still chose to acquiesce. He was similarly worried. He had painstakingly brought Xiao Yang in front of him to this place. If Xiao Yang were to disappear from this place without even turning his head around, would that not mean that all his efforts would be for naught? Instead, he would end up offending the Sun clan and create more trouble for himself. What do you mean by this? Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. The expression in his eyes was slightly cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Xiao Yang need not mind. Our actions are for the sake of safety. After all, as I have said, there is also a grudge between our Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. However, the Heavenly Sword sect is currently at its peak and the time is not right. Our Bai clan must also be careful when doing things. Bai Ying hurriedly cupped his hands to Xiao Yang after Xiao Yang's words sounded. His expression was quite solemn as he spoke. Seeing this, a dense white light flashed deep within Xiao Yang's eyes. After which, he coldly nodded and said, "Can you say it now? Why did you bring me here?" Hearing this, Bai Ying once again exchanged glances with the old man beside him. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Yang. Bai Ying nodded slightly and said, "I brought Mr. Xiao Yang here today for no other reason. I only hope to discuss something with Mr. Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang lifted his eyebrows slightly. He turned his gaze and his right index finger gently leaped and flicked on his right shoulder. Immediately, he lifted his eyes slightly and the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. His tone was indifferent as he said, "Speak. I hope to invite Mr. Xiao Yang to join our Bai clan." Chapter 595. After doing all this, Xiao Yang slowly withdrew his gaze. His gaze swept over the entire sky. This time around, other than the few elite Dodi, the other people in the sky had very consciously landed in the city below. They did not wish to be targeted by Xiao Yang again. Even a 9-star half DI had been easily killed by Xiao Yang. They did not think that they were stronger than a 9-star half DI. At this very moment, it was likely that even if Xiao Yang was seriously injured, no one would dare to easily offend him. After all, that group of people from earlier had listened to Sun Shuo's words and believed that Xiao Yang no longer had the ability to resist. Therefore, they had charged forward to kill Xiao Yang. However, it was likely that even Sun Shuo himself had not expected such an outcome. In the sky, the battle between Bai Ying and Sun Shuo had once again stopped because of Xiao Yang. At this moment, the two of them felt incomparably shocked in their hearts. Sun Shuo had never imagined that Xiao Yang, who was originally an arrow at the end of its flight, would actually be able to display such a frightening strength at such a time. This was especially the case with the appearance of the Northern King, a 9-star half DI puppet. This kind of superfighter was enough to allow Xiao Yang to suppress anyone below the Do DI level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Yang was currently invincible against anyone below the Do DI level. Even the back figure at this moment was also extremely shocked in his heart. Bai Ying involuntarily mocked himself in his heart as he recalled the scene of him rescuing Xiao Yang earlier. He had originally thought that if he had not intervened, Xiao Yang would have been surrounded and killed by that group of people. However, from the looks of it now, he had underestimated Xiao Yang too much. The true strength of the black-robed young man in front of him had already far surpassed that of a half-DI level expert. It was likely that if Xiao Yang was at his peak condition, he might even be able to fight against an ordinary elite Do Di. Even with Bai Ying's character, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in his heart when he thought of this. Such a young elite Do Di. It was likely that even in the entire Yuanwu continent, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Today, this child must either remain in my Sun clan or be killed here. No matter what, he must not be allowed to leave Coldstream City alive. Sun Shaw quietly spoke in his heart. His body, which was standing in the empty air, suddenly shook. Oil-yellow Do Chi immediately surged wildly from the surface of his body. He waved his large hand and the enormous sword once again appeared in his hand. Sun Shaw's body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. He swung his arm and the enormous sword immediately tore through the empty air and violently hacked at Xiao Yang's head. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily felt slightly startled when he saw this. The expression on his face changed. The Do Chi, which had just recovered in Xiao Yang's body, swiftly flowed along his chi paths and passed through his entire body. After which, Sun Shaw's attack was about to land when Xiao Yang's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Sun Shaw's attack, which was filled with might, finally hacked into empty space where no one was present. What? This brat really has a frightening speed. Is this the strength of the Sky Extinction Steps? If I am able to obtain this Sky Extinction Steps, humph humph. Seeing Xiao Yang's frightening speed, Sun Shaw's heart was initially startled. However, soon after, a different kind of thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. The corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a smile that was filled with greed. The Sky Extinction Steps was the main reason why the four great sects wanted to kill Xiao Yang. It was naturally not difficult to imagine how powerful it was. Moreover, the current Xiao Yang had allowed Sun Shaw to personally witness the strangeness of the Sky Extinction Steps. Faced with such a great treasure, it was naturally impossible for Sun Shaw to not be tempted. When he thought of the various benefits that he would obtain after obtaining the Sky Extinction Steps, Sun Shaw's heart couldn't help but rapidly become fiery. The current Xiao Yang was only a 6-star half-martial emperor. After learning the Sky Extinction Steps, he was actually able to explode with such frightening speed. If he, Sun Shaw, were to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, as long as he diligently cultivated it, once he mastered it, wouldn't even the four great sect heads be able to do anything to him? At that time, his Sun family would naturally be able to become the 5th largest power in the Western region, excluding the four great sect. At that time, why would the Sun family need the Heavenly Sword sect's protection? Rather than existing under the eaves of others, it would be better to form their own sect. After all, didn't the Heavenly Sword sect often say that his Sun family had no ambitions? Since that was the case, his Sun family would do something that had ambitions. It would also let the Heavenly Sword sect know whether or not his Sun family had the so-called ambitions. Sun Shaw coldly laughed in his heart. His body, which had just paused, once again charged forward explosively. His body was like a bolt of lightning as it swiftly charged toward Xiao Yang, who had appeared 1,000 feet away at this moment. Sun Shaw's right hand, which was holding the hilt of the enormous sword, rotated slightly. The tip of the sword faced upward and tore apart the empty space on both sides with a force that could break bamboo. After reducing some of the resistance, Sun Shaw's charging body also became a little faster. In the blink of an eye, he had once again arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Seeing this, the expression on Xiao Yang's face once again changed. Although he was confident that he could deal with any Ban Di below the Do Di class, it was completely impossible for Xiao Yang to deal with a true elite Do Di, especially a 3-star Do Di whose level was not low. On this point, forget about Xiao Yang's current condition. Even if he was at his peak condition, Xiao Yang similarly did not have the confidence to deal with him. The footsteps of his feet changed as he once again displayed the Sky Extinction Steps. The instant Xiao Yang's body disappeared, the enormous sword also violently pierced toward him. Even though he had narrowly dodged this attack, that sharp force still managed to. It still left quite a deep wound on Xiao Yang's chest. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth twitched slightly. He maneuvered the Do Qi within his body and removed the force that had entered his body through his wound. Soon after, Sun Shuo's body once again attacked. The enormous sword broke through the air with an overbearing aura. The incomparably sharp aura still caused Xiao Yang's entire body to feel a chill despite being a great distance away. Damn it! Xiao Yang angrily cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to once again display the sky extinction steps and repeatedly dodge Sun Shuo's attacks in the sky. Under the rapid exhaustion of the Do Qi within his body, Xiao Yang's body left behind numerous after images in the sky that were almost real. Sun Shuo also carried a cold smile on his face as he followed closely behind Xiao Yang like a maggot in one's bones. Although Sun Shuo was a little surprised at Xiao Yang's speed at the beginning, when this elite Do Di faced Xiao Yang with his true speed, the latter ultimately had difficulty contending with him. After all, with the current speed of Xiao Yang, even if he were to go all out, he would at the very most be comparable to Jin Yao. If he were to rely on this to contend with Sun Shuo, who was a 3-star Do Di, then he would really be looking down on elite Do Di. Within a short moment, over a dozen wounds of various sizes had already appeared on Xiao Yang's body. On one hand, it was because Xiao Yang had borrowed the strength of his spiritual strength to swiftly dodge. On the other hand, it was also because Sun Shuo had held back. However, at this moment, Sun Shuo appeared to have caused enough trouble. The cold smile on his face gradually disappeared. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous sword in his hand was violently thrown out. The sharp edge of the sword was pointed directly at Xiao Yang. At the same time, the frightening strength tore through the empty space and emitted a wave of ear-piercing explosive sound. At the same time, Sun Shuo's body also instantly disappeared from the original spot. He. Xiao Yang, I have already given you a chance to escape earlier. However, you don't seem to cherish it. Now, prepare to die. Seeing the enormous sword shooting over, Xiao Yang's expression had just changed slightly when Sun Shuo's sharp laughter, which was filled with a dark viciousness, was transmitted over from the sky. Xiao Yang's expression was solemn. Surging spiritual strength completely spread out from between his brows without holding back. At the same time, he clenched his right hand and the heavy Shen ruler once again appeared in his hand. His arm shook and the little Do Qi in his body was swiftly poured into the enormous ruler. With a puff sound, the beautiful heavenly flame also rose at this moment. At the same time, waves of Do Qi were also poured into the already shattered black robe on the surface of Xiao Yang's body. With the pouring in of Do Qi, the shattered black robe swiftly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dark black robe seemed to have become even deeper after the pouring in of Do Qi. However, this scene involuntarily attracted the somewhat stunned gazes of the other people. Even at this moment, Xiao Yang was actually still concerned about his own posture. He actually used the little Do Qi he had to repair this black robe. This kind of action was extremely foolish in the eyes of others. This point caused even Sun Shuo to laugh coldly in his heart when he saw it. At this moment, Bai Ying, who was standing outside the battleground of the two, could not help but frown slightly. After witnessing Xiao Yang's strangeness, he did not think that this seemingly foolish action of Xiao Yang's was really so useless. 7. Sky. Breaking. Ruler. A low cry was spat out one word at a time in Xiao Yang's heart. At the same time, the huge ruler in his hand was immediately swung. Ruler glow shot out one after another from the tip of the huge ruler. They soared with the wind and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a shocking ruler glow that was nearly 1,000 feet long. Unfortunately, when Xiao Yang used all his strength to swing out the fourth ruler, the Do Qi in his body was exhausted, resulting in a lack of momentum. This caused Xiao Yang's body to immediately soften. He swayed a couple of times before stabilizing himself in the air. The exhaustion of his Do Qi caused Xiao Yang's expression to be pale white at this moment. His body, which he had forcefully supported, appeared to have gradually lost control. Helplessly, the burden that he had to forcefully use the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler at this moment was extremely shocking. However, it was likely that he would still be unable to escape from Sun Shu's demonic claws by relying on just this. After all, the 4-ruler Xiao Yang had swung out could only block Sun Shu's weapon. Even Xiao Yang was unable to find out where Sun Shuo's body was at this moment. Bang! A rushing wind sound was transmitted from beside Xiao Yang's ear the moment the ruler glow and the huge sword violently collided. At the same time, a cold wind pounced over, causing Xiao Yang's eyes to suddenly shrink. Soon after, a large hand suddenly extended from the empty space without any forewarning. It violently grabbed at Xiao Yang's head. Xiao Yang, die! A hoarse ridicule contained a dark viciousness. The person who had attacked was undoubtedly Sun Shuo. If this attack landed, it was likely that even Xiao Yang would undoubtedly die. On the other side, Bai Ying, who had already mobilized the Do Qi in his body, suddenly narrowed his eyes. His hands under his sleeves were suddenly clenched. He was just about to attack when the trace of doubt in his heart caused a slight hesitation to appear in his actions. Bai Ying's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang. He seemed to have an inexplicable confidence in this black-robed, young man. Perhaps, Xiao Yang did not need his help. Despite having such thoughts in his heart, Bai Ying still did not dare to be careless. While his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang, the Do Qi in his body was prepared to erupt at any moment. As long as he was willing, Bai Ying would still be able to rescue Xiao Yang before Sun Shuo killed him. Although the price might be a little great, he believed that paying any price in order to achieve his goal was proportionate. However, the instant Sun Shuo's attack landed on Xiao Yang, a dark black curtain suddenly agglomerated behind Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's expression was cold. His ruler viciously swung at Sun Shuo's face while his body also took the opportunity to fall backwards. Bang! With a bang, the expressions on everyone's faces once again froze. Xiao Yang's figure had already disappeared into the black curtain. Before he disappeared, the huge black ruler viciously smashed into Sun Shuo's face. However, it was only when Xiao Yang had completely disappeared in front of Sun Shuo along with the huge ruler that Sun Shuo's descending hand finally smashed into the empty space with a furious expression. Everyone in the area focused their attention and looked over. They saw that half of Sun Shuo's face, which had been violently smashed by the heavy ruler, had turned purple-black at this moment. 2 streams of fresh blood flowed out from his nose and the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Sun Shuo could be said to be in an extremely miserable state. Chapter 596. The wind blew continuously in the empty sky. The scorching sunlight gradually dimmed. The cloudless azure sky unknowingly turned dark. It was as if it was before dawn, but also as if it was close to dusk. The soundless whistling sound still clearly reverberated in the minds of everyone in Coldstream City. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the pitch-black figure in the sky. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The shock in their hearts caused this group of people to open their mouths wide, but they were unable to spit out a single word. Even if there were a few people who wanted to say something, the words that they had prepared were forcefully stuck in their throats. Their lips and teeth trembled for a while, but they were unable to spit out a single word. At this moment, even the faces of the few elite Do-Di who were standing in the distant sky were similarly stunned. Even they did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of them would actually break their understanding of him once again. What was that fellow just now? What a strange strength. It is different from Do-Chi and spiritual strength. That thing, could it be? It is the strength of the Great Way. The few elite Do-Di stared intently at the black robe on Xiao Yang's body. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Yang, whose strength had clearly not reached the Do-Di level, could actually control the strength of the Great Way. This brat is indeed not an ordinary person. We must not become enemies with him. TSK, he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is merely a half-emperor. This Xiao Yang's future is limitless. TMPH, he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is only a half-emperor. He is even fearless when he is being captured by the 4 great sects. Even a ghost would not believe that there is no one behind him. After the shock, many exclamations that were filled with various meanings quickly followed. In short, the meaning behind the words of these few elite Do-Di was that they would not become enemies with Xiao Yang. Or perhaps, it could be said that they did not dare to become enemies with him. In the sky, Bai Ying narrowed his eyes as he stared closely at Xiao Yang. He was also extremely shocked. He had never thought that Xiao Yang had actually grasped the power of laws. Even though he did not know what the power of laws belonged to, the fact that Xiao Yang had comprehended the power of laws was enough to shock him. Xiao Yang, oh Xiao Yang, who exactly are you? First, you have such a strange Dou skill, and now you have the great Dao energy. You are really a person that is filled with secrets. Fortunately, I am not interested in your secrets. Bai Ying muttered softly in his heart. His gaze suddenly turned and landed on Sun Shuo's body. Bai Ying's mouth involuntarily emitted a cold mocking laugh when he saw half of Sun Shuo's swollen face. He did not expect that this Sun Shuo, whom even he had difficulty injuring, would actually be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xiao Yang's hands. This time around, he, Sun Shuo, could truly be considered to have lost all his face. Hearing Bai Ying's cold laughter, a fury immediately rose in Sun Shuo's heart. The expression on his face had just changed when a hissing sound was emitted from his mouth. This once again attracted a mocking laugh from Bai Ying. Bastard! Die! As the fury in his heart writhed, Sun Shuo forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He spat out some words of hatred in an unclear manner. His body suddenly shook and a viscous liquid-like Dou Qi immediately surged out of his body. As the Dou Qi writhed, the surrounding empty space involuntarily fluctuated. Roar! Soon after, a vague low roar was emitted from Sun Shuo's mouth. He waved his large hand and a suction force surged from his palm. On the ground, the enormous sword that had been blasted down because of the attack earlier seemed to have been attracted by something at this moment. The body of the sword that was inserted deep into the ground suddenly trembled intensely. With a bang sound, it charged out of the ground and returned to Sun Shuo's hand in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to move, however, the expression in Sun Shuo's eyes suddenly froze in the next moment. Even his breathing involuntarily turned sluggish. A pair of sharp eyes immediately opened in fury. Other than shock, there was an increasingly turbulent fury in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, one could see that the originally sharp and straight edge of the enormous sword that had returned to his hand actually had a gap of 1 to 2 centimeters. This sword of Sun Shuo's was not refined from an ordinary material. An ordinary attack would not be able to cause even the slightest damage to it, much less leave behind such a large gap. This kind of gap was something that even Bai Ying, who was also a 3-star Dou Di, might not be able to leave behind. In the earlier collision, Sun Shuo was clearly aware that this enormous sword of his did not suffer any damage. At this moment, however, a gap had appeared on this sword. It was obvious that this gap was definitely left behind in the collision earlier. The appearance of the gap on the enormous sword caused the fury in Sun Shuo's heart to explode. The Xiao Yang in front of him had truly reached the point where he must kill him. No matter what happened today, he would not allow Xiao Yang to leave this place alive. Ah! Die! A shocking furious cry was emitted from Sun Shuo's mouth. This time around, Sun Shuo completely suppressed the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He waved his large hand and his right hand held the hilt of the enormous sword in a reverse grip. The wide, enormous sword rotated in his hand as Sun Shuo's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet collapsed and Sun Shuo had already disappeared from his original spot in an instant. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and his body swiftly flew back. However, Sun Shuo's speed was even faster than Xiao Yang's. Just as Xiao Yang retreated explosively, Sun Shuo's figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. At the same time, the wide, enormous sword violently tore through the empty space. The sharp edge of the sword had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang's neck. It was only a few inches away from Xiao Yang's throat. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's originally pale face became even more ghastly at this moment. The hairs on his body stood on end and the heart in his chest was also violently beating. He let out a low cry in his heart before he viciously waved the enormous ruler in his hand. Clang! When the heavy blade of the ruler streaked across the empty space, it brought with it a piercing sound of wind breaking. Just as the enormous sword was about to slash Xiao Yang's throat, It was only barely able to force the blow back. However, even so, the invisible force had also left a shallow wound on Xiao Yang's neck. Feeling the slight pain from his throat, Xiao Yang's heart was suddenly alarmed. His body rapidly retreated backwards. However, Sun Shuo, who was in front of him, was like a maggot attached to a bone as he chased closely behind. Clang! A frighteningly large force was transmitted over. The heavy Shen ruler in Xiao Yang's hand was forcefully deflected by the enormous sword. Killing intent surged in Sun Shuo's eyes. He twisted his wrist and the enormous sword in his hand followed the momentum and pierced through the empty space. It once again ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yang's throat. In the face of this attack, Xiao Yang really had no way of dodging. In the next moment, before Xiao Yang could do anything, Bai Ying, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, finally made his move. With a sudden wave of his sleeve, Doqi swept out. A long spear covered in lightning suddenly shot out. It was like a thunderbolt that arrived between Xiao Yang and Sun Shuo in the blink of an eye. It forced back the enormous sword with one strike. After which, Bai Ying's body flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yang. With his back facing Sun Shuo, Bai Ying ignored the other party and directly looked at Xiao Yang in front of him. Without much hesitation, Bai Ying grabbed the collar at Xiao Yang's chest and swiftly flew out of Coldstream City. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from the sight of everyone in the city. After which, Sun Shuo ruthlessly smashed the long spear in front of him into pieces. It turned into a dense doqi that gradually dissipated. However, when he turned his gaze around, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Yang and Bai Ying had already disappeared before his eyes. Bai Ying! Bai Ying! Bai Ying! An earth-shaking roar resounded across the sky like thunder. In the distant empty space, Bai Ying could clearly hear Uncle Sun's roar. However, he merely laughed coldly. With one hand controlling Xiao Yang, his body moved and swiftly flew towards the south. He knew that the current him and Xiao Yang were still too close to Coldstream City. If Sun Shuo had the intention to investigate, he would definitely be able to find their direction. Now, the only thing they could do was to leave this place in order to completely shake off the Sun Clan. Chapter 597. It was night time. There were a lot of dark clouds in the night, so much so that the moon hanging in the sky was covered by the dark clouds. There was not a single trace of light between heaven and earth, as if a pure black curtain had covered the entire world. A biting cold wind blew between the heavens and the earth. In the pitch-black skies above the sea of trees, one could clearly hear the sound of waves crashing against the reefs. In the pitch-black night, coupled with this bone-chilling cold wind, anyone who stood here would probably be unable to help but shiver. Look at the sky, it seems like there's going to be a storm. In the sky above a certain forest, an old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was standing at the top of a huge tree. A large wave of trees surged around him, but the strange thing was that the waves of trees would automatically disperse when they came within 100 feet of the old man. Upon closer inspection, even the huge tree under the old man's feet did not seem to be affected by the surrounding cold wind at all. The huge tree did not move at all, and its entire body was like a statue. If it was not for the life aura it emitted, no one would believe that this tree would not move at all under the biting cold wind. Of course, rather than saying that the tree did not move, it would be more accurate to say that the old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was not moving at all between heaven and earth. That's good as well. This world has been peaceful for too long. Those withered trees that should have fallen long ago should indeed fall. Spring goes and autumn comes, and the 4 seasons change. Only in this way can this forest continue to operate. The old man muttered something in a low voice. At the same time, a pair of bright eyes that shone in the dark night looked straight at the distant horizon in the northwest direction. After a short while, the old man's eyes slightly brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile in the dark night. "He's here." He chuckled again, but he did not know that it was a pitch-black sky where no one could be seen. How could there be anyone in the sky? After 10 breaths, a purple light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black sky. Although the light was not dazzling, it was enough to illuminate the entire area in the pitch-black sky. "Haha, Ying, you're finally here." Under the illumination of the purple light, the outline of the old man's face could be seen. The old man looked quite amiable. His old face was covered with wrinkles. These were the saber scars left behind by the passage of time. His beard, which should have been white, reflected a strange light under the purple light. This made the amiable-looking old man look even more sinister at this moment. "Elder Hao Xian, there's been an accident. Sorry to keep you waiting." The purple light came closer and closer. When it was within 1,000 feet, the faint laughter of a middle-aged man could be heard. Patriarch, what happened? Could it be that the old bastard from the Sun family? No, I just didn't expect that Sun Shuro would actually find a way to deal with my dochi, causing me to spend some effort. However, I was fortunate enough to see that guy suffer, haha. The old man frowned. Before the solemn words from his mouth could be spat out, the figure that had already arrived in front of him waved his hand gently. As the laughter sounded from his mouth, he did not forget to shake the black-robed young man in his hand. This person was naturally Bai Ying, who had left Cold Stream City in the evening. The person in his hand was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang naturally had the ability to escape from the devil's hands. However, he was also curious as to why Bai Ying had repeatedly blocked Sun Shore for him. Hence, Xiao Yang had allowed Bai Ying to bring him here. However, knowing this, Xiao Yang suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura in his heart. The source of this aura was the old man who had appeared in front of him and Bai Ying. This person's strength is definitely above Bai Ying's. Xiao Yang cried out in his heart. He involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. Unexpectedly, he had followed Bai Ying all the way and delivered himself to the lion's mouth. Moreover, from the way Bai Ying had addressed this old man, he seemed to be an elder. If he was an elder of the Sky Sword sect, would he not be in danger? Damn it! I have actually delivered myself into his hand. Xiao Yang viciously scolded himself in his heart. He immediately felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, he could only place his final hope on Jiu. Xiao Yang was unable to see through the strength of this old man in front of him, much less exchange blows with him. The other party might really kill him with a single slap. Of course, the two of them were naturally unaware of the thoughts in Xiao Yang's heart. However, even if they knew, it was likely that they would only laugh out loud. This is Mr. Xiao Yang. Hearing the ridicule in Bai Ying's words, the old man involuntarily turned his gaze to Xiao Yang, who had his eyes shut and head lowered. He frowned slightly and spoke in a somewhat courteous manner. Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he saw that Xiao Yang did not react. His expression quickly changed as he hurriedly placed Xiao Yang in the air. His large hand extended from his sleeve and grabbed one of Xiao Yang's wrists. At the same time, a wave of spiritual strength swiftly surged out and entered Xiao Yang's body through his palm. At the same time, the old man's expression involuntarily became startled. He did not know what had happened and could only walk over with a curious expression. However, in the next moment, Bai Ying's originally frowning expression suddenly changed drastically. The spiritual strength that had entered Xiao Yang's body was swiftly withdrawn. The hand that was holding Xiao Yang's wrist also suddenly released. Bai Ying swiftly stood up and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Only then did he look at Xiao Yang in front of him with some lingering fear. By the side, the old man's expression also changed slightly. The wrinkles on his old face appeared a little clearer at this moment. What happened? Is there something wrong with this little fellow? The old man's tone was indifferent as he asked. At the same time, his shriveled hand turned into a claw. A cluster of bright and glaring do-chi was about to spew out from his palm. No, it is not that there is something wrong with him. It is just that I have forgotten that Xiao Yang controls a heavenly flame. Earlier, the heavenly flame was protecting its master. Due to my carelessness, I was shocked by that thing. However, it is now troublesome. Xiao Yang cannot continue to be unconscious like this. We cannot wait that long. If you and I continue to stay here, the other few clans and the Sky Sword sect will definitely become suspicious. Then what should we do? This little fellow has not woken up. We can't even bring him back to the clan. Don't tell me that we should really kill him and give him to the Sky Sword sect as a gift. The old man frowned. The expression on his old face appeared to be extremely unwilling. Humph, even if we kill him, We will definitely not hand him over to them. Moreover, Xiao Yang's identity is special. We must not act rashly before we know his exact identity. Bai Ying coldly snorted. He did not seem to care about this backer behind him. Hearing this, even the old man by the side nodded his head. Then what should we do now? We cannot keep him, and we cannot kill him. It is difficult to have the best of both worlds. The old man's expression appeared exceptionally gloomy under the purple light. However, he did not know what to do. Hence, he could only once again look at Bai Ying. Bai Ying also frowned when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak, the seemingly unconscious Xiao Yang in front of them suddenly began to cough intensely. Cough, 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 cough. When Xiao Yang opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the other hand, Bai Ying and the old man looked at each other and could not help but laugh helplessly. Of all times, Xiao Yang had to wake up after they revealed their relationship with the Sky Sword sect. Was this not obvious enough? The unconscious Xiao Yang in front of them was clearly faking it. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang really woke up at the right time, otherwise, my clan's elders would not have been able to hold back and save him. Bai Ying laughed out loud. At the same time, he sighed in relief within his heart. He slowly stood up from the empty air. Both of his eyes looked at Xiao Yang as he spoke with an unknown meaning in his mouth. Chapter 598. Xiao Yang stayed in the Golden Mountain City for several days. During this period of time, other than resting, he did not forget to search for the remaining 2 medicinal ingredients. Currently, he had already gathered all of the medicinal ingredients required to concoct the body-returning pellet. However, he still lacked the 2 medicinal ingredients required to concoct the ice spirit pellet. However, to Xiao Yang's surprise, he did not manage to find what he needed in the Golden Mountain City. In the end, he sighed and left the Golden Mountain City. This time around, Xiao Yang went straight for his target. He continued to travel southward. On the way, he passed through many cities. Only after 10 days did he gradually slow down his speed. Traveling was also a kind of cultivation method. Xiao Yang's continuous traveling for 10 days had perfectly demonstrated this point. After 10 days of non-stop cultivation, the dou qi in Xiao Yang's body had reached a saturation point. At this saturation point, even if he were to refine it with the heavenly flame, it would not be able to compress it in the slightest. This was also the sign that Xiao Yang's strength was about to break through to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. Only at this moment did Xiao Yang, who was traveling, stop. He descended on top of a mountain peak. Without any hesitation, he sat down cross-legged on top of the mountain peak. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang inspected his body with his consciousness. Sure enough, the dou qi in the vortex space was completely filled. At this time, if Xiao Yang were to make a breakthrough and increase his strength to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm, it would simply be a matter of course. Naturally, Xiao Yang would not let go of this opportunity so easily. He smiled in his heart and immediately withdrew his consciousness. The instant he opened his eyes, he flicked his finger. A black light immediately shot out and turned into the Northern King before Xiao Yang. During this period of time, Xiao Yang needed peace and quiet the most. If he was disturbed at this time, his breakthrough might end in failure. This was not something Xiao Yang wanted to see. After summoning the Northern King, Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly. He still did not feel at ease. His eyes shifted slightly and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 streaks of light shot out and were placed in the air by Xiao Yang in 3 different directions. The 3 streaks of light were 3 different array discs. The 3 formation discs were all rank 2 defensive formation discs. The energy emitted from them was sufficient to withstand an all-out attack from a 9-star half-martial emperor. When all 3 formation discs were unleashed, no one below the dou di level would be able to break through them. After doing all this, Xiao Yang calmed down slightly. With a flick of his finger, 3 streaks of dou qi shot out and instantly entered the 3 formation discs. With the infusion of dou qi, the 3 formation discs immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. As the light spread, it turned into 3 dense dou qi light barriers that protected Xiao Yang within them. Soon after, Xiao Yang withdrew his consciousness and slowly closed his eyes. The breathing in his nose gradually became stable and orderly. 2 hours later, when the aura within Xiao Yang's body had completely recovered to its peak, with a thought, the flame mantra in his body began to circulate. At this moment, the enormous amount of Do Qi within the vortex space started to surge. Streaks of Do Qi surged out from the vortex space. Soon after, they separated like a river and turned into several smaller streaks of Do Qi. Following the circulation of the flame mantra Qi, they flowed into the meridians. At the same time, in the outside world, the instant that the flame mantra Qi method in Xiao Yang's body began to circulate, the empty space around Xiao Yang's body began to fluctuate violently. Streaks of hot energy that were filled with a wild and violent intent also appeared to be attracted at this moment and swiftly agglomerated from the empty space. They were like numerous bright red fire snakes that coiled around Xiao Yang's body a couple of times. After which, following Xiao Yang's breathing, they gradually merged into Xiao Yang's body. When these mottled energies entered Xiao Yang's body, the beautiful heavenly flame immediately pounced on them like a hungry wolf that had seen a wild rabbit. Before the mottled Do Qi could resist, it had already been refined into threads of pure Do Qi in the blink of an eye. After passing through the refinement of the heavenly flame, they flowed into the Qi paths in Xiao Yang's body. Following the Do Qi in the Qi paths, they were refined by the flame mantra Qi method before finally flowing into the vortex space through the root of the flame mantra Qi method. Under this repeated refinement, Xiao Yang's aura gradually grew at an extremely slow speed. While Xiao Yang was slowly training, time swiftly flowed by like sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had already passed. Currently, there were only 2 months left until the opening of the desolate ancient remains. As time flowed by, changes gradually occurred within Xiao Yang's body. Every time he advanced, there would be a small change within his body. The direct manifestation of this change was that every aspect within Xiao Yang's body would receive a different degree of improvement. Regardless of whether it was his qi paths, his bones, the strength of his physical body, the density of his Do Qi, or the changes within the vortex space, every aspect was becoming stronger and stronger. Following the change in the aura within Xiao Yang's body, the spatial fluctuations within the empty space around him became increasingly intense. Circular ripples that were like water waves continuously surged outwards until finally, it completely returned to calmness. This kind of calmness was not the kind that one could see with one's naked eyes. Instead, it was a kind of vibration that was difficult to detect under the extremely intense fluctuations. At the same time, crimson-red Do Qi continuously surged out from the empty space between the heavens and the earth. The crimson-red energy was like a substance as it fiercely burned around Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang was like a phoenix within the fire. Once he broke through, it would be the time for the phoenix to be reborn. Under the continuous swallowing and refining of the flame mantra Qi method within Xiao Yang's body, this long period of refinement continued for close to 10 days. It was only at noon on the 9th day that Xiao Yang suddenly opened his eyes under the afterglow of the scorching sun. As the last thread of Do Qi in his body entered the vortex, the aura of Xiao Yang's entire body immediately soared to a new level. An instant later, the aura within Xiao Yang's body that was about to leak out was completely withdrawn back into his body in a short instant. Not even the slightest bit leaked out. After a couple of breaths, Xiao Yang finally forcefully endured the abundant Do Qi within his body. His body trembled slightly as he violently inhaled a breath of air. Immediately following this, Xiao Yang abruptly raised his head. The expression on his face swiftly became fanatical. He widened his mouth and emitted a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Ha! After the long roar was emitted, Xiao Yang's body suddenly shook. His feet ferociously stomped on the peak of the cliff below him. In an instant, an enormous force poured out and caused the cliff to collapse. As for Xiao Yang's body, he borrowed the force and, like a bolt of lightning, instantly broke through the clouds and stepped onto the 9 heavens. After close to a month and a half of unceasing training, Xiao Yang's strength had finally obtained another breakthrough. He had successfully entered the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm,